Okay, Shalom, Doooovid here. Happy New Year's. Happy week in review. So, yeah, it's been a little low energy today, but I'm here for week in review. I thought maybe I would end up, canceling since I did year in review last night with Church of Entropy. Check that out. I was just watching some of that back and doing the timestamp table of contents. But if anyone's interested in her research update with that, you check that out. And because of that, I was feeling a little low energy today. It's like, am I really going to do a week in review? But okay, yeah, I'll figure keep it consistent. Do a week in review. There's stuff happening. God forbid, all the stuff with BZ-Darko and the Mario Nawfal and a little stuff in Israel. I figure I'll read a few papers also. So here we are, week in review. God bless. New Year's Eve. Sitting around in my house, and so if you're spending New Year's Eve with Doooovid, God bless. Appreciate that. The link is in the chat. Anyone is welcome to join and talk about whatever. If you just want to chit chat, personal things, or on one of the topics that I cover. So the link is in the chat. I don't have any direct people I reached out to or asked to come on, and I have 3 papers, so maybe it'll probably not be as long. I mean, I'll still probably go for 4 or 5 hours because I have quite a bit of material if you keep on reading papers. I didn't really prepare enough, so it's unlikely I'm going to do my philosophy of science stream this week. It'll probably be the week after and then move into metaphysics. But yeah, the year in review stream last night with Church of Entropy. So put that link in the chat if anyone wants to check that out. So I guess I'll enter straight into screen share and get some of these links out of the way. So God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. And, we'll talk about the war. And I have more stuff about that. And that's part of the reason I figure, okay, like, I should probably do a war update, and the news will be old by next week. So this week, one of the big news stories was South Africa at the UN is registering Israel with war crimes, genocide. Israel is formally being charged with genocide by South Africa, and move through the UN, and see what happens. The UN could make some ruling or recommendations, but get a feel for how people around the world feel. But here's the full 84-page report and all the links and various things. But God forbid the disaster situation going on. So to share that right away. I'm not going to read through it. Ashish Delela back making videos. Shabda Media. So this one was pretty good. His Religious Foundation of Natural Science. And I guess he has another one on the overview of Shankya, Tantra, ontology. So props to Ashish Delela for going back to making videos. I appreciate his educational content. Yeah, Mark Smith, KL, Mr. Boston, Shalom. Appreciate you being here. Blog posts. So a lot of the arguments I had with Church of Entropy about metaphysics are actually the same arguments I'm having with Ashish Delela over metaphysics. But the arguments I had with him, God forbid, became too unfriendly, so I didn't continue my viewership with him. And just if anyone on Twitter wants to join the week in review, you could do it through StreamYards, and I'm following more on YouTube, but the StreamYard now is dual linking to Twitter and YouTube. So like I'm basically a YouTube streamer, but I just added to dual streaming to Twitter. So if anyone's watching on Twitter, So I mentioned this last week about Tesla and Neuralink, where they've started human testing, and this year they expect to have like tens of trial patients, as where that's expected by 2030 to go up to like tens of thousands of yearly trial patients with the new Neuralink technology. So this is the Tesla space. I watch their updates pretty regularly. And Task and Purpose, I've been following Task and Purpose for almost a year, maybe even over a year, mostly about the Russia-Ukraine stuff, a little coverage of Israel, not too much coverage of Israel, but here was their breakdown of the state of war. God forbid, 2024 could be a dark year. And, so he talks about Syria, Mexico, Haiti, Somalia, Sahel, India, Afghanistan, Myanmar, Azerbaijan, Indonesia, Russia, and Israel. There's the world is on fire. There's all different places all across the world that could spiral out of control and lead us to Armageddon, World War III, like the conditions of World War II, World War I, where it was World War. There were massive battles and fighting everywhere. And like God forbid, when I talk about BZ and some of these Twitter spaces with the Darko fallout, see how this could really spiral out of control, and there could be bloodshed and disunity. America, there could be civil war in America. Like the Houthis, all these various things are happening at the same time, and violence begets more violence. So like ceasefire now, because violence is contagious. Like laughter, it's like, well, I'm laughing because someone else is laughing. It's contagious, even if you don't necessarily know why you find it funny. You just hear somebody else laughing, and it creates an effect in you that makes you want to laugh. And it's the same with violence. And over the last few weeks, I had talked about crowd psychology, and one of the things about crowd psychology is the minimization of impulse control and violence. So it's an unfortunate situation where God forbid, we could be headed for disaster 2024. So I mentioned that God forbid, in the Kabbalah, it's the time of the year that's referred to as Shivavim, which is an acronym Rashi Tevos for the first 6 parshas of the week, of the weekly Torah Bible reading of the 5 books of Moses. So the first 6 parshas of Shmos, of Exodus. So Shovavim is an acronym, Rashi Tevos in Hebrew, like the first letters of the parshas of Shmos, Vayavo, Bishalach. I have to read it. Yisro and Mishpatim, and I missed one. But it's the darkest time of the year. So calendar-wise, it's the shortest days in the Northern Hemisphere. And in Israel, it's the shortest days of the year. You're after the winter solstice and the shortest days of the year, reaching the coldest period of winter. In the Bible readings, it's the darkest time for Israel in the Bible, where Israel falls into slavery in Egypt through the splitting of the Red Sea and ending with the 6th week, where Mishpatim, God gives the law and the 10 commandments. But the Kabbalists say this is the darkest time of the year. A lot of bad things could happen. So, if you're thinking about the situation of the war, hey, Mark, God bless. Good to see you. Happy New Year's. So, just the seriousness of the situation, according to the Kabbalists, entering just from, really today through the next 6 weeks is the most scary time of the year and the most likely. So if war is going to break out, or bad things are going to come to us, this would be the time of the year. So God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. The Kabbalists recommend fasting. This is a good time of year to fast, to repent, to make self-reflection. It's also the easiest time of the year to fast, like daytime fast when the days are the shortest. But you're just taking that into consideration with everything that's going on in the world. And, like I'm going to give my weekly analysis about what's happening in Israel. But if things were going to spiral out of control, this might be the time. So, in terms from the warnings of the sages, now is the time to repent. Now is the time to be more careful in our actions. In the olden days, people used to fast, give more charity, increase our good deeds, say more prayer, try to be better people, so on and so on. So you just take that into consideration, especially when I engage in dispute. God forbid, Doooovid's falling into a lot of dispute. And, the current state of the world, Israel at war, things are falling apart, and there's dispute everywhere. It's hard to get into a conversation or talk to anybody without falling into dispute. And, like the Bhagavad Gita, people are taking sides, and we're about to start killing each other, God forbid. I mean, it's a really bad situation where, really we're on the brink of disaster, where people are ready to start killing each other. So, just normal conversation, just talking to people like, oh, how you doing? What's going on? To, the war. Like I was talking about into Week in Review yesterday with Church of Entropy, that the war has ruined the brand of Judaism. Like Richard Spencer was saying that. But my RG, now's the time to study more Torah, increase our charity, say Tehillim, say Psalms, Shovavim, first 6 parshas, most serious time of the year. I mean, not like the high holidays and Elul and Rosh Hashanah, but this is the darkest time of the year, time to be very serious and take life seriously. And just saying how easy it is to fall in dispute because of the war. Like Richard Spencer was saying, the brand of Judaism is being ruined by the war because it's so over-encompassing, where, it used to be like, okay, let's pray, let's chant a Niggunim, let me tell you some pithy from Pirkei Avos or the sages, some uplifting little thing like, okay, I love Judaism, I love prayer, I love chanting, I love Kabbalah, but the war just takes over everything. So, can't just be like, what the, it says in Pirkei Avos something about being a better character. Is it a leap year? I have to check my calendar. 1 second, let me check my calendar. I forget if it's a leap year. So if it is a leap year, yeah. So this year, RG is right. Yeah, negation. I mean, you could try growing out your payas. That's more symbolic. Like if you want to take your Judaism more seriously, you could try growing out your payas, and maybe that will help. But more indeed. So if growing out your payas helps you become a better person, take your Judaism. But now I said, the war is so over encompassing everything. So if you make a external symbolism like growing out your payas, people are going to assume you're probably in favor of the war in Israel. So there's a lot of problems with the current situation where people are fighting, people are killing each other. I'm going to go over, after this rant and ramble, I'm going to go over the situation, but it looks like it's going to be a whole nother year. And I forget if being an Ibra year is a bad sign or a good sign. I mean, reality is 7 out of 19 years are leap years where there's a whole another month added. Doooovid was actually born in a leap year in Adar base, so that's why I say I'm a Hebrew. My birthday's in March, so I'm a Gregorian Aries, but a Hebrew Pisces because I was born in Adar base. So according to the Hebrew calendar, I'm a Pisces, but according to the Roman calendar, I'm an Aries. And I have to look, and I forget whether the being a leap year. I know there's certain prayers that there's actually certain positive signs about it being a leap year, because Adar is usually considered a good sign. So if we could make it through this dark time of the next 6 weeks, then Adar is a time of happiness, and to have 2 Adars, should be a good sign. So I'm not sure if the leap year necessarily changes anything. If so, it's probably even a good tiding, good sign. But we got to make it through the next 6 weeks, and it could become very difficult. We'll see the situation with the war in Israel, and whether things are going to spiral out of control. You will see, can we make it through the next 6 weeks? So yeah, God forbid. Okay, so I had my stream with Stephen James, and instead of talking about the war, we ended up talking about this revelation. So people could check out the stream with Stephen James. But this revelation that this turns out this guy is a con man. And Stephen James, was an interesting thing. The truth, good to see you. God bless. Happy New Year's. It could be Adar base. So there's something in the prayer. It's like RG in when Rosh Chodesh, the new month, falls out on Shabbos. There's an added prayer, and there's a special prayer that's said during a leap year about the forgiveness of willful sins. And I forget this all. I have to get my prayer book, but there's a special prayer that willful sins could be forgiven on a leap year. So Shabbos Musaf, on a leap year, there's a series of prayers when Rosh Chodesh falls out on Sabbath, and where the congregation says Amen after each one. And our God of our forefathers, may you be pleased now with us, with our rest, and on this Sabbath day inaugurate this month for good and for blessings, for joy and for gladness. And after each one of these, the whole congregation says Amen, for salvations and for consolations, for sustenance and support, for good life and for peace, for pardon of sin and forgiveness of iniquity, and during a Jewish leap year, and for atonement of willful sin, which in Hebrew is the kaporis pasha. So there's different types of sin, like the mechilas chet us lichas oven. So chet and oven during regular years could be forgiven from, but on a leap year is added into the kaporis pasha, which means purposeful sin. So possibly, God is always there. We could always repent. We could always become better people. We could always change our evil ways. And during a leap year, there's the possibility to be forgiven for purposeful sin, to say there were certain sins that I knew were wrong and I purposely did it anyways. God forbid. So that's whatever reason, that's something of the leap year where you could be forgiven for willful sins, in Hebrew pasha. So and I'm not sure when the next Rosh Chodesh will fall out on Sabbath. And so I think there's 12 Rosh Chodeshes, 13 Rosh Chodeshes a year this month, with 13 months. So Sabbath is 1 in 7 days, so probably like 2 times during the year, and a lot of times Rosh Chodesh is so like we got to make it to Adar. So you say like, that's a little ways away. So 6 weeks. It's 6 weeks of darkness, 6 weeks of judgment. This is the time of year, according to the Kabbalist, of pure judgment. God is sitting there and just judging us. He knows all of our iniquities, and without this merciful factor that comes from Adar, Dar Purim, and we're saved. But this is the time where our iniquities are clearly shined upon, and is the time for judgment. and it's the darkest time of the year. It's the coldest time of the year. So you take it seriously. So yeah, Stephen, we got back to streaming this week in London, and instead of talking about the war, we ended up talking about this guy from Mario, Darko Janovic, BZ, and then we kind of just were talking about Judaism, so Judeo strategy. So I mentioned a few things. One thing, because he's kind of like an alt-right dissident. In fact, he claims he was kind of counter-Semitic conspiracy until he met Reb Doovid, and Reb Doovid helped de-radicalize him and personalize the Jewish people. And we have a little bit of a friendship going, or a frenemy, because a lot of people in his chat don't like me. So he was following, I guess, Millennial Woes, this British character that's pretty popular in the dissident right, who was interviewing Greg Johnson. And Greg Johnson mentioned that Jews, on average, have a network 10 times bigger than Goyim. And I don't know if it was a study or just a heuristic. I think he quoted like it was a study. But I could imagine, saying there's some natural element of being Jewish, international, global people, management class, merchant class, that your average Jew is better at networking, and not just like a little bit networking, but 10 times better networking than Gentiles. And so I mentioned, okay, in terms of like BZ, the con man with Mario, and possibly the Abraham Accords. So, just to mention, okay, so, I was on Mario's space, and I'd watched it a few times. Like I'd been watching listening to Mario off and on from the summer. Like I contacted to get on his show when he was doing the BanTheADL stuff. So really it first came on, Mario Nawfal first came onto my radar in the summer during BanTheADL. And so I was saying that it was kind of like a revival of Bloodsports. When Doovid first got into streaming, you had the internet Bloodsports, the Worski, Jean-Francois Carepi, Baked Alaska, different heel turn, various things, Luke Ford, that I got my start with, where you just had people that didn't like each other going up against each other, like the Jerry Springer Show, Donahue, and be like neo-Nazis and Jews, KKKs and blacks, and racist and anti-racist, Antifa and fascist, and just all, no holds barred, no rules, debate, teasing each other, personal attacks. And it was the most popular thing on YouTube. Ethan Ralph and the Kill Stream. And that was just when I was finishing University of Michigan, and Richard Spencer was from the biggest news in the country, and his internet debate with the name slipping. He's not even that popular anymore, but the guy, Carl Benjamin or something, the guy out of London, I'm forgetting the name that he used on his stream. But back then he had hundreds of thousands of followers and was one of the bigger streamers in London. And he was kind of like a multiculturalist, leftist. And he debated Richard Spencer on the Worski show. And, like thousands of people were watching it. Hundreds of thousands of people saw the broadcast. And then, they had like, the big names in, from like neo-Nazis to, a lot of the debates were more generic and normal. So it wasn't like every single night, not racist versus anti-racist, but it was pretty common. So to some extent, you had a return of that in the summer when the BanTheADL movement happened, and it became international. Although there was some internationalness of the original YouTube Bloodsports debates, like it was mostly from Anglo countries. Like you had some, like Australia and like Joel Davis in Australia, a lot of people in the UK, like John Morgan, who I went to school with in University of Michigan, went to Hungary, Greg Johnson in the UK, but it was mostly English speaking, mostly US, UK, Australia. You had other people from other nations, but it was more Western. And Twitter has definitely been more international. Yeah, Jake. I don't know why Carl Benjamin's name's slipping me. Like, I mean, because that was like the biggest debate in all of internet history. And I'm forgetting the name that Akkadian was his name, like Akkadian history or something like that. But whatever that was, like a lot of these guys disappeared. They're not even around anymore. Oh, Sargon of Akkad. Yeah, Sargon of Akkad. Well, yeah, I appreciate that, Jake. So yeah, Sargon of Akkad was um the big name that you had debated Richard Spencer and Sargon of Akkad. There were other guys like Stephen Molyneux, and then they had like a period of censorship where almost all those guys got kicked off of YouTube, and a lot of those people aren't even around anymore. They're smaller, or they're new names. So like Mario Nawfal, never heard of the guy until this last summer, and then all of a sudden he's the biggest thing on Twitter. He's got the single biggest Twitter Spaces. He has Twitter Spaces with over like 100,000 listeners, and he's averaging like 10 to 20,000 on his Spaces. And BanTheADL happens, and he's having like Keith Woods and Lucas Gage, and these names that I'd been familiar with, and I'd even debated with Lucas Gage 5 years ago. Was on a stream with him, Brundle Fly, and like Richard Spencer and Faustian, and I think even Handsome Truth was on that stream. And the founder of the GDL, like 5 years ago, when these things were more common on YouTube, before the Christchurch shootings, God forbid, and after the Christchurch shootings, there became mass censorship. I mean, there started to be a little bit of censorship after Unite the Right in 2017, and then after the Christchurch shootings in New Zealand, there was mass censorship, and almost all these debates were completely taken off YouTube, and to the darker recesses of the internet, or different channels. Some of the people stayed around. Like Lucas Gage was always around. Keith Woods was always around. He was more intellectual, but then like eventually they had the trial, the Charlottesville Unite the Right trial, and a lot of those people faced legal trouble. And so these like blood sports debates were not popular at all anymore, although counter-Semitism was maybe increasing. Then you have like Trump loses to Biden, so you have this rise of counter-Semitism, anti-Semitism, starting the beginning of this year, last year, the Kanye West debacle, God forbid, Nicholas Fuentes, Kanye West teaming together, appearing on Fresh and Fit, and various things that there was like some censorship. People were a little bit scared of. I didn't even know Handsome Truth was on X. I mean, Handsome Truth has his own TV, Goyim TV. But I was just mentioning, like, yeah, like Doooovid had a run in with Handsome Truth, like in 2017, when he kept on making new YouTube and when he was on YouTube. And like that was before the censorship, when he was just straight up on YouTube. And then he kept on getting banned. It'd be like Handsome Truth number. I think he went through like 50, where he kept on creating new accounts, and he got through like 50 accounts. And when they first started doing the like stream takeovers in the chat, the ratings, so like that's, God forbid, my most popular video on my channel, the Post No More News show, where Handsome Truth and the GDL rated my channel. But before he even started doing that, when he was just first getting started, he was still like a rapper. He appeared on a Brundlecast that Richard Spencer and Lucas Gage was on, and he wanted to talk to Richard Spencer. So he tried to get on the stream in order to talk to Richard Spencer, which he talked to a few minutes. And then Richard left, and like we had a rap battle, which he defeated me. He was actually a quite good rapper, and he, Doooovid raps a little. I haven't done that in a while, but God forbid, Handsome Truth, he like destroyed me in the rap battle. And he even had his different partner than Hispanic. I mean, but I think that was like already 5-6 years ago. Like Handsome Truth was just getting started, and was not a major player, and was doing like the raids, the YouTube raids, and had a few hundred viewers. And it was only like 2021, 20, that he started moving into IRL, actually doing street protest. In like, God forbid, like 2017 or 18, we also talked to Patrick Little. So like when Patrick Little, God forbid, ran for governor of California as a Republican, and he got like 100,000 votes in the primary, and he like stomped on the Israeli flag, and he decided to do a global tour, like a national tour, like his his banners or holding up signs. Sway, Sway. So Sway and Handsome Truth were on the Brundle cast together when they were still friends. So that was like Handsome Truth went through levels of radicalization, because like Handsome Truth was a Bernie bro. So like in 2016, Handsome Truth was a Bernie bro, literally. Like he was a rapper and a Bernie bro trying to advance his career in acting. And then like 2017, he starts becoming anti-Semitic. And he's on the YouTube, and he's a minor player. No one's really taking him that seriously. And he creates the GDL, and he starts doing raids, and going through channels. So like people knew about him, and my YouTube channel was big enough that he raided my channel. But God forbid, it's still my most popular video on YouTube. But like even before he started doing the raids, before he even started doing the raids, when he was teaming up with Sway, and he was still a rapper. That was just like a year off of him, when he had last been a Bernie bro. And there had been kind of like the Bernie bro to alt-right crossover. Like a lot of the alt-right groypers were Bernie bros. So someone like Nicholas Fuentes was a Ben Shapiro fan. He was a Zionist, pro-Israel, conservative, who loved Ben Shapiro, and then became counter-Semitic after Unite the Right, as opposed to people like Handsome Truth, who were Bernie bros, and switched from being Bernie bros to basically being full-time counter-Semites. And even to think that Handsome Truth now, God forbid, is like one of the the leading counter-Semites in the whole world, like doing IRL activity, and from his original GDL, where now he's doing street activity, flyer drops, and he's got people all over the country doing this. Like, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. But so I was mentioning that that history, because Mario Nawfal, to some extent, was doing the internet blood sports thing, where he's just like, well, let's just bring everyone together and talk it out. And like people that were attacking each other. And it was a little bit more, I don't want to say like Mario, like he's doing financial stuff and other things, but like if you want to degrade Mario and saying he was doing like Jerry Springer stuff. But like, yeah, to some extent, like Mario was doing the old school Warski blood sports Jerry Springer model, where it's like, okay, ban the ADL, let's bring on Lucas Gage and Keith Woods and like some rabbis and have them argue. And so I mean, it wasn't quite like Jerry Springer stuff, but like it was still kind of like daytime talk show type stuff. And they wanted the argument, they wanted the excitement, and the viewership, and tried to be a little bit serious. Although at the same time, okay, Mario's from Australia and based in Dubai, and maybe has businesses in London or like certain details, but like he's a businessman, serial entrepreneurial, and he got into news as a business. And whether he's just trying to make money off of this stuff, or whether he legitimately had like desires. So like if you give Mario the benefit of the doubt, he's a Arab businessman who had lived in Australia, went to business school at Monash University, and actually Doooovid is distantly related to Sir Monash, the general of Monash University, in Australia, a distant relative of Doooovid, very distant. But whatever the case, Monash is one of the most prominent Jews in Australian history. but he goes to business school in Monash University and then becomes a serial entrepreneur and opens up like some smoothie health food stores, franchises it, and then pivots into cryptocurrency and supposedly is worth tens of millions of dollars. And, just like a serial entrepreneurial, like Mark Cuban wannabe, and, just wants to keep on opening up new businesses, but he really likes crypto and cryptocurrencies. And, he does a daily stream on crypto, and supposedly like he made good decisions and invested in the right crypto. And then he's pivoted this money and fame that he wants to do news services and crowdsourcing news. And to some extent, like Twitter spaces are kind of like Clubhouse. And I was never on Clubhouse, but they're more kind of like conversational, teasing, not like high intellectual stuff. So Mario is kind of like Clubhouse with like somewhat intellectual, somewhat trying to give news and like breaking news, but also kind of like conversational, blood sports style. And when Twitter spaces start, this businessman from Dubai ends up being the biggest thing in Twitter spaces. And like Elon Musk is joining his Twitter spaces. Like, I don't know the details of how Elon Musk knew Mario or why he chose to be on his Twitter spaces or how Mario got his network, his businesses, if it's all legitimate or whatever, like, I don't have any special information in it, but, Mario is the biggest name in Twitter spaces, young businessman from, who appears to be philo-Semitic to some extent and pro-Israel leaning. So, coming off of the Abraham Accords, that he's this, Arab businessman from Dubai, and he's going to bring peace between Israel and the Palestinians, and he's going to solve anti-Semitism in the West. You all just get along, and so bring on Keith Woods and a rabbi, and you're going to talk it out. And like Mario is just saying, you guys should just be able to get along, and try to talk it out and use reason, and like Israel and Palestine and Lebanon and like kind of like the full like Trump Kushner plans where like Mario is going to solve peace in the Middle East like Trump, and carry on the Abraham Accords and have all these conversations, and then so the war breaks out and he's covering the war in Israel. He's doing streams every day, and some of them are going on for like 8 hours. So, like I listened to tens of hours of Mario because he was covering the war in Israel every day for like 8 hours, sometimes 10-hour streams. And he had like really big names. And he had Middle East experts. So he had like war experts, and he had people from like, Lebanon and Palestine and Israelis. And his co-host is this guy, anonymous Israeli guy, BZ. And so, I mentioned it, on the stream, like, like, who is this guy? Why is he hosting with Mario? But like, whatever, I don't know. So Mario met the guy, basically he just saying like chants in Hebrew, they call it shkocha pratis, just providence, right place at the right time, where he was doing spaces on other topics. He ran into this guy, BZ Benjamin Zev, and was a good working relationship. So he started making him his co-host, and then the war in Israel broke out, and he started streaming hours and hours every day. He is working together with this guy BZ, who's his co-host every day, who's his pro-Israel guy, and because he's an Arab, he's got all these Arabs coming on that from Lebanon, mostly Egypt, different places in the Middle East. And BZ is the pro-Israel Israeli moderator. And, then there's all types, mostly like right-wing type news personality, dissident right, like Trump, pro-Trump right-wingers mostly. You can see like Laura Loomer, Alex Jones, Vivek Ramaswamy, Leif Parnas. So he's capitalizing mostly on the pro-Trump dissident right movement, and he starts delving into counter-Semitism. First one, the BanTheADL, where like he's naturally anti the ADL because he loves Twitter, he loves Elon Musk, and here the ADL is attacking Twitter, and he's not from America, and he's pro-Israel, and most of the right-wing Jews that he knows don't like the ADL, and so he's like attacking the ADL, and so I tried to get on to defend the ADL or just to some level, and eventually I did get on the show, and Keith Woods was on the stream, and then I started debating Keith Woods, and then the next day Keith Woods invited me on his stream, and the guy BZ comes onto the stream to attack me, and then like 2 weeks later I was on the stream with Adam Green, and I bump into this guy Yehuda Amsalog, who maybe he's related to Rabbi Amsalog in my neighborhood, the rabbi at Beaumont Hospital or not, but like we did not hit it off friendly. So like I don't know if he's if he talks to Rabbi Amsalog, like this guy's convinced that I'm a poser and a fake Jew, like even though I'm friends with his cousin who's the rabbi here at Beaumont Hospital, but whatever the case, like he didn't decide to call up his cousin Rabbi Amsalog here. He just decided to trust this guy BZ, or whatever the case. But so then just this week, the news drops that this guy BZ is a con man. And it turns out he's not Israeli. His name's not Benjamin Zev. Like he'd been saying he's a lawyer. He's not a lawyer. He may not even be Jewish. And he's just a straight up con man who's been stealing from people. He spent time in prison for like running these cons and like conning like sick people out of money, and just these like ridiculous financial crimes where he was just like ridiculous, like conning people out of money in God forbid, like a cartoon character, like bad guy way. So pretty interesting. So there's a lot to find out, and so interesting. So you mentioned that this guy, the pro-Israeli voice BZ on Mario Nawfal, is basically the biggest name in pro-Israel Zionism in the whole world. Like Mario Nawfal is hosting the biggest Twitter spaces in the whole world. This space right here with Alex Jones and Elon Musk is the record for the most viewed Twitter space ever. That includes Elon Musk talking with DeSantis, or Elon Musk in the Council of Jewish Elders, or Netanyahu, or any of these other things. That this stream with Elon Musk and Alex Jones is the most watched thing on Twitter ever. And even just these regular streams, the regular streams got 1 million to 2 viewers. So you're talking like Doooovid. I'm lucky to get 200 viewers on these live streams. So like, thank God, 14 people watching. Appreciate you tuning in. God bless. Happy New Year's. The links in the chat if anyone wants to pop on and talk. But if you're looking at it, this guy was the most popular guy on Twitter. There are over 1 million people every day watching his programs. I mean, they weren't really his program. He only had like 10,000 followers. So like no one was tuning in because of BZ. Like he wasn't necessarily like this mad popular guy that everyone loved. He was, just the pro-Israel voice, and pro-Israel people liked him. So he had, maybe like 10, 15,000 followers. He would host spaces. I think when he hosted a space, he only got tens of people, and he would be on other spaces with pro-Israel people that would have a few hundred people. So he wasn't like this mad popular guy, but he was co-hosting the most popular spaces on Twitter that like over 1 million people were watching every single day. And he was the pro-Israel guy for 2 months straight. He was the biggest name on Twitter in pro-Israel activism. And so Mario says like, he was giving him the benefit of the doubt. It's tough to be pro-Jewish. You're like, maybe he's getting death threats. You're like Doooovid, like, even Doooovid just is a small-time streamer. I get a lot of trolling, a lot of hate. I occasionally get death threats, God forbid. So, maybe BZ was honest broker, and he was just scared to give his name because because he's defending Israel and people are threatening to kill him, and or whatever reason. So that Mario gave him the benefit of the doubt of like accepting his story that maybe he was lying, maybe he was claiming he was more famous than he was. That he was actively active in the Trump administration. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe we won't. And I remember like Adam Green, I'd mentioned to him, like, what sense does it make? Like Elon Musk and Alex Jones are on the stream and it's hosted by an anonymous Israeli guy. And so, figure, okay, there's a lot of philo-Semitism. Elon Musk uses Israeli firms for cybersecurity, like Joel Roth, who used to be in charge of your security at Twitter, was Israeli American, and when he was fired, he was replaced with another Israeli, Yoni, in the Walter Isaacson book. He doesn't give the full name of the guy, but he mentions when Joel Roth was fired, he was replaced by an Israeli called Yoni. And Elon Musk is using Israeli cybersecurity firms for data protection because Israel is one of the best in the world with certain fields of cybersecurity. So the Elon Musk, maybe he just thought like, okay, like there's an non-Israeli guy who's hosting the the biggest stream ever on X, and like, okay, like there's an anonymous Israeli guy who's hosting it. He probably like Mossad and cybersecurity unit 8200 or something like that. And like, I didn't know. I was saying like, okay, like I had a run with them, like I'd mentioned the last few weeks. Like I said, whoever this guy was, he did not like me. And I saw like, okay, there's a lot of people who don't like me, God forbid. Just mentioned like Twitter's an unfriendly space. I'm going to mention a little bit more about that. But I was like, okay, like this dude does not like me. But like, okay, there's a lot of right-wing Jews. There's a lot of Zionists. There's a lot of people I've had beef with in the past. And so just okay, BZ didn't like me. Okay, like it is what it is. Just he was a big name. Actually came after me in this other space, like comes on to Amslog, God forbid, because like this guy, Rabbi Amslog in Detroit is this like sweet, nicest man in the world. He's like a chaplain at the local hospital, but like whoever his cousin in Toronto, Yehuda Amslog, like he is not a friendly guy. So, or whatever the nature of it is. It's just ironic because like I think Amslog, I'm thinking like this like sweet, nice man who's the chaplain at the local hospital. But this other guy, Amslog in Toronto, like he did not like me. We did not have a friendly relationship. But like, yeah, so he brings on BZ and, to attack me. And then like that week, he's hosting the biggest stream, the biggest space ever on Twitter. And then it disappeared. So actually, so Keith Woods was it this week? Yeah, I think it was this week. It's actually like Doooovid typically I'm cheap. So Keith Woods had this week Ron Oons, or I guess that was a week and a half ago, and I forgot to mention it. So I actually super chatted Keith Woods on the Ron Oons stream and asked him about BZ. I was like, what happened to BZ? He disappeared. And because BZ said he was friends with Keith Woods. It's like I didn't know who he was. I just assumed that his story was probably true because like he's hosting the biggest spaces on X. He's buddies with like all my haters and my right-wing Jewish haters. So I just assumed that probably is what it is. Like he's this Israeli intelligence guy in Doooovid leans, anti-Zionist, so he doesn't like me. So yeah, I just assumed it was what it was, that like, okay, this dude just didn't like me, and he probably is what he is. There's a lot of right-wing Jews, Israelis that don't like me, and so he's just one of them. So I super chatted Keith Woods when Ron Oons was on. I like the Oons blog. Ron Oons is, I guess he's on the ADL list, like he's a little conspiracy theorist, but I like the Oons blog. Oons is interesting character, so I super chatted him. I was like, where's what happened to your buddy BZ? because Keith Woods brought BZ onto his stream to attack me. And, Keith Woods didn't know. And then like 2 days later, BZ is outed. His real identity is revealed, and he may not even be Jewish, let alone he's like a two-book con man who's been in prison, and he's been like frauding people out of thousands of dollars. Not like a two-book con man, but he's been, stealing actually hundreds of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars. So he was like a relatively big con man. So yeah, God forbid, that was pretty big news. Although, didn't make major news. So The Hill covered the Alex Jones space, like Alex Jones being put back on Twitter, that made The Hill. So that, The Hill news program covered Elon Musk letting Alex Jones go back on Twitter, and they even play a clip from the space, and you could see BZ right there as the host. Alex Jones wasn't using his own Twitter. He was speaking through someone else, and you could see Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, Lauren Loomer, a few other people that were on the stream. But you see BZ there. So like, even though he's been like outed as like a con man, that hasn't made anything more than local news in Canada where he lives. So this guy, Dale Carruthers, who is a reporter in London, Ontario. So I guess this guy, BZ, actually lives in Canada, like in Ottawa. And, whatever his story was. So this guy, Dale Carruthers, was the reporter who reported on his arrest years ago when he got arrested from fraud. And so he followed up with the case. And, I was mentioning, like, I'm going to cancel my blue check mark on Twitter because, like, God forbid, Elon Musk, like, if, Elon Musk can't even navigate. So, I was mentioning Elon Musk, maybe he just figured, okay, like, of course there's an Israeli guy co-hosting, he's probably cybersecurity expert, and Elon Musk uses Israeli cybersecurity team to keep X safe. And he's got probably, a ton of Israeli business partners in Tesla and Neuralink and various things. So, maybe Elon Musk just saw the Hebrew letters and felt safe that, whatever. But no, the guy, in all likelihood, is not even Jewish. And so the question, like, Elon Musk, like, what's going on with Twitter? So I made this comment here. The nature of the platform and spaces of trying to meet people, debate, network, that the current business model of spaces seems to promote con men and theft over honesty. And the countless people who were friends with Darko, hosted spaces, and complicit with them were largely blinded by this problematic business model of new Twitter, hoping to gain more followers and monetize their Twitter, that they unknowingly conspired with a con man in the hopes of becoming ex-profitable influencers. Now just claim to be a victim, but move on and continue to do the same thing because that is what the Twitter business model encouraged them to do. So, I made that, comment, but it's saying, like, yeah, Twitter encourages and rewards bad behavior. It's like, oh, like, it's like Clubhouse. You want to get a big Twitter space, and you want to get a big following, and then you could monetize your following, and then you could make money off of it. So, I mean, one thing, you had like Lucas Gage, who started making money, and people like counter-Semitism became popular and had a lot of followers, but just in general, Twitter spaces. So, how do you get popular Twitter spaces? By being like the Jerry Springer Show, by being like mean and nasty and making fun of each other. So, and like trying to discredit people and like, oh, don't listen to this guy, he's a fraud and he's a liar. Or like, like, I don't like this guy, so like, let's make a Twitter space attacking this guy, and so on and so on. So the nature of the current platform encourages this bad behavior of people disparaging each other, and lack of expertise, lack of honesty, self-promotion, dishonesty. But then also the biggest name in Twitter spaces, Mari Nawfal's co-host, is not just like a dishonest con man, but he's a thief who is using Twitter Spaces to get information out of people to steal money from them, allegedly. Innocent until proven guilty, but he had done that in the past, and that's what people are claiming, that he was pretending. And even my interaction with him, like it looks like he was running the same con on me that he was running on other people. Like, as the last thing we say, he's like, you need a psychologist. I will pay for your psychologist, which was part of his scam. I guess somehow, he might have been able to scam me by like trying to pay for my psychologist, or even just information, to get my information, by saying like, oh, Doooovid, he's not really Jewish. And then, therefore I'm going to give my information. So like, if it's just their style. So, BZ and his co-conspirators are going to say like, oh, Doooovid's not really Jewish. And then, well, how am I going to defend myself? I'm going to say, these guys are lying. These guys are purposely disparaging my family history, my lineage, where I went to school. And my only way to defend myself is to publicly disclose my personal information. So, it creates like this scam where you have like these anonymous people attacking you. And the only way to defend yourself is to give over your personal information. And then the people are going to use your personal information to steal from you. God forbid. So, you're like, I'm canceling my blue check mark. And, I see the negativity of X and Twitter Spaces in, in that sense, like I could see what's happening is like, okay, on YouTube or whatever, I have my haters, we have a little bit of debate, and occasionally I have a troll. But like, okay, this is my own channel. If you're here, you're coming to my channel to watch my content. Twitter, you're going to start talking with random people. Random people are just going to attack you, and they're going to personally attack you. They're going to accuse you of lying, or being, you being the con man, you doing misinformation. And the only way for you to defend yourself is to disclose personal information. And then they would try to use that personal information to steal from you, God forbid. So unfortunate, that's why I'm mentioning it. And, maybe we'll talk about it more in relationship like to Israel, and saying like, okay, October 7th, the Israeli incompetence. How could it be that the biggest pro-Israeli voice on all of Twitter, that tens of millions of people have seen his content and him defending Israel, wasn't actually Israeli, wasn't even probably Jewish, and was running cons, stealing money from people, but yet on Twitter Spaces he was the biggest pro-Israeli voice in all of Twitter. And then like you're looking at like, okay, like he built himself into it. He was doing spaces, he was working together with people, and it was somewhat like mutual success. Like, want to get big, I want to make it big. Like, here's my big break. Like, okay, like I mentioned, Grace Thorpe, got on Destiny. Like, oh, it's your big break, you got on Destiny. Or like the Crucible, Andrew Wilson, he gets on Destiny and it's his big break, and now he's got 30,000 subs. Now he quit his job. So Andrew Wilson, it's a little bit different with like YouTube and his platform, where it's not quite like X Spaces, but like, okay, Andrew Wilson quit his job, he pivoted, and now he's a professional YouTuber, and he makes money, and he's got super chats, and he's appearing on big streams, and he's making thousands of dollars in a program, by doing the basic model, get on bigger platforms, and then you work away to basically chip away that audience and get that audience to watch you. If you call it like a Destiny Orbiter, where like Andrew Wilson becomes a Destiny Orbiter, and through that he chips away at Destiny's audience, and now he has a little chunk of his own audience, and he's making money. He was able to quit his job and become a professional streamer. Negation. There's definitely, there's a lot of anti-Semitism everywhere. So I'm saying, is there's especially anti-Semitism on Twitter, or is Twitter just, because it has free speech, people are coming to Twitter to express their views that they can't express anywhere else, and one of the views that they want to express is anti-Semitism. So, God forbid, the ADL numbers are clear, like 20%, 30%, 25% of the world are anti-Semitic. There are hundreds of millions of anti-Semites around the world. In the U.S., like it used to be about 10% of people that were relatively quite anti-Semitic to, maybe now, God forbid, it's increased to like 20%. So, there are millions and millions of anti-Semites in America. And if that number is increased in the level of that, so, saying, well, that was my argument for free speech being, why does the ADL want to suppress free speech? Because the Jewish people are a vulnerable minority, and there's a lot of people who don't like us. And just allowing people to express themselves is dangerous for the Jews, because there's millions of people who don't like us. Yeah, I mean, Liquid Zero. Gab, there's other places for free speech, but like relatively average people aren't on Gab. So if you're on Gab, it's already, I mean, God forbid, I don't disparage Gab, like a pejorative, but saying it's already like a cesspit, like Fortran or something, like 8tran, like that, where there's already a whole bunch of like negativity and other stuff where RG, it's not surprising there's more anti-Semites than Jews. I mean, just think of the ADL statistics, 1 in 2 people believe at least some level, half of all people in America, and like higher, 70% of people in the world believe at least a few anti-Semitic tropes, like that Jews are more loyal, God forbid, to Israel than America. Like half of Americans believe that. So you want to say, well, are you anti-Semitic if you think Jews are more loyal to Israel than America? If that's the case, then like there's over 100 million anti-Semites in America. But if you're going to look like the ADL survey, where they have like 10 or whatever the anti-Semitic tropes, that 10% of Americans believe like 6 or more of the anti-Semitic tropes. So like according to the ADL, it used to be 10% of America. Like with the increase, it may be 20%. So like 20% of Americans are basically anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists. That's like 1 out of 5 people. So you're talking like 50 million Americans that are anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists. So, whether people are like actively anti-Semitic, where they're caught up and they're like, God forbid, want to do violence or bad things to the Jews. So I forget who I heard from, the Paratio rule of the Paratio rule. So if you say like, well, God forbid, 20% of people are anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists. Of the 20%, 20% of those people would like to do something about it. So like 4% of Americans dislike like us quite a bit, and would probably support violence against us. And of that 24%, maybe 2% of the 20% of those would actually do violence. So you're looking at the less than 1%, but you're looking at like already about half to 1% of Americans that would questionably be violent towards Jews in America. I mean, it could be like that's also like that for blacks or Muslims. It's probably even higher for different groups. But like relatively, like you said, well, yeah, there's probably, God forbid, if there's 5-6 million American Jews. I mean, if you count, depending on you count Jews, let's say 10 million Jews in America. If you give a liberal count of it, there's probably 2 to 5 million Americans that are violently anti-Semitic, God forbid, and there's probably about, God forbid, I mean, there's probably like 20 million. There's probably like stronger than that. There's probably like a good few million that would support those people with the act. They wouldn't act themselves, but they would support people if they acted. Took out their violence against the Jewish people. There might be well over 10 million people who would cheer it on, and there's probably about 50 million conspiracy theorists that basically believe what would be considered conspiracy theories against the Jews. So if you look, there's 5 to 10 times as many Jewish conspiracy theorists as there are Jews. I mean, these are the ADL, AJC, all Pew, all the polling organizations. You're just like a factual accounting of it. That 1 out of 5 people you talk to on the street. I mean, that's why I told Yuda Amslag on the street. Like, we was like, why are you talking to these people? They're like, I'm talking to these people because 1 out of 5 people think like this. And like, Adam Green is not, he's like anti-violence. It's like at the level of that, you say, well, Adam Green would be, the full level of conspiracy theorist, where he believes the majority of what's considered anti-Semitic conspiracy tropes. However, he's anti-violence, and he's willing to judge people as individuals, as opposed to maybe Lucas Gage. And Lucas Gage is also generally denounces violence. So he got kicked off for the statement that was depicted to be violent. But like generally, Lucas Gage has always denounced violence. Even Handsome Truth has always denounced violence. And he's like, okay, maybe some of their followers, but like even Handsome Truth has always denounced violence. But the numbers have increased, like Kathleen Ballou in her studies of like your white supremacy or dissident movements of the concentric circles, and like, well, you have your actual neo-Nazi compounds and KKK and severely cultish type Christian identitarian and various people versus the people are sympathetic, versus just the people are conspiracy theorists. But 1 out of 5 Americans believe in conspiracy theories about the Jews, and that's like your friends, your family, your neighbors. So like even in the Jewish community, like even okay, I lived in Borough Park, or like I live in Southfield, Oak Park, Michigan, Detroit, Michigan. Even my neighbors, like 1 out of 5 people is a counter-Semitic conspiracy theorist, and that would mean like the ADL list of anti-Semitic tropes. That 1 out of 5 people in my neighborhood or more would believe the majority of them. And so that's just the reality of dealing. Okay, but violence is pretty small. Like less than 1 out of 100 people are a danger threat of violence, and that's still a lot. You're saying because Jews are only like 2 or 3 out of 100 Americans. So people that would be willing to do violence to Jews, if there's 1 out of 100 Americans, that's a pretty serious, significant threat. And that's why something like free speech is dangerous, because if there's 1 million people in America that are willing to say, God forbid, that they think it's okay to, or we'd even recommend doing violence towards Jews, that's a lot of people. That means that basically every single Jew on social media is going to have an anti-Semitic troll. And saying like, and the reality is like everyone has haters. Like our society's falling apart. Everyone has haters. Like there's anti-white, anti-black, anti-Christian, anti-Muslim. Everyone has haters. And so society's falling apart. So if you appear on social media, your hater is going to find you and tell you they hate you. And for Jews, because like the Holocaust and historical things are really paranoid about it, and they were like, well, shut it down. You got to have censorship. Like I can't have my kid going on Twitter and getting harassed because 1 out of 100 people want to harm us. And he's like, well, it's America. Like, okay, 1 out of 100 people buy a gun, take self-defense, like take your security seriously, live in a Jewish neighborhood, some sort of advice. And to say, well, like, no, I can't accept this. We said, what are you going to do about it? You can't really do anything about it. You could try talking to people. So that was like Mario Nawfal. Like, let's talk it out. Let's have a conversation. Let's meet some kind of common ground. Like the Abraham Accords, buddy. Like, didn't you hear about the Abraham Accords? Maybe like Doovovid and Keith Woods could have an honest conversation and bring peace between, Jews and counter-Semites, or like Adam Green, or, something like that. But the statistics are clear. And just the ADL, AJC, Pew, all the Jewish organizations, these statistics are very clear. The orders. Now, when you have pro-Palestinian protests, where you basically have, Liam, God bless, Happy New Year's, you're welcome to join. But where you basically have, to some extent, and they could be justified. You could say, well, I mean, Israel's doing something horrible in Gaza, but you basically have like anti-Jewish protests every day in every major city, in every university. Like I was at University of Michigan, and every year they tried to pass the BDS resolution until it passed. mean, I don't know, RG, if we're going backwards, or maybe it's just the way it always was. I mean, certainly things are increasing and waging war. I have the StreamYard link. So I don't know if you're live on your own, you could simulcast. I'll put the StreamYard link again. It's on my YouTube, but I'll add the StreamYard link again on Twitter Spaces. So you take the StreamYard link. So I had it pinned on. Yeah, so we'll see if Liam joins. But yeah, so I talked with Stephen, and so I was mentioning kind of like Jewish networking, and so the Abraham Accords, like, okay, now Dubai, the UAE, is having agreement with Jews and like business people, like okay, we want to travel and make friends, but like Jews are a lot of business people. Like business is part of our religion. Arabs are a lot of business people, also, and one of the things we do is business. So one of the way Jews profit in business is by networking. That was mentioned at the beginning that Greg Johnson said your average Jew has a network 10 times bigger than your average Gentile. It's somewhat natural for Jews to network. But Jews are international people. Jews go to Jewish schools or summer camps, know people from multiple states, maybe traveled to Israel or traveled to Europe, are part of synagogue groups or organizations that they know people in multiple states, and you eventually move into business. And then also like, okay, I went to Jewish schools and there's a business network. So, saying like, I was asking Stephen about things like, does his father have life insurance? Or, things like mortgage brokering, stock brokerage, insurance. And yeah, like I went to yeshiva, like I know 100 guys that are brokers of some sort. And like, the Lubavitch Rebbe endorsed life insurance. Like the Lubavitch Rebbe said, selling life insurance is an honorable, recommended profession for a Lubavitcher. I forget, I'd seen a book, like the Lubavitch Rebbe even used to endorse life insurance agents. So I mean, like the Lubavitch Rebbe was so pro life insurance that he even endorsed life insurance agents. And you have a pro-family religion where people have their family, and it's a good thing to have life insurance. Like you're going to pass away at some point, you have your family, you want your kids to be well off, so you have life insurance. And not everyone could have a home. So say like, okay, in Brooklyn, most Orthodox Jews are not homeowners, like a minority. Like in Brooklyn, probably like less than 10% of Jews are homeowners, because like it's apartments and it's very expensive. You can't have a home in Brooklyn that's worth less than like $500,000, even $1 million. Probably in London, it's the same thing. You can't really have you can't really have a home that's like not worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So most people in London aren't homeowners. But like at a different time, maybe half of them have life insurance, because they're saying like, well, you care about your kids. You want your kids to be taken care of. Like Liam, I'm not sure if you tried joining, but your microphone or camera wasn't connected. But I saw you try to join, but wasn't there. So these various things like that would be stable. Like, so if you're like an Orthodox Jew and you buy a house or life insurance, you go to synagogue and be like, well, which guy do I want to hook up? Because like I could go to shul and there's going to be like 10 different brokers there. And it's just like, well, which one do I want to use give the commission to? Which one do I trust more? But like, if you're a goy, like I was telling Stephen, he doesn't know a single mortgage broker. He doesn't know a single stockbroker. He doesn't know, like a single, he knew a real estate agent. He doesn't know a single life insurance salesman. Like Doooovid, I know 100 of these brokers. Like if I, I don't have life insurance. Like if I had children, a family, I would probably get life insurance. But like, yeah, if I decide to buy life insurance, I know 100, I know like 20 different life insurance agents. And like, I know they would get their commission. And, mortgage or even like wholesale retail brokers, like, Doooovid, I'm a happy merchant. I buy and sell things. And what do you want? What do you need? Doooovid sells books. But what do you want? I could get it for you. And like a certain understanding of networking that is basically endorsed and promoted by the religion. It's a mitzvah. It's a good deed to help someone with their parnasa, their livelihood. So, within religious Judaism, it's considered a good deed to try to help somebody out with their livelihood. And that means, referring business to them, and then you get like a kickback and, negation. You're saying you're only a quarter Jew. You didn't go to a Jewish school though, did you? I say, like, I went to Jewish schools, I went to Orthodox synagogues, and I went to synagogues where people don't go to university. So it's saying like, you're saying, well, you're Jewish. You're certainly more likely to know, some sort of agents or brokers than a non-Jew, but you say you didn't go to Jewish schools or you don't belong to a synagogue. You're an unaffiliated Jew. And I think we talked about this with Liam, but like, I was joking with Stephen, and, God forbid I was calling him like a dumb goy, because he didn't understand these things. You don't want to be poor. And, I was mentioning in connection to networking in general, where like the Abraham Accords, they say, how did BZ successfully pull off this con? And it's kind of the generic Jewish scam. And it's not even a scam, it's just networking where you come. And so I said that the basic Jewish con networking thing is like, okay, everyone knows they're the big Jews. There's like the big businessman. And, so like you pretend that you know them closer than you do. So it's like, okay, I'm in Metro Detroit. There's Bill Davidson. There's, Dan Gilbert. There's, these billionaires. Like if you're in Hollywood, it's like, Steven Spielberg or you're like the big names. You're like, yeah, it's my cousin. Steven Spielberg's my cousin. Like, yeah, I know him. And then you're thinking like, if you could reel in a whale, you could make a commission from it. Like Liam or something here. Like, it's like, well, you need a mortgage broker. Oh, I heard you're trying to buy a house, and like I could profit from that. Like I could call it my mortgage broker buddy, and I could get a commission off of that. But that's legitimate. Like Mario probably likes that kind of Jew. He probably likes that kind of business-minded sense, as opposed to straight conning people. But like, yeah. So God forbid, but thank God we got Liam here, and Happy New Year.
Doooovid, Happy New Year to you. I tried to bring you, I was on a live stream and I wanted to bring you on, but I had too many programs going at once and it wouldn't allow me. But I did
Your live stream or someone else's?
My own on YouTube. And then so it wouldn't let me bring up yours at the same time because it was in conflict with my OBS studio. But enough about that. Well, so you talk about Jewish, like people taking care of each other and supporting each other, which is something I find very admirable. But if we were to just plug in white people into where we have the term Jewish people, then all of a sudden that's a total different story. White people taking care of white people is just so abhorrent to the modern mind. And I think that really says a lot about the state and the condition of the European Western white man, as in contradiction in comparison to the Jewish person today.
Well, because nepotism is basically only a minority strategy. So like if you become a minority, like as white people, like or if you move to like the city and you were a clear minority, it might be slightly different. Than like historically, obviously, where the majority of America was white and would be considered like exclusionary. But I'm not so sure that I've argued this in the past, to saying like, yeah, like there's a lot of white people who hook up each other. Like there's a lot of institutes that are still mostly white. There's a lot of businesses and professions that are mostly white, and people naturally hook up each other, like in the same language. Because if you're a minority, you could say the things in a way that are not, it might be unpleasant for other people to hear. They might argue. They might be like, oh, like, like that's bad, or that's why we don't like you. but it's not as dangerous when you're a minority to being the majority.
You know, this is kind of a predicament, is like playing the victim narrative. Like, okay, I see that white people are under attack, and if anybody with any just awareness, they would notice that too, unless you're so steeped into propaganda. But then I don't want to use
Attack has levels. I
I don't want
mean,
to use
like,
I don't want to use a victim card. Like, I don't want to do what I see other minorities do. I don't think that's I don't want to fall into that.
what you say, what if you know, like, all likelihood in your lifetime, you will see white people become a minority, and depending where you're at, whites are already a minority. Like in almost all urban areas, whites are a minority. Like, I mean, certainly, like if you were in Detroit, like whites are a extreme minority. In New York City already, I think every single major city in America, whites are a minority. So, I mean, but obviously, overall in America,
And
you know,
how are those cities turning out? Are they the epitome of humanity at its most glorious stages in development?
well, they have their
And
problems.
to point that out
Yeah,
is
but I still
even
think the city's where it's at. And there are still white strongholds. So like in New York City, you still have like Staten Island. You still have areas like, you know, Queens, Long Island's, and, you know, like Metro Detroit. You still have some
this remind,
suburbs.
so I was
You still have Grand Rapids. I
so
mean,
I'm writing a book right now, and I'm looking for a title of it. You know, it's like autobiographical, because there's lots of things I want to present, and I feel like if I do it in an autobiographical mode, that it'll be a little bit more received better and relatable, and so I'm not preaching, and it reaches the common man. So I was thinking about titling it "Waking Up White," like a white person waking up to in consciousness, and the title was already taken by a lady named Debbie Levi, a Jewish woman who wrote a whole book called Waking Up White, about how she realized how privileged she was as a white person, and it was filled with like white hatred. A Jewish person identifying as white for her publisher, and it was picked up and promoted by a rabbi on top of that.
oh, God forbid.
And this is not something that is not uncommon, I'm afraid. It's the whole, like, Jon Stewart, whose real name is John Leibowitz, has a whole stand-up routine where he's like, you know what, white people, we suck. We ruin everything. And then he has another one where he's like, you know what, as a Jewish man, us black people and Jews, we need to get together and get whitey. I'm like, what the fuck, Doovid?
Yeah, I mean, because Jews are white, but not European. So white was created as an inclusive term that included more than just Europeans, and it only refers to really Americans. So, you know, like when you say white in America, it's inclusive of Jews legally. You know, even like Caucasians, like, you know, the term Caucasian is a skull type that includes people from the steppes in the Middle East, immigration policy, Syrians, people, you know, Turks, uh, Ashkenazic Jews, even the Sephardic Jews were all considered white. So, you know, if it's your identity where you consider, I mean, you're also white, but you're not white like a Jew is white. I mean, you are white like a Jew is white, but you're also European.
And you know, this is something even though going to school for religious studies, and then later a degree in theology, it wasn't until the age of about 34 that I realized that became aware that white people don't identify as white. And then beyond that, not only do they not identify as white, they actually hate white people. Many of it's in the religious doctrine, Edom, Rome, the white Eastern, Western Europeaner, even more than they hate actually the Arab, because at least the Muslim is more in line with monotheism than the white European Christian. I'm like, oh my goodness, I didn't know that. And there's so many of us that don't know it. And if I point it out, I'm like, you know, Jewish people don't identify as white. not only do they not identify as white, but they see them as their enemy, and they blame them for like World War II, very much so, as
Well, no,
Amalek.
Jews. You're because there's a differential. Like white is a broader category than European. So like Jews do identify as white when it mattered, because like in America,
Or
like,
when it's convenient, when it's good to like my John Stewart example.
yeah, but I'm saying the category of white is larger than the category of European. And so it's like Jews don't identify as European. Maybe now that being white is less beneficial, that I mean, for like the first 250 years of America, Jews identified as white. It was beneficial, and now maybe just in the last, probably, I mean, definitely like 19, not later than 1965, probably even only the last 20, 30 years where it's been uh, disadvantageous to identify as white, that Jews have shifted away from it.
Well, how convenient is that? Well, I don't have that convenience. I can't just not identify as white all of a sudden, and now we're getting hung out to dry and blamed for all the evils in the world, like
Well, you
slavery.
can't. You could be like, I'm Christian, I'm not white, in the same way that you're Jewish. You could be like, I'm a universalist, and you make your, say, where like, well, I'm Christian, I don't consider myself white, I consider myself Christian. And then you become like the modern American family, where like, your cousin's African American, and you're have fully embraced multiculturalism,
And
because your
that plays right
identity is.
and that plays right into the hands of the melting pot, who was created by a Jewish person, which is a great segue into what I'm saying, is that I was never so racially readily to identify until I found out that this outright attack is upon the white people, and not just from the blacks, from the browns, from the yellows, but the often behind it is this Jewish theology that needs to wipe out the white European Amalek Edom, who they identify with Esau. And so without knowing that, I'm like, I would have never been so defensive about my own race if I didn't know that it was on an outright attack.
Well, do you do like the blue-eyed thing in crowds, or maybe subconsciously?
What does that mean?
It means like, I mean, if you're in a majority white area where the majority of people have blue eyes, like you walk in and you scan the room and you look around the room and see who has blue eyes, and then you match eyes, and if like the majority of people have blue eyes, you have a certain comfortability level that your way is dominant. So like, if you're in a place, uh I mean, I don't know if you notice eye color, but like if you went into a restaurant and you scanned the room, and like the people, and you looked in people's eyes, and you saw that some majority level of them were blue-eyed people, you would have a comfortability, like, I'm with my people, we're the majority here. As opposed to if you scanned the room and you didn't match any other blue eyes, or there's just one other two blue-eyed people in the room, you would say like, oh, we're a minority here, I have to act in a different way from being a majority to the minority. I know I've spoken to many blue-eyed people that say that they do it, and I've noticed blue-eyed people doing that, because they like they look right past me, and I'm not sure if you consciously, if you notice eye color, that comfortability, like if you went to a school where the majority of people were blue-eyed people, or comfortability where you just walk into a room, there's 20 people there, you scan the room, and if the majority of the people there are blue-eyed people, you feel more comfortable. And then if the minority of people are blue-eyed people, you're not going to have that same comfort level.
Well, 8 to 10% of the world has blue eyes. 27% in the US, which I'm sure is declining by the second. So
But in certain parts of America, it's probably like 75, 80%. Like in certain red parts of America, the number of people with blue eyes is probably like 75%. So I mean, when you do the blue-eyed thing, where you'd walk into a room and you'd look around, and say like, you're among your own people, you have a certain comfortability factor of it being the majority. And I don't know, like where you went to high school, or your demographics, or where you hung around.
I've never experienced that. I would love to. That'd be great. I'm with my people.
You didn't grow up in a white area where the majority of people were.
No, I did. I just never really paid attention to it.
I mean, even to think like, okay, like, yeah, I mean, like, most people have dark features, but like in certain places of Europe, if you have dark features, you're going to stand out. So
for some reason, I was always attracted to the people who were different. So like if I was in a crowd of like a bunch of people and only 15% of them were black, and I was performing, DJing or hosting an event, I would reach out to them. If there was like this small group of like Jewish or Hispanic people, I would play Hispanic songs. I usually reach
you
out to
always
those.
lived amongst diversity. Diversity has been my experience my whole life. I've never been in an all white area. Like I've been in all Jewish areas, but like even the Jewish areas, there were other people. But it's like my whole life has been multiculturalism and diversity. And you're saying that's your
Well,
experience
it
too.
turns out you're not Jewish enough. And from my experience, whenever you
But yeah,
interact
I
with
felt that
other
for
Jewish
years.
people, you get
Yeah, but it's
raped.
like I was in
cold.
Israel, I was in Hasidic Brooklyn for like 10 years. Like I'm used to that. Like, like God
And
forbid.
they treated you harder than they treated other people, I bet, because you were more white.
Well, why don't they consider me white? Because like most Ashkenazi Jews were lighter featured than me, anyways. So it didn't necessarily like they didn't look at me as white. In fact, they probably thought because your average Ashkenazi Jew is pretty light, anyways. That I wasn't lighter than them. But
Is
I
there
was different. Some people treated me better, some people treated me worse. But yeah, they treated me different, and it was clear. Like I mean, but I hid under a black hat also. So I went to yeshiva and schools or synagogues for almost 5 years, where I just wore a black hat, and people, unless I'd spoken to them, or they told, or someone informed them, assumed that I was Jewish like they were, where basically like 95, 98% of the people were basically 100% Ashkenazic Jewish. So some of the people knew that I was a half breed, but I didn't tell everybody, and I dressed the same way, and I only told like a few people, but probably rumors or other people knew. And then later I kind of embraced it, where people basically everyone knew. um but I mean, even in Brooklyn, like okay, still we had like our Hispanic and Chinese and black and Italian neighbors. So and even in Israel, there were still Arabs or different types of Jews. So I'm just saying, like I've always been diversity. Like even in Israel, it's not like 100% Jewish. But there might still be places in America, like even my mom is a Jew. When she grew up in Chicago, she went to a high school in Glencoe, Illinois, um, and she said there was like one or two black kids there. There were like 1,500 students, and like there were quite a few Jews. Maybe like 10% of them were Jews, but there was only like one black in like of the whole like 1,500 people. Um, and so like that I've never experienced. Like like in fact, like blacks have basically been the majority my whole life. From Metro Detroit.
who,
Um,
who who do they think is the biggest threat to Judaism? The whites, the blacks, the browns, or the yellows? Who do they really prop up as like the enemy to Judaism?
they're all unique threats in a different way. I mean, relatively, like every group has its plus and minuses, its benefits, and but I mean, say, well, like whites are the majority, so the biggest threat comes from the majority. That if whites as a totality turned against us,
Are we
but
really the majority? I don't think we are the majority. Only 27% of the world.
yeah, but in America, whites are still like 60. Even still, they're like 60 some% of America, and like that's been decreasing. So even when I was a kid, maybe it was 75% of America was white. It'll probably be another 15, 20 years till less than half America is white.
Is there anything with Adam that he's been teaching that you disagree with in this past year, if as a year in review?
Well, I still believe in God. I think that what he's
But
saying is
he's
true.
not an atheist.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I'm saying like that, but I believe that the conspiracy is created by God, not by man. It's not a Jewish conspiracy. It's a
It's the
God
working of the
created
Holy Spirit.
conspiracy. But I think Adam Green's research is solid. He quotes his sources, and even his understanding of Jewish theology and Kabbalah is pretty spot on. But I still believe that it's true. Like that it's not like like you're talking like the uh, Christianity is a Judeo-deception, I might agree with that, but I say not because you're like some crafty, intelligent Jews, but because of divine providence.
So we believe that prophecy is like being self-fulfilled, and you think that it's actually God that's inspiring it and bringing it to fruition.
Yeah, and I would accept that there's a fundamental spiritual difference between a Jew and a non-Jew. That it's not like self-fulfillment, but there's actually something in the free will, or something, the third soul. That what's the origin of group that that Jews collectively act together because of this spiritual element, this third soul that we have.
Do you think that the goy, the non-Jew, that we could be redeemed, or are we unredeemable?
I mean, everyone's gonna be redeemed. Yeah, I mean, I don't take that conspiracy like in terms like people focus on.
That's what they say. Like Lurianic Kabbalism is like we're at the lesser three Sephirot that are unredeemable. So
yeah, but so you just focus on a few lines. So I mentioned like 1/3 of rabbinic laws, like business law, how to do like real estate and merchant stuff, and you're just picking out like 1% of the statements that talk about Jewish Gentile affairs.
That's the more practical application of the higher up theology. So like the practical application of the Gentile don't have, they're actually beasts, beasts in human form, and so we could do these things to them because it doesn't matter because they're not really human.
I would put it like this: like, I occasionally question my Judaism. I never question God. Like since I went to Israel, I found God, and I found God in Judaism. I've studied the text. I practiced the Judaism, but occasionally I question my Jewish beliefs. I never question my beliefs in God. I always pray.
Well, your definition of God is going to differ than the person next to you.
No, I mean this impersonal force creator that I talk to, that I pray to, that I believe has a purpose.
If it's impersonal, then how can you talk to it?
I mean impersonal, that it's a non-physical entity that like in the Yahweh type form, that I talk, but I don't get answered back in a personal form. I get answered back through the expression in Hebrew, like I pray to Hashem, to the Yud Hey Vav Hey, but I get answered back through Elohim, through natural forces. So I pray and I talk to God. It's a one-way conversation, but I'm answered back through you. So like the fact that you took the link and came on my stream is, I mean,
I am Elohim and Yahweh talking to you at the same time.
Well, yeah, I mean, everything is providence. God is everywhere. So I mean, you're an independent being that we're talking, having a conversation. But in terms like you and everybody in my chat, everybody I deal with is a sign from God, is God's message to me, and that would be everything, like how my business goes, my dealings, providence. There is no such thing as coincidence. So it's not a coincidence that you joined my chat today. Like it's something God is trying to tell me, something specific, that you're the one who picked up the link. And in that sense, like I would say, I never question God.
I believe in that too. I do believe.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, if you say like you dumped your Christianity, but you didn't dump your belief in God, and so like I've been full stead. Every day of my adult life I've prayed. I've never had an atheistic phase in my adult life. Although I do sometimes question my Judaism. Although generally I remain steadfast in my Judaism. I just say, God is your judge, not me. So my opinion about how God is going to judge you is purely meaningless. And so, okay, we have a way we interact, what it means to be honest. And in the sense, like, yes, I could charge you interest on a loan, maybe negation and RG in the chat. I could not charge interest in the loan. But like in terms of the judge, like, yeah, there's certain laws that like my fellow Jew, I'd have to take a little bit more risk to save them. Like if someone was in a situation of help and they're like, and I'm Jewish, I might have a little more, oh man, I got to help this guy, than if they didn't. But in the sense, like, I don't think that I'm not your judge. God will judge you. And I could look into the text and see, well, how is God going to judge you? and I could try to understand, like, there's texts and there's holy books that talk about how God judges the world and the Jewish people, but differently. But that's between you and God. It's not, you know, like, my opinion about how God is going to judge you is meaningless.
Just the way that your own Jewish people treated you in one of the last spaces that we were in, and how they just totally just they did not take you in, and they were so mean to you.
Did you hear earlier when I was saying, okay, like, this guy's like Yud Amsalog, but like in my neighborhood, there's a guy, Rabbi Amsalog, who's the nicest guy. He's the chaplain at the hospital. So like, I'm thinking, like, yeah, this guy was not a pleasant relationship. He was not nice to me. But like, at the same time, like, there's a local rabbi who's like the nicest guy. He's a chaplain at the hospital. Like, I've spoken to him 100 times, very friendly. And I even would consider him one of my friends, although we're not close. So I say, okay, like a 50-50. Yeah, those guys weren't nice to me. I was in Jewish circles. There was a lot of people who didn't like me, didn't want me there. But there are a lot of people who are very nice to me. So it didn't bother me, like, that these guys weren't nice to me.
Who's been nicer to you? I bet you us Gentiles in No More News Land have been actually nicer to you than your own fellow Jews have.
No, because I know, like, I'm a grown man. Like, I've met tens of thousands of people. Like, I lived among Jews. I've met tens of thousands of Jews. I have a lot of Jewish friends. There have been countless Jews.
We're less racist.
No, I mean, individual. You say, okay, like, yeah, as a whole totality, maybe if you want to give an overall judgment, there's certain trends about Jews. But like, yeah, I could go to synagogue and there's some people that are going to be mean to me and don't like me. And there's some people that are going to be nice to me. So I'm not going to make like, if I had to make a judgment on Jews, I say, well, like, yeah, Jews were very nice to me. But like, yeah, some Jews were very mean to me. Certain Jewish environments have been unwelcoming to me. But like, overall, like I said, like, unquestionably, Jews have been very nice to me, and still the majority of my friends are Jewish. So I'm not going to like start questioning or dumping my Jewish friends because, like, this.
I'm not asking you to do that.
What do you think? What does it mean that you say, okay, like,
I'm just saying, just to take that into account. That's something to think about.
Like, I lived in Hasidic Brooklyn for 10 years. Like, there were hundreds of thousands. I lived in Israel. Like, yeah, there were a lot of people that weren't nice to me, but like, it didn't. I live among blacks. Like, I got bullied and beat up by blacks in high school, in junior high school. But like, I still have black friends. A lot of blacks that were nice to me. I didn't like, because like, I had a few black bullies that beat me up a little bit when I was in grade school. Didn't turn me into a racist. So it's like, it didn't affect me, the fact that these guys weren't nice to me. I mean, yeah, like, it was a little disheartening. It's not pleasant to be bullied, to be made fun of, to be rejected. But it didn't, change my view on Judaism. I didn't like all of a sudden like question, like, oh, maybe Rabbi Amsalog, here in Metro Detroit, also hates me like this Yehuda guy does.
I mean, I understand that we shouldn't take everything. We should take it all in its context. But if there's like an overwhelming trend in one direction, I don't think we should ignore that. But one more thing before. So there's this lady who is like a chronic rule.
Claire Khaw, yeah. I guess I watched you appeared on her saying Claire Khaw, Secular Chronism.
Yeah, I appreciate her. Like, she could have a conversation without being overly passionate.
She's a smart woman, conversationalist.
But then, what she wants, like a chronic rule. She thinks that's the answer to Western or the world's problems, is that we need to adopt the Quran as our like constitution or something. I don't get her.
Well, you could take like Hasidic theology, probably maybe even your theology. There's a certain parallelism, mirrorness to spirituality. So to say like, okay, like at the same time, you're God's message to me, you're also a mirror of my own karma. So in some way, like, we're mirrors of each other. So like, Claire is also our mirror. And when you think like, oh, like what the hell is like Aquarianism, like stuff, like that's your mirror. Where you're like, oh, Liam, he's a pretty interesting guy, nice guy, could have an interesting conversation. But like, then when the conversation ends, he's like, oh, by the way, Aquarianism, join my church. And you think, oh, that's ridiculous. No one in the right mind is ever going to join your movement. So, if you look, okay, you would say maybe your movement makes more sense than hers. Maybe it doesn't. But like a lot of streamers, that's why we do it, because we're trying to, we got our own thing we're pushing. So we're like, yeah, like we could have a nice conversation and talk about anything or philosophy. But at the end of the day, like, I'm here for a purpose, and I want you to join my cult, and you want me to join your cult, and most people think that it's ridiculous. So that's why I think there's a certain mirror lesson from that.
And that's why I appreciated her, is because she's trying to do something new, even though it sounds wacky and outlandish. But so I
respect, thought through things. Saying like she's researched world things. She's knowledgeable on countless topics. I mean, she's on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean talking to people all over the world.
So I appreciate her for that. So then when she comes at me for trying to do something unique and she calls it like outlandish, I'm like, well, what the hell? I feel like you should be like more encouraging, I guess, to somebody who's doing something similar to you. And so why are you down talking me for trying to do something outside of the norm? Which seemed a little bit odd, but maybe that's
I'm a pro cult person, because like I was part of Hasidic cults, and then I was part of other cults. I was part of like the Hare Krishna movement, and like I did Interfaith, and I've met and spoken with like almost all the majority of the major cults in my area, like the Nigerian Buddhism, the Reverend Moon, some Native American stuff, and the nature of a cult or even sectarians of Christianity is it's us against the world. Like we have the truth, and yes, at the end of the day, it's us against the world. God wants what we're doing to be the way. And it could be that everybody else is lost and going to hell.
Is that not alive in Judaism and Christianity and Islam?
Well, in the extreme forms. That's why I said like so I was part of extreme Chasidicism, and even like anti-Zionism Chasidicism, where we were disliked by most of our own fellow Jews. And it was okay, like there was like some essence of like the greater Judaism or unity among Jews, but it was like no, we were a small subset of ultra Hasidic Jews, and it was us against the world. And we demonstrated our belief in God, that God was going to save us, and things would go good because God liked what we were doing. And
you were part of the Hare Krishna movement?
I didn't officially join, but I mean, YouTube, I helped found the Bhakti Yoga Society at University of Michigan.
You never cease to amaze me, dude.
I mean, in fact, I've met like the majority. If you know like the Hare Krishnas, I've met the majority of their international.
Really?
I have a YouTube channel like Radhanath Swami, Romapada, Gopal Krishna Goswami. I read through their whole literature, and it's like yeah, they're cool. Like they chant on street corners and dance, and they have great vegetarian food. But like when you get into their theology, it's like yes, it's us against the world, and we're going to be saved, and everyone else is going to hell. I'm sorry.
I don't like that ideology.
But I mean, you accept that like that's kind of like the cultic view, and when you're in a cult like that, you do believe like that, and even within Catholicism, like I mean, maybe E. Michael Jones would actually say it, but it's like yes, you're either baptized or you're going to hell. I'm sorry, he might be a nice guy, but he's not baptized. He's going to hell. You don't have to say it to his face and be unfriendly about it. But end of the day, yes, if you're not baptized, you're going to hell. I'm sorry.
So I did my
what they taught you?
I did my master's thesis on Karl Rahner and Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, Jesuit priests, who brought the concept of salvation outside of the church or the cosmic Christ. So the church as a larger thing that is physically seen, with the aspiration of
that's what you did your thesis on,
of being more inclusive in my
that's
theology.
What you wrote your thesis on.
Yeah,
but that's not like the mainstream. That's like one guy who thought like that. But the mainstream doctrine is that you can't be saved unless you're baptized. That's the mainstream understanding.
You could have a baptism of desire was a Vatican II.
I mean, you could. That's an interpretation. But I was saying the mainstream doctrine was factually like it's us against the world, and if you're not baptized, you're going to hell.
Well, and they do play that now.
Can you just admit that like there is like a strong element
that element is there,
or like you're an apologetically you're saying like no Catholic actually believes that, all Catholics believe that or you say like no, it is the certain element that it's us against the world, and if you're just going to be straight up and honest, like no, I'm sorry, like the Mormons, like the Mormons just called me yesterday. I had the Mormons at my house, and like yeah, they're nice, they could give like a liberal interpretation, but at the end of the day, yes, it's all in. And unfortunately, their theology teaches that if you don't accept Joseph Smith, you're going to hell.
So Aquarianism
But you're
is
saying, but you're claiming that you did a thesis on one Jesuit theologian that said it's not that way, or you're claiming that like no Catholics actually believe that.
well, it's I see it as there's an ebb and flow there. Like nowadays, Nick Fuentes would be like the Catholic trad cat, and he says if you're a pagan that we should die. So that's taken a swing. That pendulum has gone in the opposite direction.
Oh, I didn't even talk. I mean, you could take the level of like using violence or excluding people, but I'm just being theologically. Like, if you ask, like, "Oh, you're a nice guy, we could have a conversation."
Oh
but like, no, unfortunately, I think you're going to hell.
Well, Pope Francis has definitely been opening up the gates of heaven to transgender, gay people
that have been baptized.
I really hasn't. Has that been a thing? I don't even think that's a thing anymore.
Well, I mean, that you can't give communion unless the person's been baptized, like you.
Oh,
but you don't want to consider like. I mean, I don't know if you're still defending Catholicism. I'm just saying, like, I could interpret Catholicism, even though it's a huge, wide tent that has like like 10-20% of the world, but it's still kind of like a cult like that, where it's if you're within the cult, it's you against the world.
What group doesn't have that mentality?
Well, that's my point. That's cultic in that way. That all cults, even like if you want to say Catholicism's the biggest cult in the world, besides possibly Islam, or that by nature it's you against the world, and you're saying like, no, man. At the end of the day, I'm sorry. Like it's this way, and if you're not part of this way, you're going to hell. I'm sorry, or you're not going to heaven. At least you're not going to be saved.
Is that attractive to people? Because what if with my new religion, the Aquarian, that it strives to be all inclusive. So maybe I should be more. Maybe I should be more exclusive. You can't.
Are you actually making a truth claim? That's why I say, is it just kind of like new age mumbo jumbo?
Unless you cut off the foreskin of your penis. Unless you cut off,
like I want to be saved. Like why would I join your religion if you can't save me?
We will give you the truth.
Yeah, I'm saying like, okay, like at least if you convert to like ultra Orthodox Judaism, like theoretically you're going to be saved and you're going to go to heaven. And so it's like you're not even going to offer that to people. You're not even going to tell people that you could theoretically save them and help them go to heaven. You're missing out on the biggest selling point of religion.
Yeah, well, I'm not looking to sell people a pie in the sky or the hereafter. I'm looking to help us in the here and now. It's much more practical.
Yeah, you could look like Tinkle in the chat saying, I mean, I think he's from Ireland also.
Hey, what's up, Ireland?
You could sub to Liam. Put your channel in the chat, but
I suck at that. The Aquarium.tv, my website, my YouTube channel, but I'm starting the Liam T. Jarrett YouTube channel, and right now I have 1 follower there. Because I've been shadow banned to shit. I brought on Adam Green, I brought on Albert Bashai, even Doooovid, and they shadow ban you. It's not organic at all about if you get followers or whatnot. I mean, Doooovid, you should have a lot more followers probably.
But that's what I say. Like, well, why not just be like a scientific rationalist? So if you're not if you're not actually making a truth claim, like why do we need to be saved? So it's like, well, I don't need to be saved. Is a similar question like, why do I need religion?
Scientism leads us to like an empty, nihilistic, materialistic worldview that I don't think is.
But you're saying that
we're healthy.
You're saying that even though it's not true, you still need meaning, and therefore you should gather around with a group of people to do things you know is not true.
I believe in the healthiness of being in community, and I think that just because we could break out of the Abrahamic matrix and we don't think the Bible is the word of God, that doesn't mean that we can't live in a spiritual guided.
Well, we talked about this last time, though, like rituals, like at least like, okay, if you come to like a Jewish event and we do a ritual, like, okay, like it's nice, there's community and it's bonding, but like still it's like an ancient ritual. and like theoretically, like it's connected to God, it has meaning, it has truth, as opposed to why would you want to do, like, okay, come, like, let's do this ritual even though I just made it up and has no meaning. And I mean, there's some of the new age stuff in like, oh, they have cool music, or that they do drugs and they get high, but if you're not even making a truth claim, that's it's a tough sell. Like, you have to have really good music, or like really pretty women or something. I mean, there are certain cults or new age stuff that a lot of people do, and but they don't take it that seriously. Like the Hare Krishnas or something. Like, you could say, like, why are you doing this? Why are you on the street? Like, it's cool. Like, you see people dancing and chanting on the street corner, giving vegetarian food, and you're saying, like, it's cool, and you're chanting Hare Krishna and dancing with them, but then you ask, like, well, why are you doing it? And so they have a truth claim, they have a theology that they're going to claim that they're going to free you from your karma or something like that, as opposed to you're saying you don't even have an answer to that. Like, you're like, well, let's just do it because it's fun, it's meaningful. And that's kind of the mirror of Claire. Like, well, secular Quranism, like, if it's not true, why would I want to be bound by Sharia law if you're saying it's not even true? It's not even like ordained by God. And you're saying, well, you need a legal system, so you might as well just use the Quran and Sharia law as your legal system. Like, why not? That's why Claire caused like 0 followers. And I'm not sure if Liam took a break or he's going to be back. Yeah, I mean, so like Jennifer, we were talking the other day about scientific realism and anti-metaphysics, like Rudolf Carnap and the Vienna Circle, and the modern scientific view, like T-Jump, where like the new atheism, where it's just not true. Maybe the question, like, what happens to me when I die, and say, well, most likely we're dead. That's it. Whoever I am, my identity, if there was continuity of identity of me in this body, it comes to an end and there is no more me. And so if that's, if you're more agnostic about it, but yeah, I mean, I think those truth claims are important. And so that like differentiate, that's why most new age is like Hinduism or paganism in disguise, because like at least then you might have like a truth claim, like, no, this is some like ancient pagan ritual, some ancient Hindu, and maybe it's true, as opposed to the new age stuff where like if you have really, really good music, you might be able to get people to join.
And hot girls.
Yeah, I mean, if you have pretty girls and good music, you could have like a crowd for a little while, but like even that, like like David Koresh or something, like you can't just like have like a little cult and like you're gonna get together and like your band's gonna play a song and everyone's gonna be happy if you're not making any truth claims.
So the Aquarian it's syncretistic in that it's taking together with the advent of the internet and our ability to gather information and share it, that we could we have religious studies being done at a level that's never been done in history in order to get these secrets revealed to you about the underlying ultimate reality. You would have to go into a bunch of initiation rituals and do weird stuff. Well, thanks to the advent of technology, similar to the printing press. After the printing press, we had a great Renaissance, we had a Reformation, we had a great Enlightenment. And so I compare what's happening now with the advent of the internet to such ramifications that will happen after we had the printing press. And so I'm going to a syncretistic way of approaching religiosity and spirituality in the world of metaphysics and the mystical. And I see astrology as being a common backbone that can be built upon. So such holidays would be set upon the solstice, the equinoxes, the midpoints, which has been done in the past. And that's nothing I'm bringing up that's new. That's something that's ancient. So I'm not bringing up something totally new. I'm actually revivifying something from the past without looking to the past, and going backwards, but bringing that forward with a better understanding. And so it's actually, I think it has a firm basis.
But have you done this already?
Yeah, that's what I do every day. I have a whole website. I have a book about to be published on it.
Okay. I mean, when you finish your book, if you give me a copy, I'll read it and interview you about it. But I mean, have you created these events? Have you developed a little following?
I have 800 followers. I hate the word follower because I prefer the word fellow leader.
But you mean across social media, because that's.
And yeah, in real life, in person, I've had an event where we did sound healing. So it does bring in a lot of the new ageism, but there are things about new ageism that I think we should be wary about.
I mean, when I was at University of Michigan, and I'm still loosely part of it, I haven't went for a few years. Here in Metro Detroit, they have what's called Full Moon Kirtan, and basically, it's a bunch of white body, some Jews, a little bit of diversity, some Indian body, but mostly a white body, Eastern leaning people get together on the full moon and chant Hindu mantras. And the people that come are mostly affiliated with like various of these international like Hindu groups, like the Hare Krishnas or the Rama Krishna Mission, or like Amma, or these different gurus. But like it's the full moon, and it travels around, and every month go to a different place. Sometimes yoga studios, and then it'll be like a musician's colloquium where we'll open up with some basic the Sanskrit chants, like the Loka Samase Sukhinu Bhavantu, some of like the generic Hindu chants, and then different people will lead a chant, and from different groups, and then there's a potluck meal afterwards, and it's still going on. Like the guy who created it, pretty cool guy, very talented musician, yoga teacher. He's part of like a Ramakrishna mission, and he's almost 10 years every month. But it's called Full Moon Kirtan. It's Hindu leaning. There's also other like Mr. Boston in the chat, like he's called like Rashtakrushna. Here in Ann Arbor, there's like a mystical bookshop that becomes like a center for all different types of spiritual things, and then people could host events at the spiritual thing, and you would have occasional people like you that was like, well, it's a new movement, or just like like it's the Aquarium full moon party, and there's a flyer, and there might be a handful of people that would show up, but most likely, like I mentioned, the full moon kirtan, which could have like 10 to 40 people. Some of them had like 50 people, and they had very talented musicians, like very good music. But like we're saying, like, okay, it's too difficult for you to get a crowd yourself, but maybe because it's the full moon, that people would gather, and then you could like speak a few minutes, do your ritual and your song, and then a few other people would do their thing also, and be like a cross new age event. So like I'm familiar with that type stuff. And like I would say definitely Hinduism and yoga is overarching in it. I've also been like sweat lodges, like Lakota. I've been to like Lakota sweat lodges, some Native American ceremonies. Sometimes also like in urban areas, they'll combine different Native American stuff. And like I said, it's basically like there'll be an event. It could be a sweat lodge, or it could be like in a community center, and like an interfaith, but usually they're musical with a potluck, and it's just.
So what's your point? How come the aquarium won't work? Because it needs to be what more?
I didn't say it wouldn't work, but I'm saying
maybe it needs to be more racially identified. Like this is for the white people, for Europeans.
No, well, I'm saying, well, you gotta be. Are you musical?
I have been called the songbird of my generation more than once.
You got chants? I mean, do you chant? Like I could chant right now. Like I chant. Like I know Sanskrit and Hebrew, and
you know Sanskrit.
I know. Yeah, I used to chant. I know. Like I mean, I could do like.
It's the closest thing to the Proto-Indo-European language that we have is Sanskrit.
I mean, like Kali, like Kali Ma, Kali Durga, Namo Nama, the Hare Krishna, Radha.
You You never cease to amaze me, Doovid. Just when I thought I couldn't like you anymore, you go
I'll
ahead.
chant right now, like Kali Durge Namo Namo Kali Durge. I was part of. Do you know Amma, Mother Amma, the hugging guru?
No, but she sounds lit. I could
Well,
use a hug.
Yeah, I mean, she's from like Kerala in India, and she's hugged like 80 million people. She comes travels.
Hopefully not during the COVID virus. So she sounds like a super spreader.
She stopped coming during the COVID. I mean, but she used to come to Metro Detroit Thanksgiving weekend, and like thousands of people line up. She'd hug them one after the next, and people would be chanting. So I was part of her local chanting group. We met once a month, and when she came to Metro Detroit, I was like part of her local crew. Like when she was hugging people, and like we chanted, and the stuff was in Sanskrit. There was some like powerful mantras.
Through breath work and through chanting, and even like posing in different figures, you could I believe that's a spiritual exercise that is beneficial.
But I'm just saying that these people, like I like this type stuff, and like that's why we're talking. But I say, like, if you had a song, you could probably like get in like at one of these events and be like and that was Liam, and like here the microphone, and I don't know if you have like instruments or like a cartel or a drum or like a guitar or like like the Hindu stuff like a harmonium, the harmonium.
I would just teach on astrology and metaphysics, and how like the story of Jesus is like not a real historical figure. It's a story about the Christification process, about
people
being
like
anointed.
music. Like I don't know whether anyone would listen to, like, because most of the stuff I go to, like, it's music, and so like saying you could come up and maybe you could speak for like 30 seconds to a minute, and then we
need some. Well, I used to DJ. I could do like trance, hypnotic.
I mean, it's not
music.
DJ. It's like spiritual. You got to chant. You got to lead people in call and response chanting. It's got to be call and response chanting, and it's preferable.
And maybe add in some type of drugs to the mix.
I was like these Jewish, if not now, protesters were this song became popular. It's a new age song, Light is Returning. It was kind of rocking, like light is returning.
Oh, I like White is Returning.
Even though it is the darkest hour, no one can hold back the dawn. But something like that, like you could be at an event and be your turn, and then like you could be like, here's the song, and then lead call and response chanting. Like I'm not sure, like I'm saying, I do New Age. I like New Age. I like Judaism. I'm more like a full straight Hasidic Jew, but like I go to stuff like this. I've been to like 100 of these, and I've helped guys like you in the past where like, and not like a big thing, but like I could put you in front of a crowd of like 20 or 30 people to chant. I don't know, like to talk, because like, because usually
at evangelical meetings, they don't do, they do like a song.
There they talk. There they give like a speech, but
they do a song and they start off slow. It's like Jesus, and then Jesus, and then it's
but it's not call and response chanting.
Yeah, you get them.
You're talking like evangelical, like talking in tongues, or you're talking like more New Age Hinduism, even like Hasidic Judaism. I'm talking call and response chanting. You know what I mean when I say call and response chanting?
You know what? Adam criticized me. He's like, it sounds like what you're doing is like the coexist bumper sticker, which is totally cringe because they all want to kill each other. I'm like, I know, but there is kind of like, I believe there is something called a perennial philosophy that exists that they all kind of embody in their own different way. And so with the advent of the internet, I feel like we can get to the essence of the spiritual message, and to weed us through the more exoteric interpolations that divide us.
I don't know. I mean, I don't like, I'm not like hippie style. I never went to rainbow gatherings. Or
you just said you went to Hare Krishna stuff, dog. That's pretty hippie, Doovid.
No, but the Hare Krishnas are fundamentalist Hindus. They're not hip. I mean, some people who go to it are hippies, but the movement itself is like a fundamentalist Hindu movement. So I mean, the Hare Krishnas do actually go to Rainbow, and like a lot of people who join are Hindus. But if you go to their temple, it's like pure disciplinary. Like you got to like get up like 4 a.m. and do cold showers, and they have like strict rules and like theology, and you got to like read literature and chant. I mean, it's like boot camp, militaristic like discipline.
I did not know that.
So I mean, it's not like like dirty hippies. Like although like because of the chanting, like a lot of people who get like were former hippies, but they recruit at Rainbow. I'm not sure. I'm just mentioning Rainbow. I don't know if you like that's probably the biggest thing in America. If you went to Rainbow, because I know hundreds, thousands of people like over my lifetime that went to Rainbow, although it never interested me. I mean, if you're familiar with those things, Burning Man, Rainbow.
Burning Man, yeah.
Burning Man's more like rock music, but it also has like a new age component. Is where Burning Man actually has like where they make some man and burn it at the end. And even God forbid that October 7th in Israel, the music festival was like it was a Burning Man type festival where they had a Burning Man, and like that they had Buddhist type things, but like Rainbow has all type of spiritual things, and at the end, everyone who goes gathers in a circle, like be like 10,000 plus people, and they chant like Om together, and they have local things like that, and they're all sorts of new age things of all different type people, in things. So those are the type things where you get small local gatherings where it'd be like a colloquium. Sometimes it's like a private person who hosts them in their house. People will go to their house, and this thing that it's usually music, not speeches. That's what I was mentioning. Like almost all these things I've went to, they're almost never speeches. They're almost always all music. And like I don't think you're talking maybe like Protestant Christians go in their speeches, and it's not, and it's good music, like it's chanting, it's call and response. It's not like some weird like talking in tongues. It's like a clear song, even if it's Sanskrit, where the person's going to say slowly, like here's the mantra, let me say it slowly, and then you do a call and response so that everyone would be able to get it. Like Kali, Durga, Namo Nama, Kali, the goddess of vengeance, Durga. Yeah, but it's saying that it'd be something clear where like you would chant, you would know the words, and through call and response, like you would know what you were chanting.
Like I say, I want to create community because I see the beneficence of a community. I think that's healthy. And then like I have a hard time getting along with like one other person, let alone like 3 other people. I'm like, oh, I don't like any of these people.
But you're gonna open a commune, or you just have a common gathering. So if you just say like, if it's like Orthodox Judaism, you come, like you do the prayers and then you go home. Like some people might hang out and talk afterwards or study, but like you come for the ritual and then you go home. And if like these events, like it's all music and then a potluck. Almost
Like
all of them have the exact same structure: music and potluck. So
I could come up with the calendar based on astrological events. Like, okay, today we're at the 10th degree of Capricorn. So what does 10-10 mean? And then so I could write something to do on that day. And then so just if I could do that for every day of the week.
The events you've done, were they potlucks?
No, they were usually centered around the solstice. So it was we did a fall no food. We did sound healing. So this girl, a good-looking girl, a good-looking girl did a sound healing with like with bowls, with crystal bowls, and then we had a dude do he read some tarot cards, and then we had girls going around with like incense and sage, and it was
and then a few people stuck around afterwards to talk, and then or people went home.
Yeah,
so that was it.
And I did a sermon based on the stars at the moment.
I mean, but you organized the whole thing, or you were part of a team?
I organized the whole thing,
and you invited the other people
in an art studio in a happening part of town, and there was about like 18 people that showed up.
I mean, did you have to pay for it, or your friends they let you use it?
I offered to pay for it, and then she didn't charge me.
And why did you think about food, or you're just like no food, or the studio didn't allow food anyways?
I did it in between lunch and dinner, so I wouldn't have to pay for food. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I said. Most like, but I mean, you don't know what I'm talking about. Like most of them are like potlucks.
Yeah, food is important to think about, but I thought we had music, so I had like I had music going into it, like because I was a DJ, and so I would play music going into it, and then I like
New
fade
Age
it
spiritual
out.
type stuff.
Yeah,
Like no words, or was it words
pagan stuff.
like in other languages?
No, just like Isis Astarti Mana Hecate Vanita.
What language is that?
English names for just like alternative like gods and goddesses. Like there's some new age musicians who have a presence on like Spotify that I came across.
And did the event end and just everyone left and dispersed, or did people hang out and talk and socialize afterwards?
Some people actually transcended. They came in the human form and they left as gods.
So I mean, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid.
I'm lying.
Like when I was in New York, like you had hippies and yuppies, and like I had a friend who was like, God forbid, like a sexually aggressive. I wouldn't use too much of a pejorative, but like, we were in Manhattan. He was a mortgage broker, and he didn't buy this stuff, but he would, host the type stuff in his apartment, and then he would hope that one of the pretty girls would end up, like afterwards staying there, and he would be able to coerce her into having sexual relations. And so it was just his game. So I mean, he didn't really buy the new age hippie type stuff at all, but he would, sometimes like sponsor and host it as a way of trying to have sex with hippie girls. Because like a lot of the hippie girls are like runaways, they don't have any money. So it's like, oh, where are we going?
That happens in many communities. That is not exclusive to the new age community. I'm sure there's Boy Scout meetings where stuff like that happens. There's a
I'm not
Super
talking
Bowl
these weren't
parties.
underage people. Like they were adults. I mean, like Boy Scouts are like perversion in that sense. I mean, these were like,
I'm just saying, like, that's not unique to the new age community. And if somebody does do that, then yeah, that's lame. But
yeah,
perhaps
I mean,
there are some that do that without that.
Yeah, I'm not saying this guy wasn't even like criminal, but I mean, that was his game. Like he worked hard. He didn't like going out to clubs. So it was like, like easy pickings, like host a hippie event. And then,
is
like,
that what you're accusing me of doing, Doovid?
No, I'm saying
am I doing this just to hook up with pretty girl or girls?
No, I'm just saying that's extremely common. I would even say like half of, like, there's a lot of sex and perversion caught up with new age, and so there's a crossover with the type. So there's some, like, so the Hare Krishnas have like strict rules, like no sex, absolutely no sex, no touching. It's like a completely like rejection of all physical pleasures. I mean that, but
well,
like
I think that's a little bit extreme. I mean, I get the point because they're trying to defend them against such guru. And I can say we because it's more than just we're against guruism. And so I think that could help protect many people from falling into such traps like that.
Yeah, I would read, like, I mean, if you saw my tour of my library, like I would read your book if it was good. I like astrology. Like I would consider, I like like Freemasonry, but if it's just random mumbo jumbo, and I probably have I've read 100 books that were just like kind of like nonsensical mumbo jumbo. There's a handful of books. There's a handful of books that are really good.
I think astrology,
most of them are just kind of like
astrology. Astrology could be a good backbone to build something upon, and it's not. I'm not coming up with astrology.
I mean, very rarely. I mean, like, I pound through books, like literature. So, like, sometimes, like, say you wrote a book, I got your book, and like I'll pull out a few nuggets, and maybe like a lot of the good nuggets I knew I probably had known or heard from other places. And a lot of, so like if it's a mediocre book, all the good things I'm going to heard from other sources, and like the other half is just kind of like, yeah, whatever. and just read through. Okay, there's a few good pieces of basic advice, but I've heard it from other places. Occasionally, I'll pick up a book, like you wrote a book, and it's like, oh man, like that's some powerful stuff. I never thought about that. If I had only known that when I was younger, my life could have been different. And I'm going to try to incorporate this wisdom into my life. But I would say like that's like less than 1 out of 10 books, even from like New Age type stuff.
So what would be your advice to those? You think that they need to come up with a more strict theology?
Well, no, I'm saying, do you actually have something to? I mean,
so I need to be more dogmatic in what I espouse.
Well, no, I mean, okay, like if you're just like self-help, why should I go to you over Andrew Tate or something like that? Or you're saying like there's other self-help gurus, and so it's like if you have generic wisdom that's for self-help in your book, and it's like, yeah, that's some solid basic self-help advice. I could see that, but like I've heard this 100 times from 100 different places. I didn't really learn anything new. Almost all the basic generic self-help things, because I've been reading a lot of books I've heard before. But occasionally, wow, that's a really good self-help thing I never heard before. I'm going to incorporate that into my life. But if you're just self-help, what's going to separate you? But I just mentioned like Andrew Tate, maybe he's the most popular self-help guy in the whole world. I mean, and he's not your direct competition, but to some extent, if all you're offering is self-help, why is someone going to, why don't they just go to the best? Why are they going to go to you?
Because the first step is a historical critical analysis of what we've been taught.
You're saying scholarship. The difference between you and Andrew Tate is scholarship.
Which is uncomfortable. So when we learn that the God of Judaism, of the Christians, that Jesus is a total fictional character, that's the first step. Now, the next step is not falling off into some nihilistic, materialistic depression world, but it's still salvaging spirituality from that without going into scientism or futurism. And so what I'm pushing for is that even though we've figured out that Moses, Abraham, Jesus, these characters are fictional and often psychological operations, especially Jesus, that we could still be spiritual. And here's what I'm proposing as
it sounds like watered down Freemasonry. And like, what are you
Freemasonry is totally Abrahamic. It's about the Temple of Solomon and about Hare.
Freemasonry is a united system of all theologies that you don't have to be Abrahamic. You could be.
It's totally Abrahamic.
I mean, the majority of Freemasons are Abrahamic, but Freemasonry is a theoretical system that includes all world wisdoms. So
and you know what?
You're just giving watered down Freemasonry.
No, actually,
there's a grand architect of the universe, and all wisdom fits into this nice combined thing.
And so I do stand guilty. I do actually I appreciate Freemasonry for that, but you have to. All the rituals, all the initiation rituals, are based upon the Abrahamic method of Abram Abiff. Who is the Gentile from Babylon, from Tyre, that's here to build the temple for the Jews.
No, I mean, you gave.
I don't know if it was built to be a psyop, but it's certainly that.
I would say you made super chats on my Freemasonry stream, but like, I mean, you're clearly incorrect. Like, I have the whole Albert Pike library. I have like 10 books on my shelf of initiation rites, and it's not just Abrahamic. Like, in order to go up the rites in Freemasonry, you have to know Egyptian, Greek, Roman, and Abrahamic.
Are those elements not there in Judaism? Can you take are there elements of that in Judaism?
No, saying that, like, you do accept that to excel in Freemasonry, you have to learn the Egyptian, Greek, and Roman pantheon also. It's not just Abrahamic.
So
a lot of the passwords and code words for Freemasonry is not all Abrahamic. Like
it is actually
probably a majority of it is Greek, Roman, and Egyptian.
But because
I could pull these books off of my shelf. Like, I know the initiation rites. I'm not initiating. Yeah,
and what are
but I'm saying it's not just Abrahamic.
all Hebrew.
It combines and tries to organize and theorize that includes Egyptian, Greek, Roman things. Like you have to
just as Christianity was just similar to how the Jews created Christianity, they created Freemasonry in the same vein, adopting pagan elements.
You're claiming something beyond your ability to claim. Like you're claiming to understand the origins and purpose of Freemasonry, which you may be right, but it's saying like that's disputed, and that's a theory, because like there's Freemason, but I'm saying it's not corresponding to the literature, because obviously Freemasonry requires knowledge of the Greek, Roman, and Egyptian pantheons. So I mean, basically, like I'm critiquing your system and saying it's watered down Freemasonry, and then you're pushing back and you're saying like, no, it's not, because Freemasonry is really just Abrahamism, and it's saying like, that's not my understanding of Freemasonry. That Freemasonry is much more than just Abrahamism and Noahide stuff, because it includes knowledge of pagan theologies.
And how would you differ that from Christianity?
Christianity, you don't need to know anything about paganism.
So you're saying there's no pagan elements in Christianity?
There are, but they're amalgamated. By saying to go up in Freemason, you have to master the Greek, Roman, and Egyptian pantheons and theologies. Like in Freemasonry, there's code words and passwords. There's tests at each degree, and it's not all Abrahamism. So in Christianity, they're not going to test you on the Greek pantheon to advance to another degree. They're not going to make sure you know the Egyptian pantheon. In Freemasonry, they will.
So Christianity is Judaism light, and Masonry is Judaism not as light, like more Judaism.
No, I mean, here's the reason why. I think you're making, I don't call it category error, but Freemasonry puts a generic God, monotheistic, grand architect of the universe at top, and is not exclusive. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, they're exclusivist religion. They say that we're the truth. Any truth that you need comes from our tradition. Freemasonry, when I say, God sends different messengers to different people at different times. And so like Freemasonry is the great master theory, where, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Moses, were all great messengers of the same God. That's not Christianity. Christianity is not your Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Moses. Christianity is just Jesus. So I mean, Freemasonry is completely different than Abrahamism. There's some overlap in general in Western countries. Then you're claiming that Freemasonry is Western in origin. I mean, and most Freemason scholars think that Freemasonry is Egyptian in origin, that Freemasonry derives from the ancient pre-Christian mystery.
Here's what they say.
Christianity does not have. I mean, you as a Catholic. They say
that during the Exodus, that when the Jews left Egypt, that they brought the secret teachings with them.
Egypt, and that was
and everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but that was Kabbalah or Freemasonry. And it's saying, what's the difference between Christianity and the ancient mystery traditions in Freemasonry is the initiation rite system, the mystery cult. Christianity doesn't have, Catholicism might, because they say like, okay, like were you initiated as a Catholic, you had a baptism, but when you become a Catholic priest, maybe they have like a mystery religion and rites of initiation. Like in Protestantism, it's not really like that. Like, but in Freemasonry, it's designed based off of the ancient mystery cults of the Egyptians through the Greeks and the Romans that had initiation rites and secret wisdom. Christianity is not like that. Even Judaism is not like that.
Perhaps Masonry is less Jewish than Christianity, and it's still Jewish at its core. So this is
no, because it includes Judaism as one of the great teachings of God. So it's like God sent different messengers to different people at different times, and as you move up in Freemasonry, you have to master all of the relevant wisdoms. But it's not necessarily Judaic in spirit. It's that you have to master all of the relevant worldly wisdoms, including Judaism, Christianity, and all of the world traditions. But I mean, okay, so you're arguing with me what Freemasonry is. So we have a different
You know what?
understanding.
I have a
what
lot more hope
Freemasonry
for
is. But
Freemasons than I
on
do
what
for
I'm
Christians,
understanding
actually.
Freemasonry, you're just telling me watered down Freemasonry.
I'm telling you that I think Freemasons have more of a chance of coming aboard into the future than Christians do because of their exposure to the Eleusinian mysteries, to the mysteries of Osiris, of Mithra, and
I'm just coming back to
Christians
the
have
point.
been.
I brought up Freemasonry because I claimed that your Aquarianism is basically watered down Freemasonry. So we got on this diversion because you have a different understanding of Freemasonry than I do. And you were claiming that Freemasonry is like watered down Judaism. But that's not my understanding.
Well, what was your claim about Christianity? Is it not watered down Judaism?
Well, that to some extent say, but that Christianity might be watered down Judaism, but Freemasonry is not. Freemasonry is much more profound than Christianity. So I wasn't saying your system was.
You're a
I
crypto
said that
Freemason.
your Aquarianism is watered down Freemasonry.
Aquarianism is the fulfillment of the theological society. Who, yeah, you know what? I mess with Helena Blavatsky. I think I like.
Yeah, I have her whole collection. I mean, Theosophy.
You've read Isis Unveiled.
I mean, that's like a huge book. I read the condensed version. I mean, she has but I have the whole book, but I didn't read the whole thing. I read the condensed version. It's like over 1,000 pages.
Well, then,
3 volumes.
Well, then you can't speak to me on this subject because you were below me.
I mean, you were tuned into my channel on. I mean, I like more Gurdjieff than.
Oh, I love Gurdjieff. What do you know about Gurdjieff?
J.G. Bennett. I mean, I like the J.G. Bennett and like his master. I did my 13 books that changed my life, and J.G. Bennett's Masters of Wisdom was one of the 13 books that changed my life. But yeah, I've read the Ouspensky, Deeper Man, the Meetings with Remarkable Men.
What do you think about?
I like the Dramatic Universe series of J.G. Bennett.
Turkish. He's from Turkey. Is he Turkish? Gurdjieff. Am I pronouncing that wrong?
Yeah, Gurdjieff. I mean, he was from maybe like Azerbaijan or Turkey, or his
And he was like a Rosicrucian.
I mean, he was Ottoman, so at the time, like his there were a lot more people that were Ottoman than just the Turks. No,
What is the Ottoman Empire? Why I don't know what the Ottoman Empire is. It's like
the Ottoman Empire was like it was headquartered in modern Turkey. It is Istanbul, but it controlled large sections of Europe and the Middle East, including like the Byzantine Empire. Like it controlled into Iraq, Israel, Greece, Bosnia, all of Turkey.
were they Muslims?
Georgia. Right. Yeah, it was Muslim.
And before they were Muslim, they were what, like Byzantine, Christian? They
unified the whole area under Islam. But yeah, it's a remnant of the Byzantine Empire. And like the Hagia Sophia, which was originally a church, was converted into a mosque.
So Gurdjieff has this interesting cosmology about the moon. That the moon.
He claimed that he was part of this like secret brotherhood they calls like the Samaji or something. That's if you look it up, but something like Samaji Brotherhood. That it's unclear whether they were like Sufi rolling dervishes or something.
Do you know about Jainism?
Some people claim that he made it up, but he claimed that he was part of this ancient brotherhood. Yeah, I know Jains. I've studied Jainism. I like Jainism.
What do you know about Jainism?
I mean, the Ahimsa principle. I adhere. Like I follow the Ahimsa principle.
So but its foundation, its roots. Like, where's it from?
It has some crossover with Hinduism, but they have a different cosmology, and they don't necessarily believe in like the deities. You have Mahavira Jain, who was like a man 2,500 years ago who wrote scriptures, created the Jain religion, and then they believe like they're these ancient like 20 or something deities or ancient gurus. But the main thing of Jainism is the Ahimsa principle, which is a principle of Hinduism, but in Jain, and that's the non-harm principle. And that's why like you see like the monks sweeping or not eating bugs.
Not walking on grass.
Yeah, because like the foundational principle of Jainism is the ahimsa principle, non-harm, which is a fundamental principle of Hinduism. But like a Jain could say like ahimsa is my religion. But they do have scripture, they do have cosmology, they have some rituals. Like in my area, there's a few Jain temples. I know Jains. In fact, a lot of Jains, their last name is actually Jain.
Do they have good music and sexy women? Because that won't survive unless they don't, according to you.
I didn't say that. No, I mean,
do Jews have sexy women besides Gal Gadot?
All people have attractive women.
Do Jews have good music?
So, I mean, Jains walk around naked. Like there's the certain type of like Babajis or whatever. So there's two sects of Jain, but the women don't walk around naked. Like they might wear like saris. So it's the men that walk around naked. But there's two different sects. So one of the main sects of Jains in India, like they do still, their priests walk around naked. In fact, like in certain areas in India, they even have like elected representatives, and the priests in like the Congress or local political leaders are like naked Jain monks. So
I had a friend who went to India not too long ago, and it was like the worst trip of his life. He's like, people legit shit like next to you at the bus stop or what. He's like, it's the most disgusting thing. He left 2 weeks early because he thought he couldn't even like keep his. He like thought he was gonna die from just nauseousness.
It's either if you go as a tourist, and either you pay large sums of money to have clean surroundings, or if you're young and healthy and you could handle, you still might get sick. You have to be careful, like the water and the cleanliness standards. But so if you went as a tourist in like you paid large sums of money, you could stay in good accommodations.
Could you argue against that Jewish people are the people behind like the influx of immigrants, non-white people into white European places? Can you argue against that? And why is that? Well, why is that?
Well, no, I mean, the Hart-Celler Immigration Act had to have been passed by, I mean, so Jews unquestionably were a big part of it, pushed for it. Jews overwhelmingly supported immigration. However, like, no, I mean, we live in a democracy, and even though it's representational democracy, the Hart-Celler Act had to be passed by a majority of the Congress and Senate and signed by Lyndon Johnson. So, I mean, I think Hart-Celler were both Jewish, and many of the lobbying effort, like, Kennedy supported, Johnson supported it, Senator Kennedy. But at the end of the day, the Hart-Celler Act had to pass the House, Senate, and be signed by the president. So, I mean, Jews were just one group. So, I mean, Jews overwhelmingly supported it, pushed for it, but it was still passed by the House, Senate, and signed by the president. And there was a certain element across society, maybe 20-30% of Americans. So, it's one of the things that, because of the nature of representational democracy, that the majority of Americans didn't want it, although it passed anyways, but still like 30% of Americans wanted it. And so you're saying, well, Jews are only 2-3% of the population. If like 90% of Jews wanted it, Jews used our political lobby and pressure. The Jewish congressman wrote it up, lobbied for it, but still like 25-30% of Americans supported it. And, 60% of politicians voted for it, and the president signed it. So, I mean, you can't blame it all on the Jews.
So we can't blame it on Jews.
You look at the churches, like the Episcopalians, different of the liberal churches supported it also. So the Hart-Celler Act was not just purely pushed and supported by Jews. It was supported by many of the liberal churches, like the Anglicans, the Episcopalians,
the Christians who are merely
Presbyterians,
who are wannabe Jews.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I mean, if you're going to say it was a Jewish conspiracy, you said like that.
Could you argue against me? Are Christians not wannabe Jews?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I mean, I could argue for the sake of argument to say that they're not. But like I would tend to agree with that sentiment.
What do you have planned for the new year, David? Do you have any New Year's resolutions? And what do Jews think about why do we have the new year on 12/31/2000 on the 10th of Tevet? It's not even the 10th of Tevet. I'm not sure what it is, but it's in the month of Tevet.
Yeah, I mean New Year's is pagan. So like in Israel, the Western system, like so if some rabbis claim that just using the monetary contract system is a form of idol worship because we say it's 2024. That's the Roman calendar from the date of Jesus Christ. So, when I signed
it was a total abomination to everything.
Well, I say like when if we did a business deal and signed a contract or I wrote you a check and I put the date on it, that some people would argue that that's idol worship.
So it's the Jewish year 5784.
Yeah. So in Israel, like most Israeli business people still use the Roman Christian calendar. Yeah. Some extreme,
that would be
some
the
extreme calendar. Jewish business people will not. They'll use the Jewish calendar. And if you do business with a Jew and have an alternative contract, we would have a contract written up in the Jewish date, not the.
No way.
Yeah, oh my God, even so, that even just to acknowledge is a form of idol worship. To to write the date on a check is saying it's an idol. Jesus is a false idol, and it's a prohibition of idol worship.
So the year that we go by, 2024, is a false idol.
Well, yeah. I mean, what does it mean?
So in Hebrew, in the Jewish calendar, you go into the year 5784, which equals it's a 12 to the 12. So that's a 3 to 3. So it's a year 6. So what's the 6th letter in the Hebrew alphabet? Yod, Hey, Vod, Hey. It's Vav.
Usually they refer to it just Tufshin. Tufshin mean that they just refer to the 800. They wouldn't call it 5,000. But
really?
Well, I mean, if we were just talking, we would call it like Tufshin.
Shin is 3. Oh, because that's the 5 to 7
is 300, so and Tuf is
Shin, and then what? Shin. Huh?
No, Shin is 300 and Tuf is 400. So it's the year 5,700, 84. So we refer to it Tufshin Fei Dalid. So Tufshin is 700. Fei Dalid would be 84. But we wouldn't call it like 5,000. We just call it Tufshin for 700. So when Jews speak to each other like about the year, say Tufshin. Tufshin.
It's a good year or good light.
No, Tufshin just means the number. Tufshin means 700. So he's saying it's not 2024, it's 784. So it'd just be, and they wouldn't call it 5,784. They just call it 784. So it's like, what year is it? We say it's Tufshin. It's Tufshin, meaning 700.
Tufshin. But Tov means good, right? And then Shin means light, right?
Yeah, but that's just symbolic. I mean, saying, if me and you are doing a business deal, we just want the number of the date right. So I want to say the date. I'm not saying Tufshin because like I symbolically want to represent good sign. Oh, they might have that meaning. It just means for the number. Tufshin means 700.
So if we were to do prophecy for this year, what would be the number that we would look to? It would be.
Well, you accept. I'm going to accept like anyone listening, like anyone who knows your Judaism or you're someone who's extremely careful about not doing idol worship, just using the Roman calendar could be a form of idol worship because it's 2024, the year of my Lord, the year of the false idol, Jesus Christ. So like, no, it is not the year 2024 of the false idol, Jesus Christ.
Well, a lot of people go by that number. So that has some sway.
No, so if you're Jewish, that's why we're in Galus. That's why we're in exile. Like when Messiah comes, we're not going to have to say 2024 from the false idol, Jesus Christ.
I can't wait for that day. These goddamn goyim.
Like it's put in the system. So if you're Jewish, it's just like it's another like knife in your back, like 2024.
God, these fucking goyim piss me off every day, more and more.
Well, I mean,
so in the
Jewish
world,
a minority. It's part of being a minority. You say, okay, we're a minority, and the majority of people believe this. Even though it's nonsense and there's no way it's true.
So
it's really a false idol, but that's what the majority
of
people believe.
We know how much you hate the false idols. Okay, what does the year 5784 mean in Gematria?
It doesn't. I mean, there's a whole. Each year, when I was in Brooklyn, like I went to this one rabbi. He's actually still alive. He's 99 years old, Rabbi Moshe Wolfson.
Blessed be his name.
Yeah, may he live to see the temple rebuilt.
Amen. Hallelujah.
But so each year they would write a book. So he was really big into Gematria. He gave speeches, and he was big into Gematrias. And each year they come out with like a book of Gematrias on the year. So just like like a whole book, like a few 100-page book that is all different Gematrias of the new year. So if it's 5,784, like there's probably, I mean, that's a huge number. So you could come up with a whole few 100-page book of permutations of different sayings of biblical verses that phrases of biblical verses that add up to 5,784.
Well, let me do it for you as a humble student in your yeshiva. So we take the 5 to the 7, that's a 12, and then we take the 8 to the 4, that's another 12. So we have a lamed that equals, so it's 24 to 24 is a 48. There's no number for 48, so 48 equals 12, which equals a 3. No, 12 to 12 equals a 3. So a 6 in total. So again, it goes to the Vav. What does Vav mean in Hebrew Gematria? The number 6. It means a choice. It's the 6 days of creation. It's before the 7th Moshiach happens.
Yeah, it's the
I might know more Kabbalah than you actually, David.
Well, I mean, Gematria is just one aspect of it. And I told you that. I mean, obviously you didn't hear what I just said. I said that each year in Hasidic circles, like they publish a whole book that these days is generated by computer. Maybe years ago, like someone actually did it all by hand, of a few 100-page book of just Gematrias based on the year. So, okay, like, yeah, you're a clever guy, and just off the spot, you were able to create a Gematria on the spot, but that's just one. So I just said each year they publish a whole few 100-page book of Gematrias like that. So like, and I mentioned that like, yeah, so the Rabbi Wolfson who I went to, he would say stuff like, yeah, like you said, every week, a few of them in his speeches. Although most of the time it's more verses. Like Gematria, the power is usually biblical verses in Moses. So the most powerful Gematrias is to relate it to some verse in Moses or words in the books of Moses. But the Gematria is not like mainstream. You don't learn Gematria in yeshiva. So like different rabbis give speeches or people talk about it to have meaning. But like no yeshiva has like a curriculum or a class in Gematria. That's like a elective spiritual thing that a lot of rabbis, if you're quick, you could be a preacher. There's certain rabbis that are quick. I knew certain Kabbalah rabbis, and they were very quick. Like they would meet you, they'd tell your name, or you'd say something, and they'd immediately convert it to a Gematria, and they'd say this means this and that means that, and you'd be like, oh, very interesting. And Kabbalist.
What's your birthday? I'll guess your birthday. You are either a Gemini or.
Well, I said Aries in March, but we don't get too personal because
you're an Aries.
Yeah, but I'm saying God forbid you don't get too personal on open YouTube because you got a lot of haters that will use the information against you. But
you scared?
But no, I'm saying it's not. to give you your birthday or something, and you when you have
no one's
haters
going
or
to come and dox you because we know that you're an Aries, Doovid.
No, but I mean, your birthday could be useful for identity theft.
Just the fact that you're an Aries?
No, I'm saying your actual birth date is useful for identity theft.
I would never guess you to be an Aries. You are kind of a black sheep. That would be an archetype that goes along with the Aries lamb.
Kabbalist. I discussed this with Kevin McCarran and his guy Paul, but Kabbalists will use Gematrias basically to like tell your fortune as a method of fortune telling.
I don't believe that. I don't believe in fortune telling.
So it's like, like, oh, this means this, that means this, and we'll be like, so what? So like sometimes it give you like a deeper meaning into what the verse means.
If
contemporary Kabbalists use Gematria as a form of fortune telling, which would be like, should you do this or should you do this? And like, should you do this job? Should you marry this person or that person?
I wouldn't go that far.
Should you go to this city?
So a grape that is planted during this time of year in this space, when it comes to fruition, it will bear such attributes that are attributed and indigenous to that grape that was planted in that time of year. And so it will carry forth those attributes because of its environment and not just the space, but the time that it's planted in. So just as we are, in fact, from nature, we too carry forth certain attributes because of the time of the season that we're born. Is that I don't feel like that's so mystical and out there. I feel like that's pretty logical, actually.
Yeah, it's just generic. That's why I said, like,
not generic.
I've read like 100, New Age books, and most of the stuff is just like kind of generic.
If you really knew your Kabbalah and the Sefer Yetzirah, which is a total astrological treatise, then you would come with a different tone, I'm sure.
What I mean, you're claiming that therefore it's more profound than not just being generic. So you say, like, what you said is just generic spiritual mumbo jumbo.
The 12 tribes of Israel, do they not have any relationship to the 12 signs of the zodiac or the Mazzaroth?
Yeah, I'm saying this is just generic stuff that, like, I have 100 books on my shelf that talk about this.
Well, there's something called esoteric astrology, which goes deeper than just, Aries go forth without any thought about the future. There's a more deeper thing, your tikkun, if you will, that you have to rectify if you're born into that sun sign.
Yeah, but God forbid, this is like the cultic deception where you're saying, like, you say something, and like, well, that's just generic, I'm not impressed. And then you attack the person who's like, the reason you're not impressed is because you're defective. So it's like, no, the reason I'm not impressed is because there's nothing to what you're saying. And it was like, well, no, there's something. Of course, there's something.
No, I'm already jumping on what you're going to say.
Is so profound is because you're personally defective.
I'm already jumping on because I'm a step ahead. I'm playing chess. I'm playing chess.
It's working. Like, what I say works, and if it didn't work for you, it's because you're personally defective.
Because as the chess master, you have taught me chess and to think a step ahead. So I already know what you're going to say to what I'm going to say. So I'll say something to bring you to that.
Yeah, but you're just saying generic things. So, like, that's why just spiritual mumbo-jumbo.
Because
maybe someone who knows nothing, that they haven't heard what you're saying, but like to anyone who knows like a little bit, it's just like spiritual mumbo jumbo. It's nothing profound. It's nothing unique. It's nothing that you couldn't get from any other source.
So what the Aquarium needs to do, it needs to be more profound. It needs to be more unique. It needs to be something that you just can't find from any other source in order to really catch on. What would be your advice to somebody trying to start a new religion?
Well,
I know that sounds stupid.
No, I mean, that's why I said, like, unless God is speaking through you, I wouldn't try to start a new religion. Like, if you're just going to try to be like a self-help guru, you're not really starting.
I'm so dissatisfied with the religions that I have to choose from, where I'm like, well, shit.
Yeah. So, I mean, really, you're just doing the same Christian stuff under a new guise. So, I mean, like, unless God is speaking to you, or you have some message that for some reason you have some explanation for like why you're special and have this message, you should just be generic self-help.
I believe that you are God's speaking to me right now.
Well, I mean, however
which
you
is a lesson you just taught me a little bit ago.
Well, I said everything because God is everything. I'm a monotheist God. Everything is an expression of God communicating to me, in terms of like every grain of blast, every blade of grass, every fly, every drop of air, every person I communicate with. But and that no, it's not profound enough. I'm not going to start a religion based on that. So if you like, if you're not a prophet, you're not starting a new religion. So like there's no harm in just being self-help. Like Andrew Tate or something. Like Andrew Tate is not claiming. I mean, Andrew Tate does have some like fake, grandiosity or something like that, but he's just self-help. He just puts himself out as self-help. You don't have to start a new religion. You could just be self-help. You could give good, sound spiritual practice advice without starting a new religion, just as generic self-help, new age self-help.
Well, I think that
you could do astrology. You could do everything you said without starting a new religion, just as self-help.
I want to do more than just
have a new religion. So it's really like a category error, because like unless God is speaking through you or you have some like unique prophecy, you're not a new religion. You're just self-help.
God is speaking through me right now. And you know what? I have a prophecy right now, Doovid.
You're saying that God is speaking through, like God
is speaking through me right now.
You're saying that God gave you some unique message for humanity that no one else has.
God is speaking to me right now. He's giving me a prophecy.
Bullshit for no reason. But you're saying God has some unique message for humanity.
Are you trying to talk while God's talking to me right now? I have a prophecy right now. The prophecy is that we have figured out that the Jewish story is a total fucking bullshit psyop that has been used to totally subdue the fucking world.
That's not a prophecy.
And
like there's
Jesus,
millions of people.
Jesus is talking to me right now. Excuse me. Jesus is talking to me.
But there's a million.
Jesus is saying that he never existed.
Yeah,
Jesus is telling me that he never existed.
Serious. I mean, that's like, God forbid, you're not even serious. So it's like, of course you're going to fail.
I'm serious. Jesus never existed.
Yeah, but that's not a prophecy.
Not a historical person. And God is telling me this right now. I have to convince people that I'm a prophet of the Lord somehow.
No, I would just recommend. I would just recommend being generic self-help. Like Doovid is not a prophet. Doovid is just.
You're the one who just said Andrew Tate is just a generic self-help that isn't only going to go so far.
Well, I mean, Andrew Tate is the most famous self-help guru in the world.
Yeah, who is pimping out girls on OnlyFans. I'm okay. I don't want to go that route. Thank you.
But you don't have to be a pimp. I mean, saying like like at the end of the day, you God forbid.
Why is the owner of OnlyFans rabbi, Doovid?
God forbid. Why? I mean, I'm not familiar with it, but I mean, I could give possible understandings of why. But it is what it is. I mean, he's not a buddy of mine. But it is what it is. It's not what I'd recommend. I could give some sort of sociological explanation. But I mean, either way, you say like, well, it's self-help because you're giving people what they want. I mean, at the end of the day, if even a cult leader, like if you had so many women that wanted you, that you could fulfill your own sexual desire and had leftovers to.
That's not the reason why I'm doing this.
But I'm just saying, like, you're saying that the fact that Andrew Tate is a pimp or was a pimp doesn't mean he's not self-help. That's like a pimping is in some essence the most basic sought after form of self-help.
He's feeding off of lonely loser porn addicts who are looking actually for a real relationship. And so he's like, do you really want to learn how to
you're judging
dupe
him.
A woman?
You're judging him. I don't need your judgment of him. You're not his judge.
You're his fucking cheerleader. I didn't know that you were such an Andrew Tate fucking cheerleader.
I said he's the biggest.
You have pom-poms that have like A-T. Andrew Tate, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can.
I mean, it's nonsensical. Like I just said something that's like generic. He's the biggest name in self-help. And you say, well, you don't think what he's doing is actually helping people.
Do you think popularity? Do you think popularity makes someone right?
Well, I mean, it's a quantitative indication. And even say that if he's helped
Well, we know that Christianity is a total farce, and because the majority of people believe in it, we already know that's not right.
I mean, if you're saying, okay, I'm an intellectual, like Andrew Tate, if he's helping people, you're like, how to
I have
get
subscribed
strong.
to his channel to for OnlyFans.
Like, so,
That's his markham of success.
well, I'm saying I'm not a personal trainer. If you're talking like fitness, fighting, I used to do a little martial arts. I used to even coach a little martial arts here and there, but
Krav Maga.
no, I had more like Tai Chi or just more basic things. I didn't do like combat sports, but like a little martial arts. But I'd say like Andrew Tate's focusing more on physical things. Like I mean, as a little, but I mean he's more like workout, health, physical fitness, fighting, and picking up women. So I mean, you're saying like that's not the type self-help you're doing.
I bet you have a man crush on Andrew Tate somehow. I don't know how that
No, I mean,
happened.
you're just being nonsensical. I mean, like you're in silly mode. I mean, like you're incapable of like looking like. I'm not judging Andrew Tate as a good or bad person.
You think he's like the
saying,
answer to our problems, Andrew Tate?
you're saying like self-help. If a person wants a dating coach, I'm not a dating coach, but like dating coach is a form of self-help. It's one of the most popular forms of self-help. And so you're just saying like, okay, you're more intellectual. You're not going to be, teaching people martial arts or fitness or dating coaching like that. But it's still in the genre of self-help. So like, okay, I'm a physics and calculus tutor. I advise people how. I'm a chess coach. I advise people on how to get in college, get good test scores and grades, and apply to college, get into medical school or something. Like that's more my form of self-help. But it's in the same genre of self-help that a dating coach, personal fitness is
And
also.
how does that differ from Christianity or Islam, or are those not self-help as well?
They include an aspect of self-help. So yeah, I mean, in general, like a rabbi, a priest, a spiritual leader, the majority of what they do is self-help. There's a religious aspect to, if you're a Christian, it's not just straight self-help, it's within the tradition, but the majority of like pastoral care is self-help. So if you're a rabbi or a congregational leader, the majority of what you're doing is just pure self-help that is comparable to any other form of leadership, pastoral care.
So beyond self-help, what does the rabbi have to give to the Jew?
Well, if you're talking, there's many forms of rabbis, but if you're talking a pastoral congregational leader, I mean, they also are a master of ceremonies that performs rituals. But the majority function of a congregational rabbi is pastoral care and forms of self-help, helping people become better people. And that would be seen.
So what does ritual
That
and
would be seen
ceremony
by performing life
what does
cycle
ritual and ceremony
rituals.
have to do with self-help? And
What is what?
What does ritual and ceremony have to do extraneously with self-help?
It doesn't, but it's only peripheral to saying that the community gathers together for the ritual. So if you're the rabbi of the congregation comes to synagogue, and the rabbi is the master of ceremonies of the ritual.
So
and then
it's
the rabbi
communal.
Gives
so it's more than just self-help. It's communal, a gathering.
God forbid, you supposedly have a master's degree in theology. If you need me to teach you ABC theology of what pastoral care is,
that's why I don't. That's why I don't need you to do it.
Why the hell are you asking me these dumbass
down.
questions and wasting my time? Like, obviously, a rabbi has a priest, a multiple functions. Congregation comes together, they perform rituals, they give a sermon.
I don't think you understand it for somehow. You think you're so knowledgeable, yet you don't understand the words that come out your own mouth.
Basic 101 knowledge. You're just wasting my time with your
exactly.
bullshit.
So you would think that you would know what you're talking about.
But you can't even be serious. I mean, you just waste my time with your bullshit.
Tell me how am I wasting your time, dude?
Because you're just not serious.
What am I not serious about?
You're not having a serious conversation.
Because I'm showing you how ludicrous your talking points are.
Why are you talking points? That like self-help, of pastoral care, of your basic interfaith, they'll call it Freemasonry, communal leadership, that there's a certain equivocation between New Age, a rabbi. A
Now
Christian,
you're
a
all
nun.
over the place, and now you're losing me, my
Because
friend.
you're not capable of abstract thought.
You're
Like,
talking
God
about
forbid.
Freemasons. You're all over the place. I'm trying to
Because
keep
you're not
this on one
capable of
subject.
abstract thought. That you say like a pastoral care that a rabbi, a priest, or a New Age or self-help guru is very similar. Like the major aspect is the exact same. And just because at a synagogue people gather for certain rituals that's different from a church, and the rabbi or the priest is the master in ceremony of those rituals, still the majority of what they do is self-help. There's a cycle of life rituals that they perform for family members,
The very point
bathing
that I was
ceremonies,
pushing
coming of
forth.
age ceremonies, weddings, funerals.
Good for you. You've come around and you've agreed with the point that I initially put forth. So how is that ludicrous to you? If it just took you 15 minutes to come around to what I was saying.
Because I don't even know what you said. You were just saying mumbling nonsense bullshit.
Yeah, because to your infantile brain, it seemed incoherent. But it took you 10 minutes to come around to what I was saying. Congratulations. I'm done with this conversation. You don't have a super Ashkenazi brain. Your brain took just 10 minutes to come around to what I was already put forth. So
okay,
I would advise you to drink a nice shot of ketchup in this new year.
Okay.
And to stop thinking that you're somehow better than other people. It's lame. We see through you. But we appreciate that you talk to us.
Says the blue-eyed man.
Is a blue-eyed man the devil to you?
No, I'm a universal humanist.
So what do you have against a blue-eyed man?
I'm saying
why do you keep on bringing that up?
You think you're better than me. But I said I'm not the one. You think you're better than me because you have blue eyes.
Did I ever say anything along that line?
Well, you didn't say it, but I think that's what you're thinking.
So this is obviously something in the burrows of your subconscious that we have to deal with, and I don't have the time to do it right now, tonight.
Okay.
But I pray to Hashem.
You offer your pastoral care at a different time. Your pastoral care to Reb Doovid.
What do you have against people with blue eyes, Doovid?
I don't have anything against anybody.
Why do you keep on bringing up this thing about people with blue eyes, bro? That's a little disturbing.
Do you not have blue eyes?
Beautiful blue eyes and blonde hair. Does that upset you?
No, I don't hate you. But I mean, it is factual. If I could just point out, like, you have blue eyes, like I'm not allowed to point that out that you're a blue-eyed man.
So do you think that
it's completely inconsequential that you're a blue-eyed man? It's not indicative, like anybody watching this or something. If someone like Liam, and I was like, oh, Liam, like, even say, let's say we're friends, like Liam, my blue-eyed friend. That wouldn't be an accurate descriptor of you. Like if I were to mention, like, oh, who's this guy you're talking? Oh, Liam, like, some blue-eyed man I met. That wouldn't be accurate. That's disturbing that I refer to you as a blue-eyed man.
How if I yes, that is kind of disturbing. What was it? Oh, Doovid, my fucking brown-eyed friend.
Yeah, so I mean, what you say, like, no, like if you were like black, I say like, oh, my black friend and my blue-eyed friend. My Jewish friend. Your Jewish friend. So it's just a descriptor and saying, well, it probably has some significance. It's probably somewhat descriptive of certain characteristics of. I mean, it's saying, okay, it's descriptive. Just
but there's a reason why there's many ways you could describe me, but that the fact that you chose blue-eyed rather than brown-haired or gray goateed or sharp-nosed or symmetric eyebrowed or fucking good-shouldered. You could have described me as many things, but you chose blue-eyed. Why is that?
Yeah, it's because I would say that's the most significant or indicating of your.
And why is that, Doovid?
Because there's certain characteristics that correspond to people with blue eyes, and you're indicative.
And why is that?
You're indicative of stereotype. You're a stereotypical blue-eyed man.
This is a reflection of what's going on in your own fucking mental landscape.
It's just a pattern that I recognize.
You are totally projecting this upon me.
Well, yeah, I'm making a pattern that I'm saying, okay, like I've met thousands of blue-eyed people.
Most of my friends would never think about that. Most
no
of my
one's never
friends
called you
would
a
never
blue-eyed man
think
before.
about that.
This is the first time in your life you've been called a blue-eyed man?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay, but am I called like? I mean, it's not an insult; it's just a characteristic. And if I said that you're a blue-eyed man, and there's certain characteristics,
do Jews hate blue-eyed people?
No, I mean like 20% of Ashkenazic Jews have blue eyes. Like 20% of Ashkenazic Jews have blue eyes.
What do you think about the beef between the Ashkenazi and the Sephardim? Is that a thing?
It's just a group difference. There's there's some historical conflict.
But y'all are pretty much just kosher with each other.
No,
you equally hate people with blue eyes, though.
I don't say I hate people. It's just a characteristic.
Why would you
think? Well, I mean, the blue-eyed people gave the Jews one of the biggest defeats in all of history.
I don't want to defeat Jews. I really want to just like pacify them. Like I don't want to stoke the fires of hate to the Jews.
Well, we can't live in
that's why they love anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is their greatest strength. So I don't want to.
Why can't you just live and let live? Why do you have to have beef or you can have conflict? There's group conflict or competition, but so what? You like the Jews are doing their thing, you're doing your thing.
Because the Jews want to wipe out the fucking white people. White people don't want to wipe out the Jews. It's the Jews who want to annihilate Edom, Esau, Amalek. It's in their fucking scriptures. It's ingrained to them that they're out to get them, and so they should strike first.
Well, but yeah, but that goes back to who is Edom and Esau? It's the blue-eyed people.
Well, I didn't know that. That just makes me more fucking proud of my blue eyes.
Well, because you're Edom. You know what I'm saying? Like Edom is the blue-eyed people.
How do you say blue in Hebrew? Like azul? No. Blue is like
the sky or the sea, but yeah, the azul is one of them.
But some Jews have blue eyes, do they? No.
No, like 20% of Ashkenazic Jews have blue eyes. Maybe even higher.
But are they the real
30%?
Are they the real Jews though?
Jews probably have blue eyes.
But are Ashkenazi Jews the real Jews though?
They have mixed blood. So I mean, Ashkenazic Jews are like 60% European blooded. But I mean, blue eyes are largely the unique feature of European people. So it's like Edom is the Europeans. The blue eyes are the unique symbol of the Europeans. And Ashkenazic Jews who are like 60% European blooded, a lot of Ashkenazic Jews have blue eyes, but I'm saying blue eyes are the unique symbol of the European people. I mean, are you disagreeing with that? I mean, not all Europeans have blue eyes, but blue eyes are essentially the unique indicator of Europeans.
What if you have blue eyes? Would you hate yourself?
You shouldn't hate you. I mean, God made you the way you are. I'm a universal humanist. Like, okay, you're a blue-eyed man. There's all different types of people. We're universal humanists. We're all equal. We have different benefits and lackings. And so
that's not what the Torah teaches. That's not what your book teaches. Your book does not teach that.
Each different people has their own unique good and positive and negative qualities. So the blue-eyed man has a unique subset of positive and negative qualities.
I agree with that.
But there's still universal humans. We're all equal as humans, but we have different subsets or characteristics. Saying there's more intergroup diversity than intragroup. There's more intragroup diversity than intergroup diversity. So there's more variety among blue-eyed people than the difference between your average blue-eyed person, your average black person. But still, there's unique overall characteristics of blue-eyed people.
We're smarter. We're fucking awesome. Sorry. Should we apologize for that? I don't want to. What do you have? Do you have any New Year's resolutions, or that would just be like doing a pagan thing if you were to do?
Yeah, I mean, like the Rosh Hashanah. Like, I mean, New Year's. I mean, it's always good self-improvement to try to be a better person. It's always a good time to make resolutions and try to be a better person. So if New Year's brings out the best in people, that's a good thing. But I mean, New Year's essentially is a pagan holiday with no significance. But there's certain, like I was saying, like the Freemasonry, the universalness of group organization, pastoral care. It's always good to try to become a better person, to engage in self-improvement. And if New Year's causes a person to engage in self-improvement, that's a good thing.
In the age of Moshiach, what happens to the pagan?
That's just speculation about eschatology.
Like, what does your scriptures say that happens to the goy when the age of Moshiach
It says
arrives?
all righteous people will stand shoulder and shoulder in worship of the same God. The sword will be turned into a plowshare, and the spear into a pruning hook, and the lion will lay with the lamb, and the sheep with the wolf, and there'll be world peace, and we'll sing a new song together in harmony.
What will that song sound like?
I don't know. Mashiach will teach us that song. If I knew the song, I wish I did. I could chant a song, but I hope.
Oh, give us a song, Doooovid. Give us a song to sing for this new year for the Goyim, at least. It doesn't have to be the Moshiach song.
This is from Isaiah. V'yomar b'yomahu.
Sing it.
V'yomar v'yomar v'yomai. V'yomar v'yomai. Hine elikaini zeh kavini lo v'yoshiani. Zeh Hashem kavini lo. This is the God that I hope to. Zeh Hashem kavini lo.
As long as God doesn't want to wipe me out, I'm all right with it.
Then this is the words of Isaiah. Like on that day, V'yomar on that day,
wiping people.
This is my God. All the nations will declare, "This is my God."
The God of Jews.
Say Hashem Kavini Loi. That this is the God that I hope to.
Blonde hair, blue-eyed people will be wiped out.
No, all righteous people from all nations will stand shoulder to shoulder as equals in service of the same God.
Even blue-eyed people?
Says. All people. That's why Isaiah says. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation no more, no learn more, no more.
I like that.
Nation will not lift up a sword against nation anymore or learn more anymore.
I like that. I can get behind that.
Well, I can get behind that. That's going to happen when Messiah comes. So the wicked will be destroyed. So if the wicked don't repent and they're not capable of standing shoulder to shoulder in universal service of the Almighty, they will be destroyed. And that's the wicked from all nations. And the righteous from all nations will be rewarded, and the wicked from all nations will be punished. So if you're a righteous blue-eyed man, you will stand shoulder to shoulder with the righteous of all the other nations. And if you're a wicked blue-eyed man or a wicked person from any nation, you will be destroyed.
Oh, what do you think about the Noahide laws? Because I'm about to interview this guy named Vincent Bruno on my show in 3 days.
Oh yeah, I mean, he did a lot of. He's like the world expert in research on the Noahide laws.
Noahide laws.
He was in fact on my year in review. He popped on last night, and I interviewed him years ago. I mean, he used to be Hindu. He knows a lot about that. I mean, like, he used to be Hindu. He used to be like homosexual and pagan.
Let's not label him. What was the topic of? What was he talking about?
Well, I mean, say that he was scared of the Noahide laws because he was not in compliance with them. Although he's interesting because he was raised to Jehovah's Witness, and he's very disciplined and thorough in his research. I don't know if you had Jehovah's Witness friends. I kind of have a positive view towards the Jehovah's Witness because they're the least idolatrous of all the Christians. But yeah, I mean, he knows more about the Noahide laws than.
I want to be the most idolatrous of all the. I want to be the most idolatrous to the nation. How can I be more idolatrous? How can I be more of an idolater?
You have idols?
That looks like Moses, my guy.
It is Moses. The staff is missing. It used to have a staff, but it broke off. But here's the 10 Commandments. Here's my
That's an
idol,
idol.
of Moses.
Dog,
My idol of Moses was the 10 Commandments saying, "Thou shalt not have idols." So look
Dog.
at the contradiction. Moses, that's with the 10 Commandments, not saying not to have idols, but here's an idol of Moses with the 10 Commandments saying not to have idols.
You're gonna get kicked out of your yeshiva for that.
Can
bro.
you get more idolatrous than an idol of Moses?
You should have never showed that now. They're gonna play that back. That's gonna come back and haunt you, Doovid. We need to come up with better songs for. What would you let's say in an alternative universe, you figured out that Judaism is what it is, and like the Lord God came upon you. It's like, Doovid, you need to start your own religion. What would it look like? The Lord God has put this upon you.
No, I don't. I'm not. I mean, like I like Freemasonry, but I'm not really trying to create a new religion.
But what do you not like
I'm
about
scholarly? I
Freemasonry?
like indexing and understanding the world traditions, participating in rituals, interfaith. I never really had any desire. Like if I could create my own music.
What's your beef? What's your beef about Freemasonry? Why do you not like them?
I like them. I'm a proponent of Freemasonry.
Why do you not like them?
Because they require an oath for initiation.
Why is that a problem?
Oaths are very serious things. So I mean, a lot of Jews became Freemasons. It's very a big deal to take an oath. So I would not become.
Well, we just do Kol Nidra, where we just abandon all our oaths at the end of the year.
Yes, the reason I have not became a Freemasonry is because I'm opposed to taking oaths.
Do you know the Kol Nidra prayer?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even memorize, but like, yeah,
It's so haunting. Year. It's such a haunting prayer.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's other ones I like better, but it's more a chant.
Better than the Kol Nidra? May any pact or promise that I made through the last year be null and void. So how do we make any agreements with the Jew when they say that at the end of the year? That befuddles me. I'm befuddled. If they make a religious denunciation of any oath that they took, may it all be struck null and void.
You want to know the theology? Like I've studied the Talmud. I'm saying like oaths are very serious things. The power of your word, being required to keep your word, so that every year you annul your oaths to free you from the sin of breaking your oath. And this way I would not become a Freemasonry because I would have to give an oath. And taking an oath is a very serious thing. In fact, it's possibly a violation of the third commandment of taking God's name in vain.
Yeah, because Freemasonry is of Judaism and Kabbalah for the Goy, even more so than Christianity, if you can believe it. Yeah,
I mean that's a conspiracy that may or may not be true.
No, that's not a conspiracy. That's very rational. That's I came to that upon a very rational mind.
Yeah, but something you can't demonstrate or prove. You're talking about.
I can give me some. Would you like an exemplification of how that is true?
No, I mean that's a time. It's
about how the Freemasons worship King Solomon. Who was King Solomon of the temple?
Yeah, but I mean that's just like a benefits analysis.
Was he not the king of the Jews? And then who was Hiram Abiff?
And if Freemasons
a boy working for
Freemasons don't worship King Solomon.
So I don't have to do.
That's just one origin theory of Freemasonry that King Solomon in Hiram of Tyre and the King of Tyre created Freemasonry underneath the temple. But that's just one origin. I mean, even Albert Pike lists that just of one theoretical origin of Freemasonry.
Oh, well, give me another one.
King Solomon is not.
What other one is there?
That it comes from the Babylonian or the Greek.
Tyre, Babylonian is Tyre.
No, Babylonian, not Tyre.
Tyre.
Tyre's in the Bible. Tyre's the one.
And where was that in Babylonia?
I mean, Tyres are the Phoenicians.
And where's Phoenicia in Babylonia?
They're in Israel. They're in modern day Lebanon.
And where's Lebanon?
Northern Israel. I mean, King of Tyre, like the cedars of Lebanon, that King Solomon, the king of Tyre built the temple for Solomon. And then underneath the temple, they organized Freemasonry because the temple was only for Jews. But the King Solomon met with the leaders of the world at his right side.
And he let the goy be a part of it. Oh,
but that's just one origin. That's just one.
Thank you for letting us be a part of this.
That's just one legend of origin. There's multiple legends of origin, some including the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Greeks. The King Solomon is just one legend of origin. You're not required to worship or believe that King Solomon founded Freemasonry. There's multiple legends. To be a Freemason, you don't have to accept that any of the given legends are historically true. So the King Solomon is just one historical legend.
Okay, so take out Judaism out of Freemasonry, and what's left of it? Something that actually pretty
wisdom
cool.
of all the great world tradition.
Yeah, that would be great. If the Freemasons actually took out Judaism out of it, that I would get aboard on that.
Well, I mean, they include the Judaism, but I mean, it still has
like if they were just like Greek and like anything except
the Greek,
the
Romans, the Egyptians.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
Western, so it focuses mostly on Egyptian, Greek, and Roman.
That would be awesome.
And if
I would join that tomorrow.
I mean, the reality, the most of the Freemasons, like like Manny Hall and Mackey, they were Egyptologists, and so like the Freemasons were big into the pyramids and Egyptology.
They were. Have you read Manly P. Hall?
Yeah, I mean, I have a secret teaching of all ages. I mean,
have you read the whole thing?
That I read, in fact, the whole thing twice. Madame Blavatsky, I didn't read the whole thing. I didn't get as much out of it. But Manly Hall, I read that twice. And I have other books of his also. I mean, he had a brother, too. I mean, he was in Canada, and I forget the other guy.
Was he Canadian?
Pretty sure.
Are you Canadian?
No.
You're not in Canada?
No.
Anyways, before we sign off, can I ask you, Doovid, as the head of the Aquarium Temple, for a blessing as we go into the year 2024? We're going to get a blessing from Doovid. He might not want to do it, but we're going to force him into it. Doovid, can we ask for a blessing from you as we go into the year 2024?
You want a song blessing or just a blessing?
Whatever you feel inspired to fucking do.
So the Chaim is life, shalom, peace,
shalom,
long days.
Let's go. I like that. That's
Chaim Shulam, Chaim Shulam, Chaim Shulam, Chaim Shulam, Ki Yoyrek Yamim, Ki Yoyrek Yamim, Shnoi Chaim, Shnoi Chaim. So you have, Liam, you should have life, health, peace, and long days. Success in all your days. Eitz Chaim Machzikimbo. It's a tree of life for those who grasp onto it, and pleasant in all your paths.
I love that. Love you, Doovid. Thank you so much, brother.
Okay, so talking and appreciate you coming on. God bless. Okay, so there you have it, folks. Our friend Liam, our blue-eyed friend of the Aquarium Church with a master's degree in theology. So appreciate him coming on, spending his New Year's with Doooovid. Okay, so Liam came on just as I was finishing up talking about BZ, and so let me talk about, God forbid, the war. So I'm gonna give an update on the war in Israel, and then maybe I'll read a paper or two, or we'll see. Maybe I'll just sign off, or good wish to Liam in starting his cult. Doooovid is actually pro-cult, so cult has negative connotations. Like I mentioned, Arval in Australia, another blue-eyed man, Arval, who Doooovid likes some of his YouTube programming, and he in Church of Entropy, I'm pro-cult, and if Leon wants to start a cult, I'm for that. Although, I do not encourage any negative, nefarious activity. Cult just has negative, nefarious connotations because certain cult leaders have done negative things. But it doesn't mean that cult in the classical sense of the word is negative. And in general, cult used to have positive meaning. Like the earlier Christians were called the cult of Jesus Christ. Hasidic groups called cults. Prabhupada, the cult of Lord Chaitanya, the Hare Krishna movement, the ancient Greek mystery cults. So, we don't have to get into that. But Reiner. So, Doovid's got a few blue-eyed listeners. So, God bless all righteous people from any nation, shoulder to shoulder in worship of the same God. Okay, so unfortunately, the war is carrying on, and so I'm going to read a few news articles. Let me just show this because it's unclear if Israel's actually going to be able to win this war in the current status of this. So, the amount of facts on the ground, but I'd mentioned, you look at these maps, and it looks like, okay, Israel's conquered a whole bunch of territory, and they're eventually going to conquer it all. But in reality, with the tunnels, Israel has not really conquered the territory. So this video from Weeb Yunin goes into great detail about how difficult it is for Israel to conquer the territory. So this week, God forbid, Hamas took back territory. So Beit Hanun, which I think is this area right up here, that Israel had, so to say, conquered, that Hamas did operations in and conquered back. But if you look at the video, so basically, this is area that Israel has done operations in. And so green is the area that's still controlled by Hamas, that maybe Israel has dropped a few bombs in, but they haven't really done operations in. They haven't sent troops in. So the area in purple or dark, bluish, these are areas where Israel has done operations, sent troops in, but they haven't taken the territory. They haven't maintained it. They don't have troops still there. They've done operations and then pulled back. They might have destroyed some infrastructure. So, it gives the example. What Israel has to do is basically they bomb, then they bring the bulldozers, they completely demolish it, and then they set up a camp. So, there's really only a few camps. So Israel did cut off the whole north to south, and they built camps, and they have encampments all the way across Gaza, a few miles here, so that there might be tunnels underneath, or there might be patrols where maybe, God forbid, Hamas could get through. But, they basically completely encamped this area. Israel has made a few encampments around here. But you're saying, well, they haven't really conquered the territory. They conquered some of this territory of the Beit Shati refugee camp. They dropped a huge bomb. Then they brought in the bulldozers, bulldozed the land, and then they set up a camp where they currently have their troops stationed. And those troops have went into some of this area and have done missions. But then they've pulled out. And so they've just destroyed buildings, killed a few people, maybe, got some infrastructure, you got some rockets or something, but then they pulled out and Hamas is still there. So, reality is Hamas is still in the majority of this territory, even though the map is there. And even in this week, in this area, Hamas expanded their territory, that there were battles, and Israel, whatever reason, withdrew from Beit Hanon. So, just a little bit interesting and, update. This channel also, Preston Stewart has, I shared this last week, but Preston Stewart has been giving good coverage of, God forbid, Tinkle, like I was saying, like Israel has really ruined the brand of Judaism in that sense. Like, the war is just completely overcoming, and any, hi, just singing a song or positive blessings, talking theology, the war in Israel is completely overtaken basically every aspect of Israel. So, that's what I'm talking about, the war now. So I shared this last week. Preston Stewart, pretty good analysis, military stuff, tunnels. This last video today, dangers at every step of bombing and rigging. And we showed last, so why Israel is having such a hard time conquering territory, because otherwise they're taking huge casualties. So Israel, it really, what they're doing is they're bombing, they're sending in tanks and bulldozers, and then they have a few special operations, but it's mostly bombing. So it's like the cat and mouse hide and seek that I was talking about last week, where anytime they see Hamas, they bomb them. Occasionally they send in troops, but when they send in troops, they take losses. So Israel doesn't even send in troops that often, and they're doing operations in southern Gaza in mostly civilian areas. But because there really are no areas where there's just straight up battle. And if there was straight up battle, Israel would just be doing bombing. Like if it was man to man, Israel would be taking huge losses. So I have a whole bunch of articles about what's going on in Israel. So this was just today, and I mentioned this is obviously Israel's plan the whole time. And Netanyahu's treasurer, finance minister Smodrick, the Kahanist, who teamed up with Ben-Gvir. So Ben-Gvir is Iraqi, the Sephardi leader of the Kahanist, and Smodrick is the Ashkenazi leader. So Ben-Gvir is in charge of the Homeland Security, State Police of Israel, and Smodrick is in charge of the Treasury Department. Smodrick also a blue-eyed man. But Smodrick, day after different, only with 200,000 Arabs in Gaza. So he basically said, an interview with Army Radio, promoted the day after solution in Gaza that was deeply at odds with the international community in the United States. The best option for Gaza would be the Palestinians to voluntarily immigrate to other countries, leaving only a small Arab minority that supports Israel. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich told Army Radio on Sunday, if Gaza there were to be 100 to 200,000 Arabs, not 2 million, the entire conversation on the day after will look different. And so really people have been saying that the whole time. And Smodrick is, I think his blue eyes are significant. Just say okay, he is a Jew. He's obviously a religious Jew, but he's a blue-eyed man. Does it mean something? It's just, as I mentioned, Smodrick's a blue-eyed man. If you think there's a pattern there or it's indicative of his behavior, just point that out, putting it out there. Okay, so I've been mentioning that, and we'll see moving forward. So just looking at the news, so okay, so this was big news this week. Also, the Times of Israel. Most of these are coming from the Jerusalem Post or the Times of Israel. And U.S. bypasses congressional review for month's second fast-track arms sale to Israel. Move suggests that growing discomfort in Washington with Israel's prosecution of war not yet influenced its near-daily supply of weapons used by the IDF in Gaza. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken fast-tracked the sale of munitions to Israel on Friday, bypassing congressional review over weapons being sent to Jerusalem for its war against Hamas for the second time this month. The move suggested the growing discomfort in Washington that Israel's conduct is not yet influencing its near-daily support of weapons used by the IDF to prosecute the war. Explaining Blinken's latest decision to waive congressional review, the U.S. State Department said that the Secretary of State determined that an emergency exists that required the immediate sale of 155 millimeter artillery shells and related equipment worth $147.5 million to Israel. The State Department said Israel requested that fuses, primers, and charges be included in a previous request for the 155 millimeter shells. Blinken used the same emergency authority to fast-track the sale of 106 million in roughly 14,000 tank shells to Israel on December 9th. Both moves have come. The U.S. President Joe Biden requested for nearly 106 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and other national security needs stalled in Congress, caught up in the debate over U.S. immigration policy and border security. Far-left Democratic lawmakers have spoken of making the proposed 14.3 billion in American assistance to Mideast ally contingent on concrete steps by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government to reduce civilian casualties in Gaza during the war with Hamas. The State Department sought to counter potential criticism of the sale on human rights grounds by saying it was constant touch with Israel to emphasize the importance of minimizing civilian casualties. Biden officials have also intensified their calls for Israel to scale back the IDF's high-intensity fighting in recent weeks. We continue to strongly emphasize to the government of Israel that they must not only comply with international humanitarian law, but also take every feasible step to prevent harm to civilians. Hamas hides behind civilians and has embedded itself among the civilian population, but that does not lessen Israel's responsibility and strategic imperative to distinguish between civilians and Hamas terrorists as it conducts its military operations. The department said this type of campaign can only be won by protecting civilians. Bypassing Congress with emergency determinations for arms sales is an unusual step that has in the past been met with resistance from lawmakers who normally have a period of time to weigh in on proposed weapons transfers and in some cases block them. The U.S. and Israel have maintained an understanding whereby Washington continues to provide backing for Israel's war against Hamas, while Jerusalem takes steps to ensure the humanitarian aid into Gaza can surge in parallel. An Israeli officer told the Times of Israel earlier this month, but aid delivery in the month since the 7-day truce has been limited, with Israel blaming UN and Egyptian authorities for failing to keep up with its pace of inspections, while the U.S. insists that substantial aid cannot be safely delivered as long as the fighting continues. Just 81 trucks carrying humanitarian aid entered Gaza through Israel's Keren Shalom and Egyptian Rafah crossings on Friday. The UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said Keren Shalom has been closed for 3 days until today due to what were security incidents, including an IDF drone strike, the seizure of aid by desperate locals, and unannounced and uncoordinated prisoner and casualty transfers from Israel. The volume of aid remains woefully inadequate. So, a statement from Netanyahu's office on the call said the premier clarified that Israel will continue the war until all of its goals are achieved, which includes toppling the Hamas terror group and bringing home the hostages being held by Palestine terrorists in the Strip. Blinken said Wednesday that the U.S. will continue to provide assistance to Israel to ensure that what happened on October 7th can never happen again. Privately visiting Biden administration officials have told Israel that they expect the phasing to lower intensify fighting to begin in January. Two U.S. and Israeli officials told the Times of Israel. Biden in mid-December warned that Israel was losing global support due to its indiscriminate bombing in Gaza. Israel's massive aerial and ground campaign has killed over 21,000 people in Gaza, according to the enclave's Hamas-run health ministry, which doesn't differentiate between civilian combatants and includes civilians killed by misfired Palestinian rockets. The IDS claims it has killed some 8,500 terrorists in the war. The war broke out. So U.S. frustration with Netanyahu has expanded on other issues, with Biden reportedly telling the premier in that same phone call last weekend that Israeli cabinet's decision to withhold tax revenues from the Palestinian Authority must be resolved. A U.S. official told Axios news site that the call was one of the most difficult and frustrating since the war's outbreak. The feeling that the president is going out on a limb for Bibi every time, and when Bibi needs to give something back and take some political risk, he is unwilling to do it. According to the Axios report, Biden asked Netanyahu to accept the proposal he himself raised several weeks ago to transfer the withheld tax revenues to Norway for safekeeping until arrangement can be found that will assuage Israel's concerns. The funds could reach Hamas. The PA has accepted this arrangement, the report says, but Netanyahu reportedly tried to walk back and told Biden he no longer thought it was a good idea. After a few minutes of the conversation, Biden told Netanyahu that he expected him to resolve the issue and that he should deal with the hardliners and his coalition on the matter, just like he, the president, deals with political pressure from Congress about the war. The president added that the conversation is over and ended the call. A second U.S. official told Axios the U.S. has long pressed Israel to take steps to boost the PA, arguing that the collapse of the more moderate foil to Hamas would result in Israel being responsible for providing services to roughly 3 million Palestinians in the West Bank. Washington also views strengthening the PA as a necessary prerequisite to a two-state solution, a framework opposed by the current Israeli government. So a lot of things that I mentioned last week. So what is Israel actually, how do they actually plan on winning? And the question of the U.S. weapons. So I mentioned called the hide and seek strategy, where basically Israel's kind of waiting on the side with the big weapons. And anytime something moves, they just bomb the hell out of it. Artillery shells, airstrikes, bombing. And it's unclear. They're not actually conquering the territory. That, it said to really finish Hamas, they're going to have to do a ground campaign. They could still keep Hamas at bay with the U.S. weaponry, where, they could just blast with artillery and huge bombs anytime, any Hamas person pops their head out. But without that, Israel might even have to withdraw from Gaza in totality without these continued weapon increases. And even with the weapons, Israel's still not really making progress. So, God forbid. So here, Jerusalem Post, Israel Hamas war. Is Israel's shift in Gaza war due to global pressure? Analysis. Israel will soon shift to a longer, lower intensity conflict in Gaza within a month due to the variety of pressures in and out of the country. All signs are that Israel will shift from the main war stage 2 to a longer, lower intensity conflict in Gaza stage 3 in the next 2 to 4 weeks. What will this mean? To answer this question, we need to identify why this is happening. There are two main reasons this is happening. One, world pressure, and most importantly, American pressure. And two, pressure from reservists and their families to be able to return to regular life. The Jerusalem Post has learned that balancing between these two reasons will be the key to navigating this incredibly important transition. At a minimum, at a practical level, the transition means that hundreds of thousands of reservists may be returning home from Gaza and the northern front in the near future. Not all the reservists, and many of the reservists will need to rotate in and out of the southern northern fronts for longer than usual reserve duty stints in 2024. Reduced number of IDF reservists in the field. But if the IDF jumped from a military of 100 to 150,000 before the war to around 450,000 at the climax of reservist volunteering, is going to drop much closer to pre-war levels, though not all the way back down. They already started a few weeks ago when much of IDF's Division 252, a mostly reservist division, was given extended leave after finishing certain missions in northern Gaza. It will progress more dramatically in the near future. This is happening because socioeconomically the country is not built to survive with reservists at war for months straight at a time. The toll it takes on the economy for missing workers and the toll it takes on families from missing parents is immense and cumulatively starts tearing at the foundation of the country even more as time passes. It is happening because the reservists and their families represent a massive voting constituency that no one wants to alienate by keeping them in service longer than they believe is fair, even during wartime. The Post has learned that the IDF is also very concerned about giving the reservists breathing room in a much larger way than is done to date. But that is only half the story. The other half of the story is pressure from Israel's EU allies, Sunni allies, and the most critical ally in Washington. Global pressure to shift war to low intensity. The Post understands that even if the government and the IDF do not see themselves as officially beholden to the U.S. and are capable of saying no to American requests on certain fundamental military issues, they are greatly concerned about maintaining Washington's support. This is crucial not just in vetoing one-sided resolutions in the UN, but also for actual massive and ongoing military resupply of offensive munitions and defensive weapons, as well as whether Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas view Jerusalem as backed or not backed by a juggernaut. If reducing reservists will limit the number of troops in the field in Gaza and in the north to much less than the current number to retain American support, Stage 3 will need to see fewer airstrikes, tanks, and large-scale casualty stories. America is never happy when a mistaken IDF airstrike kills a significant number of civilians, but to some extent the Biden administration has swallowed these incidents as long as the main war was going on, so they could say to the Israeli government that they were given plenty of time to invade Gaza in a big way. The rough compromise struck between Israel and the U.S. was that instead of finishing the main heavier on airstrike and tank war by December, the IDF could have until mid to late January. How will these changes impact the IDF's ability to complete the goals of dislodging Hamas and returning to the remaining 129 hostages? Just as Israel settles in for a longer, low-intensity conflict with Hamas, will the Gaza terror group rally for seeing there are fewer troops and airstrikes? If it becomes clear that Israel's main war has ended and the perception is that it has no real deadline to set a game plan for killing Hamas's leaders without also losing large number of hostages in the crossfire, will Hamas paradoxically, currently at its lowest point, breathe a new life to resist for that much longer? And if the IDF sees the process happening, will it be willing to bring back airstrikes and risk re-upsetting the U.S. and other allies, or is the primary goal of Stage 3 to keep American support? Will the military simply have to deal with a new pumped-up Hamas? Many of the answers to these questions are not yet clear because Israel and the IDF do not know how they want the current war and post-war to end with Hamas. The longer Israel does not provide itself with clear answers, the more likely Hamas and other Israeli adversaries can take advantage. And we'll look at one more Times of Israel story. Yeah, Ricardo, you got another blue-eyed man willing to stand up to Doooovid. Ricardo, God bless, Happy New Year's. So, Ricardo in the Aquarium, maybe you guys could be friends in a different time. Although Ricardo, I'm not sure if he's still heavy in his Christianity. So Ricardo will try to bring you back to Christianity. Okay, so Times of Israel. As 2024 begins, IDF releases 5 brigades from Gaza, but says fighting likely all year. So here, Times of Israel saying that the war will last all of 2024. Military says rocket launches down to average of 14 per day. We are adjusting the fighting method, spokesman said. The Israeli Defense Forces said Sunday that it was beginning to release 5 brigades from combat in the Gaza Strip as the military increasingly gains control on the ground. The military said it believes the war against the terror group will likely continue throughout 2024 and said it's prepared for lengthy fighting, though in different phases from the high-intensity campaign that is waged so far. The announcement came as troops continue to operate in Gaza. The 162nd Division remains focused on Gaza City's Daraj and toughened neighborhoods. The 36th Division is fighting Hamas in central Gaza's El Baroujeh, and the 98th and 99th and Gaza divisions are operating in the Strip's south and Khan Yunis areas. War erupted after Hamas's October 7th massacre, with some 3,000 terrorists burst across the border into Israel from Gaza by land, air, and sea, killing some 1,200 people and seizing over 240 hostages of all ages under the cover of a deluge of thousands of rockets fired at Israeli towns and cities. In response, Israel vowed to eliminate Hamas and launched a wide-scale offensive in the Strip, which the Hamas-run health ministry says has left at least 21,000 people dead. Figures issued by the terror group cannot be independently verified and include both civilians and terror operatives killed in Gaza, including as a consequence of terror group's own rocket misfires. According to IDF assessments, some 8,500 terror operatives have been killed in Gaza since the start of the war. Ground operations have in recent weeks led to a significant decline in the number of rockets launched from Gaza at Israel. According to IDF data, the first week of December, after a week-long truce with Hamas collapsed, 75 rockets were launched at Israel on average per day. In the following week, the number dropped to 23 rockets on average per day. Between December 15 and 21, only 16 rockets were fired per day. And between December 22nd to 27th, the number dropped to 14. The data does not include mortars launched at ground troops in Gaza, rockets fired at the sea, and failed launches. On Sunday evening, IDF spokesman said the military was making adjustments to its deployment in Gaza in anticipation of a long war ahead. We're adjusting the fighting methods to each area in Gaza and the necessary forces to carry out the mission in the best way possible. Each area has different characteristics and different operational needs. Tonight, 2024 will begin. The goals of the war require lengthy fighting, and we are prepared accordingly. Hagari said the military would be carrying out smart management of the forces in Gaza, allowing reservists to return home and help bounce back the economy, and for standing army troops to train to become commanders. In Gaza, Hagari said some members of the Hamas elite Nukba force were killed by troops and others surrendered in the Khan Yunis area earlier Sunday, some of whom participated in the October 7th massacres. As fighting continued in the Strip, the IDF released new footage of the Oket's K9 unit operating in Gaza. The military said the unit, in a large number of cases, sent dogs to scan buildings before troops raided the site. The dogs have located threats, helped map out buildings, and discovered weapons. In once during an operation with the 460th Armored Brigade in northern Gaza, Jabalia, the Oket's dog named Patrick was sent to scan a building before the troops entered. The dog located and subdued a Hamas gunman who had planned to ambush the troops, according to the IDF. Another incident in Gaza City, Rimal, neighbor of the Oket's dog named Toy, discovered a passage between a building troops were in and another building where Hamas gunman was hiding. The dog attacked the gunman, preventing the troops from being ambushed, according to the IDF. The IDF also published new footage of the Commando Brigade Maglan unit operating Khan Yunis, where troops recently raided an educational institute from which Hamas operatives opened fire at troops. The army said the troops found a rocket launcher, documents, and other equipment belonging to Hamas in the complex, along with weapons in civilian homes in the area. Israel says it is making an effort to avoid harming civilians while fighting in terror group embedded within the civilian population. It has long accused Gaza-based terrorist groups of using Palestinians in the Strip as human shields, operating from sites including schools and hospitals, which are supposed to be protected. Earlier on Sunday, IDF Chief Halevi told reservists in southern Gaza, Kuza, that every move you make will be supported by the strongest possible fire, apparently alluding to unsupported claims by a government minister of an alleged lack of air support for ground forces. Kibat Iskaza Kuza also conducted terror from here many years, and the attack on Nir Oz was led from here. We're both killing the terrorists who participate in the killing and killing the terrorists who will want to commit terror in the future. Alevi told troops and commanders of the 5th Reserve Brigade, we're preparing a security region here so that the return to Nir Oz will be safe for civilians and will be safe for many years. Every move you make will be supported by the strongest possible fire. Plan it with the abilities you have. Always push forward with strength and use the open fire regulations with common sense, Alevi said. He commented that open fire rules are not tying anyone's hands. The open fire regulations come to protect us from ourselves as well. Meanwhile, the IDF on Sunday responded to claims that soldiers opened fire at the United Nations aid convoy in Gaza last week, saying the troops fired warning shots because they were not aware that the vehicles were due to pass them. Citing an investigation into Friday's incidents, the IDF spokesman unit said the statement to the Times of Israel that after the UN humanitarian convoy finished delivering aid to shelters in northern Gaza, it was asked by the military to go via a different route back to the south. This was to maintain its safety given the fighting that was taking place near the area. It said troops in the area were not aware of the change of route, and as a result, when the vehicles arrived, the troops on the ground acted to stop the convoy in a procedure that included a warning shot that was not aimed at the vehicles. When the vehicles stopped, the shooting stopped, the IDF said, adding that there was no casualties, but shrapnel from the warning shots hit one of the vehicles. The IDF said that it has drawn lessons from the incident in order to prevent such cases from happening in the future, adding that open fire regulations and conduct of troops with regard to humanitarian aid convoys were underscored. Since the beginning of the war, the IDF has been working in close coordination with the International Aid Agency operating in the Gaza Strip and has coordinated hundreds of humanitarian movements in very complex combat situations. As combat rages on, 85% of Gaza's 2.4 million people have been displaced, according to UN, which warns of growing risk of hunger and disease and desperate family shelter in makeshift tents against winter cold. So here's some pictures from the New York Times of airstrikes. God forbid, many of them resulting in Israel executed one of its deadliest airstrikes on October 31st on a dense neighborhood in Jabalia in northern Gaza. Israel said its main target was a senior Hamas commander, Ibrahim Ba'ari, who was central to October 7th attacks. And he and other Hamas members were using a building complex and a tunnel under it as a military fighting compound, the Israeli Defense Forces said. God forbid, the scene after the site. The death toll is still unknown, but the Times video found video evidence of dozens of people in the rubble, many of them women and children. The Hamas-run Gaza media office reported that a total of nearly 200 people died in the strike. In another one, Jabalia the next day, an assessment of airways, a British conflict monitor, found that at least 126 civilians were killed on October 31st. The director of the nearby Indonesian hospital said in a news conference that evening the number of dead and wounded was nearly 400. IDF spokesperson told the Times they only conduct attacks when the expected damage to civilians is not excessive in relation to anticipated military advantage, but the strike has raised questions about a wartime calculus known as proportionality, which weighs civilian harm against military advantage. The willingness to accept this level of harm to civilians is far behind what I've seen in operations in the past, said Larry Lewis, a former U.S. State Department senior advisor on civilian harm. The strike killed Mr. Bari and other Hamas members and destroyed a tunnel and command center. The IDF spokesperson said there was no individual warning to civilians. They said because they would have allowed Mr. Bari and others to escape. Hamas has denied that a commander was in the area at the time of the strike. The destructions. Times analyzed photos and videos before and after the strike and spoke to victims' families and former residents. At least 30 buildings, mostly residential, were destroyed or damaged. The strike left at least 5 craters. The crater was more than 40 feet wide. Experts say a crater of that size is possible only with a bomb of 2,000 pounds, the largest most militaries use regularly. The Israeli military dropped at least 2 such bombs on October 31st, and they were mostly likely outfitted with a delayed fuse to penetrate below the building before exploding. This can cause the buildings to pancake and collapse on themselves. The bombs created a plume several hundred feet high. The United States has since urged Israel to take steps to reduce civilian casualties, including using smaller bombs when going after Hamas leaders and infrastructure. The U.S. military has used similarly large or even larger bombs in conflicts, but not in such a densely populated area, said Asil Ubali, an international human rights law professor at Yale University. In Vietnam, for example, the deadliest bombs were primarily dropped onto rural or less populated areas. Among the dead are 19 members of, God forbid, the Abu al-Qassam family, whose home was destroyed. The Times located at least 50 victims in a family in videos and the aftermath. The area destroyed was part of a Block 6 in Jabalia, a neighborhood that has housed Palestinians who in the 1940s fled or were expelled from their homes in what is now Israel, as well as their descendants. A day after the October 31st strike, the United Nations High Commissioner Office posted a statement saying it had serious concerns that there are disproportionate attacks that could amount to war crimes. The IDF said it acts in accordance to international law, but that Israel was collecting its own information to examine the strike. Since the war began, the IDF has destroyed or damaged more than 580 buildings in Jabalia, according to a preliminary UN analysis of a November 26 satellite image. Okay, so more from the New York Times. Nearly 2 million crowd into Gaza's south as fighting intensifies. The picture of the UN school sheltering about 32,000 people right next to a building that was destroyed on December 20th. Since the end of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in early December, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza has deepened, with evacuation orders and intense fighting squeezing civilians into an ever-shrinking area. On Friday, the Israeli military again ordered civilians to move south immediately, this time out of an area in central Gaza that was home to almost 90,000 people before the war. At least 60,000 displaced people, most of whom had fled from northern Gaza, had been sheltering there. Gazans are struggling without sanitation, food, or water. More than 1.7 million displaced people are registered in shelters in the south, including a few 100,000 people who cannot fit within their walls and are sleeping along roads and in open spaces. Many people have followed Israel's evacuation orders, but doing so has not brought safety. Israeli bombing, which was relentless during the first 6 weeks of the war, has continued across the south since the end of the ceasefire, including in areas to which people were told to move. Damage from airstrikes and fighting has been identified near almost every shelter in Gaza, 3 southern regions this month, An analysis of satellite imagery and relief agency data shows in some cases shelters have been hit directly. The United Nations Relief Agency in Gaza estimates that at least 299 displaced people have been killed in its shelters across Gaza since the start of the war, with 81 deaths reported since November 30th. The Israeli military said that it's taking precautions to mitigate civilian harm as it works to defeat Hamas, and that evacuation orders are intended to move civilians out of the areas with the fiercest fighting. It said Hamas built an extensive tunnel network to shield its fighters and weapons, putting civilian infrastructure and people above the tunnels in the line of fire. But as Israel's ground campaign broadens in southern Gaza, more people are being told to move into areas that cannot provide them shelter. The head of the UN Relief Agency in Gaza said on Saturday, data on people registered at UN shelters since the war began shows where people have fled, and in some cases have fled again. In the first days of the war, most displaced Gazans were still in the north. On October 13th, Israel ordered everyone in northern Gaza to evacuate, and shelters in the south swelled with people. In early December, the Israeli military ordered more evacuations, this time in southern Gaza, forcing even more people in Deir al-Balah and Rafah. Rafah is now Gaza's most densely populated area. According to UN officials, data shows the UN shelters in Rafah host an average of more than 15,000 registered people each, though most shelters were designated for just 2,000. The region is not equipped to provide basic services to the displaced, relief organization officials said. If 3 hospitals are only partially functional and people in shelters live in cramped conditions with little food or water, nearly 500 people on average share a single toilet, God forbid. Deir al-Balah has also seen an enormous influx of the displaced, but unlike Rafah, where some limited aid has arrived from Egypt, Deir al-Balah and its northern neighbors, Khan Yunis, have had little or no access to aid in recent days because of continued attacks. Among the nearly 100 UN shelters in southern Gaza, only a handful in Khan Yunis have seen significant declines in population. Some are within areas that have been evacuated and that have seen intense fighting in recent weeks. Satellite imagery has shown Israeli military vehicles positioned just blocks away from 3 evacuated shelters in Khan Yunis. On December 5th, 70,000 people were living in those shelters. By December 12th, they were almost completely empty. The UN shares initial reports of damage to shelters and injuries to residents almost daily. For example, fighting on December 17th injured 3 children in Khan Yunis school after a wall was directly struck. Strikes near another Khan Yunis shelter that day killed 2 Palestinians and injured several others. More than 50 UN school buildings in the south have been damaged since the start of the war, according to UNICEF, which relies on reports from other organizations on the ground. Most of these buildings were still housing displaced people as of mid-December. Relief officials said it has been difficult to track Gaza's nearly 2 million displaced people, many of whom have moved in and out of shelters in the homes of others since the start of the war. It is even harder to count those who remain in the north, where Israel first launched its attack and where access has been restricted. A preliminary estimate from the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics suggested that as many as 500,000 people might have remained there as of early December. With a new ceasefire, relief officials expected that homeless Gazans from the south will face repeated displacement in the weeks to come, and those who have not yet fled their homes are likely to be displaced as attacks continue. And we'll look at one more article from the Times. The U.S. and Israel, an embrace shows sign of strain after October 7th. No other episode in the past half century has tested the relationship between the U.S. and Israel in such an intense and consequential way as the Israel-Hamas war of 2023. President Biden was getting ready to leave the White House for an audacious flight to Israel to demonstrate solidarity after October 7th terrorist attack, when suddenly the trip seemed to be falling apart before it even began. An explosion at a Gaza hospital had reportedly killed or wounded hundreds. The Palestinians were blaming Israel. The Arab leaders were refusing to meet with Mr. Biden when he arrived in the region. The president summoned advisors to the treaty room on the second floor of the White House family quarters to answer the question, should he still go? A robust debate broke out between his national security and political advisors. Some in the room urged Mr. Biden to scrap the trip. It was not clear what could be accomplished. It might not even be safe. What if Hamas launched rockets at Ben Gurion International Airport when Air Force One approached? Where would the president land then? Others argued that he needed to go away. He had already announced he needed to go anyways. He had already announced the visit. They should not lurch from one destination to another. And preliminary U.S. intelligence indicated that Israel was not responsible for the hospital explosion. Finally, Mr. Biden weighed in. I've got to go, he said. I've got to see these guys face to face. That decision, perhaps more than any other, would come to define Mr. Biden's approach to what has become the most divisive foreign policy crisis of his presidency. He had to go. He had to see them face to face. With that, effectively took ownership of the war that would follow in all its overpowering brutality, managing it personally at great political risk to himself at home and abroad. No other episode in the past half century has tested the ties between the U.S. and Israel in such an intense and consequential way. The complicated diplomacy between Washington and Jerusalem since Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 people and seized 240 hostages has played out across both governments in direct interactions between the leaders and intense back and forth between military and intelligence agencies. The resolve of the dramatic presidential trip to Israel has given way to frustrating phone calls, sharp public comments, and exhausting marathon meetings. The relationship has grown increasingly fraught as Mr. Biden has involved himself more intensely in the conflict than almost any of the other issue in 3 years in office. The president and his team have intervened time and again to steer Israel away from what they considered the excesses of its retaliation, only to have the Israelis defy them at critical moments. Mr. Biden has seen growing internal resistance to his backing of Israel, including multiple dissent cables from State Department diplomats. In November, more than 500 political appointees and staff members representing some 40 government agencies sent a letter to Mr. Biden protesting his support of Israel's war in Gaza. Congressional Democrats have been pressing him to curb Israel's assault, and the United States has found itself at odds with other countries at the United Nations. The friction appears to be coming to a head as the new year arrives. The Biden team recognizes that the challenges is not just Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, since Israelis across the board support the military operation that, according to Gaza Health Ministry, has killed more than 20,000 people. But there's no serious discussion inside the administration of a meaningful change in policy like cutting off the arms supplies to Israel. Instead, Mr. Biden remains determined to navigate the crisis within the crisis by using the credibility earned through steadfast support of Israel to shape its next chapter, although it is unclear how much leverage that gives him. During a tense conversation a week ago, Mr. Biden pressed Mr. Netanyahu to scale back the war to a surgical operation relying more on special force raids targeting Hamas leaders in tunnels than wide-scale bombing. The Israel leader then sent his right-hand advisor, Ron Dermer, to Washington for what ended up being a nearly 4-hour meeting at the White House the day after Christmas, where he assured Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, that Israel would soon shift to the targeted phase that Mr. Biden had been urging. The first signs of such a shift could be seen in the coming weeks as Israel forces a wrap-up operation in northern Gaza and begin withdrawing many troops from that area. Mr. Dermer told them that, but he did not give them a firm timetable, and the Americans pressed him to begin to transition sooner rather than later. Mr. Blinken plans to head back to Israel in early January when Israeli officials hope to give him a decision on next steps. At the same time, Mr. Biden's team has been quietly working to negotiate a new hostage deal. William Burns, the CIA director, met with Israeli counterpart in Qatar's prime minister in Warsaw earlier in December to advance a proposal for a 7-day halt to fighting in exchange for the release of another 35 to 40 people, including civilian women, badly wounded men, and other men over 60 years old. And there are even quieter efforts underway to negotiate through intermediaries an arrangement with Hezbollah to pull back from the area near Lebanon's border with Israel, preventing the eruption of wider war in the region and allowing tens of thousands of Israelis who have fled their homes to return. This account on the relationship between the United States and Israel over the past 12 weeks is based on multiple interviews and trips to the region with key Americans and Israeli officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to share details of internal conversations and deliberations. It is a complicated story where officials on both sides say public assumptions do not always match the private reality. Fears of a wider war. The first week after the attack was the most volatile and dangerous. Mr. Biden's biggest fear, according to advisors, was an expanded war in which Iran would empower proxies in addition to Hamas to attack Israel, or Israel would launch a preemptive war against such forces. As he learned about the attack on October 7th, Mr. Biden conducted 3 conference calls and 3 in-person meetings with his national security team, delivered a statement to the media, and made separate calls to Mr. Sullivan, Feiner, his national Deputy National Security Advisor, Mr. Netanyahu, King Abdullah of Jordan, Vice President Kamala Harris, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, and 2 congressional Democrats who were in Israel, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey and Representative Dan Goldman of New York. He would go on to send a steady procession of officials to the region. Mr. Blinken has made 3 trips to the area with 5 stops in Israel. Once even joining a meeting of Israel's war cabinet. Others have traveled to the region, including Mrs. Harris, Mr. Austin, Mr. Burns, Sullivan, Brent McGurk, the president's Middle East coordinator, Avril Haines, the director of national intelligence, General Michael Kurilla, the head of U.S. Central Command, Lieutenant General James Klein, who led special forces against the Islamic State. Mr. Biden has now spoken directly with Mr. Netanyahu 14 times, in addition to calling the leaders of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman, as well as Pope Francis. Every presidential call with Mr. Netanyahu typically involves a preliminary meeting with Mr. Biden's advisors and a debriefing afterwards. Mr. Dermot then often calls Mr. Sullivan for another hour-long discussion. On October 11th, Mr. Biden made an urgent call to Mr. Netanyahu. The Israelis had gotten vague intelligence that Hezbollah was about to launch a major strike against Israel, and the Israelis, pushed by Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, were preparing to strike first. The Americans got wind of the situation, but believed the intelligence was not so clear. Joined by Mr. Blinken and Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Biden spoke with Mr. Netanyahu and other Israeli officials to press them not to attack. If you do this, the Americans urged, you will guarantee the very thing we think we can prevent and deter. The Israelis agreed to back down. Mr. Biden, who had already sent one carrier group to the eastern Mediterranean to deter Hezbollah from joining the fray, sent a second one. American officials began racing to Israel. First Mr. Blinken, then Mr. Austin. October 13, Mr. Austin privately warned Mr. Gallant that the Israelis need to establish humanitarian corridors and to find a set of rules to protect Palestinian cities, citing America's experience with urban warfare in Iraq. Mr. Blinken spent a week traveling around the region, briefing the president each day by secure line. On day one alone, he conducted 9 hours of talks with the Israelis, and at one point was forced to evacuate during a rocket attack to an underground bunker 6 floors beneath the surface. Mr. Blinken and his aides sat in one room while Mr. Netanyahu and his war cabinet sat in another. Mr. Netanyahu shuttled back and forth between the rooms, listening to American proposals and bringing them back to his team. He agreed to let humanitarian aid into Gaza as a condition for Mr. Biden's visit. Mr. Biden's advisors and allies said his personal involvement has averted a broader war and influenced Israel's approach, even if not as much as he would hope. He had some impact, said Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware and a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. He's been able to move their direction, but he has not embraced Israel at the moment of intense pressure following a terrorist attack because he sees this moment in a regional context and is trying to achieve peace in a regional way. While Israeli officials bristle at the constraints Mr. Biden has tried to impose on them, they recognize that he is the most important ally they have amid rising global criticism and understand that he is the only thing stopping the United Nations from imposing sanctions. We're deeply appreciative of the support of the Biden administration to Israel in this war and in these difficult days, said Michael Herzog, the Israeli ambassador to Washington. We have very close and productive dialogue between our two governments as regards to this. Weeks, not months. The Americans were not impressed with the original Israeli plan for a ground invasion of Gaza and sought to temper it, but the Israelis ultimately unleashed more firepower onto Gaza than even the Biden team expected, with deadly results. Pictures of dead Palestinians outraged not only many in Mr. Biden's own party, but his own administration and even his own White House. Mr. Biden kept a steady stream of phone calls to Mr. Netanyahu, pushing to minimize civilian casualties. Qatar, the Persian Gulf Emirate, that is friendly with both the U.S. and Hamas, secretly told Mr. Blinken when he visited on October 13th that Hamas was ready to offer a hostage release for some sort of ceasefire or pause. Mr. Biden assigned a small circle of officials to clandestinely negotiate, but ultimately became a one-week pause in fighting in exchange for more than 100 captives. Mr. Biden kept calling and calling. When he was in the limousine known as the Beast, heading to an unrelated event, the president would pick up the phone and check on the latest. When his meeting in November with China's president in California broke for lunch, he huddled with Mr. Sullivan to ask for an update in the hostage talk. The 4 hours he spent with Mr. Xi that day was the most waking time for Mr. Biden to spend at that point out of touch with the Middle East. The pressure cooker intensely has taxed even a team already tested by the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Sullivan has talked about being focused hour by hour on the war and losing sleep over what unexpected events might come next. Mr. Feiner came up with a stock answer to the question of whether he was getting any sleep at all. Yes, he would say almost every day. When the week-long pause ended and the Israeli bombs began falling again, the Americans once more urged restraint. But Mr. Biden's advisors were sympathetic to the Israelis, who were discovering a network of Hamas-built tunnels even more extensive than imagined, essentially multi-story buildings, some hundreds of feet underground, requiring massive bombardments to damage or destroy. The Israelis referred to the catacomb of tunnels as the kingdom. The sharpest dispute between Washington and Jerusalem centered on the day after question, what to do in Gaza after the war ends. Mr. Netanyahu has resisted Mr. Biden's suggestion that a revitalized Palestinian Authority, which is based in the West Bank, run post-Hamas Gaza, to be followed eventually by establishment of a Palestinian state. Mr. Netanyahu focused especially on the failure of Palestinian Authority leaders to denounce the October 7th attack, worried that gathering them a future role would be seen as weakness by his right-wing coalition. Shortly before Mr. Blinken arrived for his fifth visit, Israeli media reported that Mr. Netanyahu had told allies he was the only thing standing between them and Mr. Biden's two-state solution. During meetings in Jerusalem on November 30th, Mr. Blinken privately told the Israeli War Cabinet that it had weeks, not months, to wrap up combat operations at the current level of intensity. A comment leaked later to Israeli media and confirmed in recent days by U.S. officials. A defiant Mr. Netanyahu said publicly after Mr. Blinken left that we will continue the war until we achieve all its goals. Mr. Austin the same day warned in a speech in California that Israel could replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat if it drove Palestinian civilians into the arms of Hamas. Mr. Biden remained committed to Israel when Israeli officials made an urgent plea for more tank ammunition, prompting a U.S. government process that would typically take months. The Biden administration cleared it almost immediately. At 11 p.m. on December 8th, the State Department notified Congress that it would bypass congressional process to send 13,000 rounds to Israel, infuriating some Democratic lawmakers. As of mid-December, the United States has shipped about 20,000 air-to-ground munitions to Israel, according to internal U.S. government reports. But the president was growing frustrated too. During a fundraiser on December 12th, he warned that Israel risks losing international support by the indiscriminate bombing that takes place. It was not a scripted comment and sent aides scrambling to explain, but it pleased some administration officials who believe Mr. Biden had been too reluctant to publicly criticize Israel. At the president's discretion, Mr. Burns, the CIA director, embarked on a mission to broker the release of more hostages, including a handful of Americans still being held. His meeting in Warsaw on December 18th, en route back from a trip to Ukraine, was the product of weeks of intense calls with David Banera, the director of Israeli Mossad spy agency, and Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jasmine Al Thani, the Qatari prime minister. Mr. Burns sometimes spoke with Mr. Banera 3 times a day and just as often with Qatari officials. But the proposal Mr. Burns and Mr. Banera offered the Qataris in Warsaw has yet to lead to a deal. For Hamas, the price seems to have gone up. American officials believe Hamas does not want to release more hostages for a temporary pause, but instead is holding out for a permanent ceasefire. Israeli officials have told American counterparts that one reason they publicly resist pressure to ease their military campaign is to maintain pressure on Hamas to release hostages. A pipe dream. The recent conversation between Mr. Biden and Mr. Netanyahu have grown more strained. Every call is tense and sometimes sharp, officials say, but at the same time, matter of fact, difficult but constructive is the phrase often used. The tone described by insiders has been along the lines of, look, man, you've got to do more about this or take this more seriously. The two men have known each other for decades and are not truly friends, but understand each other's politics and their mutual dependence at this point. The Americans recognize that Israel remains so traumatized by October 7th that there is nearly universal support across the political spectrum for the toughest action against Hamas and little concern about possible consequences. And strategically, Israel does not mind too much if the rest of the world thinks it is willing to go overboard with overwhelming force. It survived a half-century since its 1973 war with its Arab neighbors by fostering the image of invincibility, an image shattered by October 7th. Israeli leaders want to reestablish the deterrence that was lost. As per Mr. Biden's team, the real debate is about the language to use and how hard to push, but no one inside is really pressing for a dramatic policy shift like suspending weapons supplies to Israel, if for no other reason than they understand the president is not willing to do so. The administration's message has 4 parts. Israel has a right to self-defense. Hamas must be removed as a threat. Humanitarian aid needs to be increased, and civilian casualties should be minimized. While some officials emphasize the latter points, the president in public has typically stressed the first ones. Mr. Biden got on the phone with Mr. Netanyahu on Saturday, December 23rd, to urge Israel to pivot away from intense military action towards a more targeted approach of raids against specific locations. But Mr. Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders continue to push back publicly. 2 days later, Mr. Netanyahu published an opined essay in the Wall Street Journal dismissing the notion that the Palestinian Authority could demilitarize Gaza as a pipe dream. For Israeli officials, there's pressure to reassure their public that they are not backing off, but there are hints that Mr. Netanyahu could ultimately accept a role for a reformed Palestinian Authority in Gaza, recognizing there needs to be a Palestinian administration of sorts, even if they hope to persuade Gulf Arab states to pay for the reconstruction. For all the disagreement, there's no serious discussion within the Biden administration about cutting Israel off or putting conditions on security aid. On Friday, 3 days after the Dermer meeting, the State Department agreed to send 147.5 million in 155 millimeter artillery shells and related equipment, invoking emergency rules to bypass congressional review a second time, and again angering Democratic lawmakers to the extent that Mr. Netanyahu's resistance to American and treaties is performative politics for a domestic audience. It also has a time limit, according to Martin Indyk, a former two-time American ambassador to Israel. It's a case of steady insistence that Bibi come around. He said, referring to Mr. Netanyahu by his nickname, that's what we're witnessing. I'm quite confident it's predicting that Bibi will do so in the new year. He just has to figure out a way of explaining to his coalition partners that while it might look like he's giving it to Biden, he's not really doing so. There will be a lot of winking going on. Michael Oren, a former Israeli ambassador to Washington, noted that despite the tension, Mr. Biden has not used the two most obvious tools available to him to force Israel's hand, namely the flow of U.S. arms to Israel and the U.S. veto at the UN Security Council that protects Israel from international sanctions, at least not yet. Given that, Mr. Oren said, Israel appreciates Mr. Biden's support and does not want to alienate him. The October 7th attack undercut Israel's longstanding mantra that it would defend itself by itself. That meant whether we liked it or not, we were dependent on the United States, he said, and that meant they have a say in things. Okay, so that one was pretty long. And so it's almost New Year's. So 2 minutes to New Year's. Let me pour myself a drink. I'll give a little ramble as New Year's ticks in, and then maybe I'll read an article. Okay, so I guess as New Year's rambles in, let me chant a song, unless the link is still in the chat pinned if someone wants to come on. So this tune's from Perky Avos, and some positive words. Ki Orek Yamim, that your day should be long. Shnois Chaim, years of your life. Chaim Shalom, peace and life. Ki Yorek Yamim, Shnois Chaim. Ki Yorek Yamim, Shnois Chaim. Chaim Shua, Chaim Shulayim. Chaim Shua, Chaim Shulam, Ki Yorek Yamim, Ki Yorek Yamim, Shnois Chaim, Chaim Shulayim. Okay, Mr. Boston, Luciano, God bless. Reiner, so yeah, I wasn't checking the chat so much, but if there's any at Doooovid, I haven't seen them, but anyone watching, I appreciate you tuning in, and God bless. And let me see if I come up with another chant. I tend to chant these Glen Niggunim when I just look for one on the spot, to think of. I guess the Matish Toikliki Napshi, Psalm 42. Matish Toikliki Napshi Umatahemulai. Why am I in despair? Why is my soul downtrodden? Hope to God. Because there's more hope. The words are slipping me. Ma'atish toichachi nafshi imatehem milai. Ma'atish toichachi nafshi imatehem milai. Oichi li laikim. Oichi li laikim. Ki ahoy deni Yeshios punavai loikai Oichi li laikim. Oichi li laikim. Ki ahoy deni Yeshios punavai loikai. Okay, Reiner, I guess if you're driving now, so God bless, drive safe. St. Augustine, not sure what city, but yeah, I guess there's St. Augustines all over the place. And Doooovid has taken the great lecture courses on both St. Augustine's Confession and City of God. Important stuff, important philosophy. So let me do one more chant with the New Year. So it's Happy New Year. God bless. Bring it into the new year. So this other classic is another one of my favorites from Psalm 41, the Visions tune from Kyle Tarog, Alafike Mayan, Cain Nafshi Lilokim, just like a deer looking for water upon the brook. So does my soul thirst for God. Yeah, God bless Mr. Boston. Happy New Year's. Samu Nafshi. My soul thirsts, Lilokim, to God. To the face of God, to experience God, to see the face of God. Kiayotaro Alafi Kemayin Kewe Nafshi Sarogelehu Eleku Ebebeloikim Kiayotaro Alafi Kemayin Kewe Nafshi Sarogelehu Elechu Ebebeloikim Oitzamu Nafshi Lailoikim Lo Ebebelochai Musai Savoy Vereya Pneya Elohim Tzamu Nafshi Lailoikim Lo Ebebelochai Musai Savoy Vereya Pneya Elohim. Luciano I'm not sure who Pope Sylvester is. Is he like the supposed Jewish Pope, the chess playing one from the High Holiday Prayer? So I have to look that up, who Pope Sylvester. I'm not sure I have anything to say about that, unless that's the legendary Jewish Pope, the chess playing story. So let me do one last chant, the Happy New Year. And this is the Rosh Hashanah, my favorite Rosh Hashanah song. Vieda Kal Puil. And God knows everything that happens. Kiatu Fiel To. Because God is the maker of everything that happens. Vielvin Kal Yitzir. And God understands everything that occurs. Kiatu Yitzir To. Because God is the cause of all occurrences. Viomer. Hashem. Melech. And on that day, Hashem will be declared King of Israel. And all the nations will recognize God as the King of Israel. Vieda Kalpoil Kiatu Fialtai Viavin Kalyetzir Kiatu Yitzato Viedu Kalpoil Kiatu Fealtai Yavin Kalyetzir Kiatu Yitzatai V'yayma, 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 kalashen neshuma b'yapai, Hashem Elokai, Yisrael Melech. Malchisu Baku Mishula Malchisu Baku Mishula. Luke, I actually was on Luke 4, God forbid, the New Year's, you're asking about this question. So it is definitely not recommended. And you say, well, it's not permissible, it's not recommended, although the level of sinful activity. So there's the ironic story of the power of tzitzis. So ironically, in the Talmud, it has a few stories about, God forbid, visiting prostitutes. And one of the ironies is that the Talmud refers to this one rabbi, and the Talmud calls him a rabbi. And it says this rabbi used to visit all the finest prostitutes, and till eventually his tzitzis hit him in the face, and he sees the finest prostitute and she farts on him, and his tzitzis hit him in the face, and he repents. Although the irony of the story in the Talmud is that he's still called rabbi. So you'll say it's not permissible, it's not recommended, but so in ancient times, the severity of the sin was minimal. It was not recommended. To say whether it was adulterous, it's unclear whether it would show as adultery, and the punishment could have been lashes. And there's actually quite a few stories. It's discussed in the Talmud. So I think it's not permissible. I think it was punishable by lashes, but relatively it was not one of the most severe sins. And also, ironically, the famous story in the Talmud with the tzitzis and the rabbi. So with the point that the story that the rabbi is seeing the prostitute, and he's still called rabbi. That it's not there's this rabbi seeing a prostitute, therefore he's not a real rabbi. So the Talmud still calls him rabbi, even though he's a connoisseur of prostitutes. So it's an interesting story in the Talmud. We discussed that on Luke 4. It was an interesting part. And when I was in Israel, I had met this Baal Tshuva. He actually also was involved with the Hare Krishnas, one of the first people I heard in detail about the Hare Krishnas from in Jerusalem. And he mentioned that he was trying to get his family interested in Judaism for years, and everything failed. He just couldn't, nothing. Like his brother, his uncle, his family, like he was all into, he was Israel. He became Orthodox. He studied. He was, like knowledgeable, like a rabbi, and his family just didn't care. They weren't interested. Didn't want to come for Shabbos or read any books. And someone gave him a recommendation: give a book, just Jewish law. There's just like a book of regular Jewish law, and put a note in all the dirty sections, the part that talk about sex. And just in Jewish law, like a regular, like a Kitzer Shulchan Aruch, I'm not sure what book, but just a regular, like daily Jewish law. Like there's stuff about sex and, marital relations, masturbation, emission of sperm or very, very menstrual cycles. And so he highlighted these sections. And then he said that was successful, that he, gave that, book to like his uncle or something. And then a week later, his uncle called him. He's like, you got any more books on Judaism? So the Talmud, ironically, has some really raunchy stuff in it, and, stories about prostitutes and stuff like that, besides those law stories. So the most interesting one to say that the rabbi who was a connoisseur of prostitutes was still respected as a rabbi, that it wasn't recommended. He was, derided for doing it, but it did not cause him to lose his title of rabbi. Let me chant one more because, New Year's and the danger of Israel, and I'll read a paper and I'll give some final thoughts on the war in Israel. So I think I chanted this a few weeks ago, just save our nation from Yori Brun, Prok Yasunak, save your nation from the mouth of the lion, and your holy nation. Prok Yasunak. Mi pi maryevusu. V'yapek yesamek, v'yapek yesamek, mi goy gulisu. Uyamek, amek di bekar. Mi calling my I make the bekar. Mi calling my Okay, so happy New Year's, blessings. Like I was telling, the New Year's kind of like a pagan holiday, but any excuse for self-improvement, renewal, become a new person, try to become a better person, set yourself on a better path. Repent, start now. All our bad character, like I was saying yesterday, church entropy, a good character. I waged war against my bad character traits. I'm waging war against my pride, my envy, my anger, my evil tongue, my desire to say bad things about other people, my jealousy. God forbid, I'm waging war against it. I'm waging war against my laziness. My biggest enemy in life is my own laziness. God forbid, okay, I have a dispute, getting some arguments on YouTube. I haven't really gotten in a fight in my whole adult life. Thank God I'm a man of peace. I avoid conflict. But yeah, I've had dispute with people, and there's people I disagree with. We're at war, and God forbid, people are getting killed. Generally, I avoid conflict. But there's one enemy I do not let up on, and that is my laziness. My biggest enemy is my own personal laziness. And that is a war I will never give up on. My evil inclination, as the Talmud says, one enemy that never sleeps, never gets tired, and every time you defeat it, comes back stronger. And that's our evil inclination. And God forbid, every day, from the time I get up till I go to sleep and in my dreams, I fight my evil inclination. And most of the time, God forbid, I lose. And every time I win and have a small defeat, the evil inclination comes right back. From the time I wake up in the morning till I fall asleep, it's right there back. Every time I beat it, it comes back even harder, constantly on me, 24/7, never taking a break, never taking a vacation. So, we will wage that internal war against the evil inclination, against our baser character, against our own laziness, against the evil in our own hearts. So, in that respect, New Year's resolution, any way that a person resolves to become a better person. So, it's like self-help, like Andrew Tate, um, in the sense like, generic American culture, most people like New Year's resolution, they're thinking like Andrew Tate, like, I'm going to go to the gym, I'm going to diet, I'm going to like work out, I'm going to try to become more successfully socially, I'm going to go after that girl, get a date or something like that. That's not necessarily bad according to like Judaic philosophy, Jewish law, but I mean, Jewish philosophy and law, you're more focusing on character refinement, following the law, how we treat other people, being careful not to suffer from anger, jealousy, lust, and horror, being very careful of our own words, our own tongue, the damage that we could cause to others, understanding what's forbidden to say. But also, Jewish law opens up with rebuke. There is a commandment to rebuke people, and lashon hara, occasionally you have to speak up. You have to stand up for the weak. You have to occasionally rebuke people. Always better to rebuke people privately if possible. But occasionally even public rebuke is required. But these basic things of self-improvement should always be held as a constant in life. And so New Year's in that essence is a good thing, that as a motivation to try harder in life, and never give up. Like Doooovid, my better days are behind me. I'm an old man. um my beard's turning gray. My health, I mean, I think I'm pretty healthy, but I could feel the age of my body setting in, and my best days of health are behind me. And so on and so on. And most of my dreams and fantasies that I had wished to come true when I was younger, God forbid, they're not going to come true. Like King David, most of my thoughts and desires were to nothing. That my early years that I spent in fantasies, dreaming about all these things that I would accomplish, and most of them came to naught. And let alone the legitimate desires I had. The things that I still should want to accomplish, the things that I should spend the later years of my life trying to accomplish. Spend the early years of your life conquering your desires. You don't want to be an old man still fighting basic desires of basic character, to be a pervert in your older age, to be, an angry, bitter, jealous person. Conquer these bad character traits in your youth. But, unfortunately, Doooovid single, didn't find the right woman, didn't build up a family. God willing, I'll still find the right woman and have children and build up a family. Okay, like I've acquired some success, education, wealth, business. I definitely hope for more. I thank God every day. Relatively, God has been good to me. I thank God every day. But in terms of my earlier dreams and fantasies and desires, my accomplishments have been near nothing compared to the desires that I've had. And, the thoughts, the things that I wanted to do and accomplish relatively were just desires that went to naught. So, like New Year's, and some realistic, it's good to have big dreams, plan big, fake it till you make it. Um, oh, Ray, thanks a lot. God bless, and appreciate that. Um, but yeah, so I mean, a lot of these things are generic, relating to everybody. Okay, but I mean, a lot of people succeeded. Like, okay, they found the right woman, they built up a family, they have kids. They found a job, they got their education. The basic, like, okay, like I said, look forward to failure of a man. Saying that something that most men would expect to be able to accomplish: find the right woman, build up a family. I still hope to do that. Okay, I got my college degree, I got my education, I've built up a business, I have a job, I've been part of different communities, projects, had some success, I have some, reasonable level of respect in the community. Okay, like I'm a streamer, I got 19 people watching me right now. God bless, appreciate every one of you tuning in. So like, you keep it in perspective, but say, like, fact is that I wanted a lot more than I have. although I thank God every day and I appreciate everything that I do have. But most of my desires and dreams have came to naught. And you think that's common. Most people want a lot more than they have. You're just mentioning that in relationship to New Year's. And even the youthful desires of things that I want for myself, me, as opposed to, effort. Like, okay, did I refine my character? Did I remove myself from sin? Did I, adhere to the ahimsa principle and not causing harm to others? Various things, as opposed to my own personal desires, the things that I wanted for myself, as opposed to my obligations, my duties. So, Lou, maybe Mashiach will come, and not sure about the beautiful virgin, but we'll see. Everybody's prayer, hopefully will be answered, and blessings. And from a Judaic perspective, New Year's is meaningless. It's just a pagan holiday. It's just another day. But anytime that you submit and resign yourself to God and pray and come to God with a broken heart and your submission and cry to God, open your heart to God, hopefully God will answer and accept the prayer and lead us to repentance, restore us back to the path, so on and so on. But any excuse to become a better person is a good excuse. So, if New Year's is the reason that you decide to take life more seriously and embark upon any form of self-improvement, and like, God forbid, New Year's, most of the time people will make a resolution, be serious about something for a few days, a few weeks, and then give up on it. So, like the most common thing, like New Year's, like, God forbid, America, we're all fat and out of shape. So like people buy their gym membership at the beginning of January, they go to the gym a few times, and then by the end of January, they stop going to the gym and, their diet. So like, okay, God forbid, Doooovid's a few pounds overweight. Like, okay, like I'm not really fat, but I'm overweight. I could lose a few weight. Like I work out, I do physical labor. But yeah, in America, I think the most general thing, like people are out of shape, they need to diet. And, so they like, January 1, I'm starting my diet. And then, a few weeks later, they've given up. So, in reality, okay, like I know my flaws more, like people who watch me, people don't like me. Oh yeah, Dave, God bless. Happy New Year's. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that. And, hopefully I'm going to pull myself together and get on active inference. I'm going to, make my, slideshow, start doing for the multiple truth hypothesis. I'm going to, finish up with, like, I was thinking of taking the day off when week in review, but, figure like, New Year's, pound through, do my research. So I don't think I'm going to do my philosophy of science stream this week, but I'm going to finish it up in the next few weeks and then move to metaphysics. And then I'm going to, push ahead on my multiple truth hypothesis, not give up. So I appreciate you being there, Dave, and the encouragement. And definitely want to encourage you on your path. Anyone who's watching. So say like, yeah, like I know my flaws more than other. I mean, certain ways, yeah, like there's a block in cognitive dissonance. And even one of the articles I want to read is about cognitive dissonance. But I have a block to miss my own flaws. That other people could see my flaws more clearly than I can. But to some respect, like I know the bad things about myself much better than anyone else knows the bad things. And so, I could give a whole list of thousands, hundreds of thousands of things that I could improve about myself. And, say like, I want to improve all of them, like all of my bad character. I want to eradicate, my laziness, the 24 hours during the day, how I use them, every aspect of my life. It would be good if I improved upon, and to embark upon all of those things simultaneously. Like January 1st, I'm a new man and I'm going to improve my life in every single aspect. Okay, but it means that's practical. So you have to, like I said, like self-improvement works better as a group. So, like best practices, expertise, how do you acquire expertise? Changing is very difficult. Saying, well, I want to change every single aspect about myself and improve it and make it better. Well, that's very difficult. So, start slow, steps, methods, telling like Liam, like self-improvement guru. So, like a lot of rabbis are basically just self-improvement gurus. They help people become better people. like religious leaders. The main thing that religious people do, like I've said, like what my dad said, which is the basic multicultural American approach. Like if Moses, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, Muhammad makes you a better person, I'm for it. So like I don't care if you're, Hindu, Islamic, Jewish, Christian, atheist, agnostic. If it makes you a better person, I'm for it. So it's, my dad, the doctor, his attitude, what he always told me, he was relatively supportive in any of my paths, but it's like, is it making you a better person? And it's a good general focus to look upon. So let me make a little closing remarks about what's happening in Israel. So, sorry, pour a little more tea. Yeah, Dave, if you want to hop on, the link is pinned. Okay, so I was mentioning the whole BZ-Darko thing, and he's like the biggest pro-Israel voice on the internet, with Elon Musk, and he turns out he's maybe not even Jewish, he's not Israeli, and he's a con man. So, October 7th, is Israel incompetent? In like America, the incompetence, like people, like Doooovid's libertarian, I think America's falling apart, and like, balkanization, and I'm all down, and there's corruption at every level. So you have this certain level of like the increased size of bureaucracy in the government and the secretive elite, like the supposed like elite people that we trust, and they're there, they know what they're doing. As opposed to Doooovid's like, no, I don't think those people know what they're doing. And like whatever secrets they're keeping, I don't buy it. So you're looking at Israel, and it's like, oh, like Israel, they really know what they're doing. Like he's Mossad. And you're thinking like, oh, like BZ, he must be Mossad. Like, no, he's a con man. He's not even Jewish. He tricked people into thinking he was Mossad, and the dude wasn't even Jewish. He was just a too-big con man that was able to fool people that he was like the biggest voice speaking in pro-Israel, and people thought he was like Mossad of Mossad, like secret operation of secret operation. And, then you look at like Israel and the war. Do they actually have a strategy? No. Do they know what they're doing? No. Do they have a plan? No. And you're saying, oh, they must. And you say, no, God forbid they don't. It's a disaster. It looks like it's going to go on a year. And really, there's still people pushing for ethnic cleansing. And it's probably going to continue to be a disaster. Like the brand of Judaism has been ruined. Doooovid, who spent his whole life trying to promote Judaism, and like, okay, my YouTube page, I created my YouTube page over 10 years ago to help create a minyan at the downtown synagogue for nothing. They turned it into like a liberal. They don't even have a minyan. They don't care about that. They turned it into liberal activism. Been working with Chabad, and like very little Torah learning. Everything's like Zionism and fighting anti-Semitism. You look online, and like, people like Doooovid, he's a fraud. Doooovid, he's not even Jewish. Doovid's a fake rabbi. And because the brand of Judaism has been ruined, and like it had been declining in recent times anyways, for a whole host of reasons. So like the brand of Judaism was not going well the last like decade. And like, okay, I've always walked around like a yarmulke, a proud Jew, a Hasidic Jew. People stop me in the street. Like I talk about Judaism with anybody, with everybody, anybody, anywhere. And, from over 25 years of doing it, I say like the brand of Judaism has definitely been decreasing. And now with the war in Israel, the brand of Judaism is it's in a rut. It's like, it's an embarrassment to be a Jew. Cause like, like, okay, like I could go on forever about positive things about Judaism, about, self-improvement and spirituality and mysticism and prayers and mantras. But, people see a yarmulke, they see Judaism, and they think of ethnic cleansing. They think of innocent women and children being killed. And this is a disaster, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. It looks like it's going to get worse. And there's nothing I can do about it. I could complain to a handful of people on, that listen to me, and, maybe a handful of Jews, or, whatever people watching me. They're like, yeah, I'm glad you're saying that, Doovid. I agree. It's unfortunate, but, it's just a drop in the bucket. It's basically nothing. And then, I could try arguing with some people on Twitter Spaces or YouTube, or like, Mario Nawfal, and, he like, give him the benefit of the doubt, his Dubai and Abraham Accords, and he's going to bring peace between Israel and Arabs, and look at the disaster that happened there. Mario Nawfal and the Abraham Accords, and the negotiator for peace between Arabs and Israelis turns out to be a con man, God forbid. And, so now where's the Abraham Accords? Like nothing. It's in the garbage. It's a rut. And even if the Abraham Accords get revised, it's going to be like through weapons dealing. Oh, you got to be friends with Israel because Israel has really good weapons. They're really good at killing people. So this is just a disaster. Like the brand of Judaism has been dumped in the garbage. It's like it's an embarrassment to be a Jew, and like the only way to be a proud Jew is basically to defend the war. So like there's no place in Judaism for Doovid. Well, I can't like be against my own people. So like you can't be a Jew who's against your own people. So I'm going to be like, okay, like I'm a Jew, but I'm against my own people. So that's basically impossible. So there's no way within Judaism, really, other than to support the war. And supporting the war is just a disaster. So this is just a disaster of disasters. And I don't know what to do. So I could complain a little bit. I could, I'm not, like not in my name, or protest, or try to get Israel to change their own decisions, air my grievances. So basically just complaining on YouTube, getting in a few small Twitter feuds or something like that. That's all I could do. And that's really doing nothing. So, okay, like I'm a man of God. I've actually increased my Torah learning. So since the war has broken out, I have started learning more Torah again. Like I had spent years of my life where I learned a lot of Torah. For 5 years of my life, I spent the majority of the day learning Torah. I spent full three years in yeshiva, another few years in Brooklyn, where I spent over half of the day learning Torah. And for years, I spent a few hours every day reading books. Like I did Daf Yomi, I finished all of Shas. I, went to Daf Yomi classes. I went to rabbis and lectures and listened to lectures. You've seen my tour of the library. In the last few years, I went it to a minimum where, I still reading a book or two, like maybe even average an hour a day on Torah study, reviewing maybe a little, Parsha, most, reading books. But actually before October 7th, I had already, for the Elul and the Jewish holidays, but since October 7th, I've been learning Mishnayos, and I've been increasing my amount of Torah study. Whatever that means. So, so I still believe in God, and, like, if I don't think this is the message of Judaism, but, who am I to say this isn't the message of Judaism when the majority of the rabbis and the Jewish people seem to be backing it, saying, is Judaism what Jews do, or what, do, and then unfortunately what the books actually say. So Doovid has spent my whole life reading the books, and, like, Liam asking me, well, what do the books say? And what the books say are very scary. God forbid. Like Rabbi Wolfson, my rabbis, what the books say is extremely scary. And, Yiras Hashem, Alamed Kem, that what the books say is going to happen could be extremely scary. Talking like Armageddon, like Rabbi Wolfson, Moshe Wolfson, God bless him, 99 years old, may he live to see the temple rebuilt, said that what's coming will make the Holocaust look like summer camp. Nothing. God forbid, all the suffering that happened during World War II will make what's coming look like nothing. And you're thinking like Armageddon. What's Armageddon going to look like? It's going to look 1,000 times worse than World War II. Whatever you heard about World War II and the Holocaust, that's nothing compared to what's coming. God forbid, God forbid. So you see, what do the books say? The books try to instill in you fear of God and say, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, what the book says coming would come. So I'm not talking like what Jews say or what some rabbis say, but what the books themselves say, it is extremely scary. and you're saying what we are acting, we have went off the path, we are sinful, and God could be vengeful, and at a certain point, God is going to come and collect the debt, and it's not going to be it's going to be nothing nice. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a disaster. And so change our evil ways. Start with ourselves. So I can't change other people. At best, I could change myself. And saying I can't even really change myself. I've been trying to change myself my whole life, and I have largely failed in even changing myself. I'm still basically this worthless scumbag, selfish, mean person, so on and so on. So I haven't even been able to change myself, let alone change the world, even though I read the books. I went to the rabbis. I heard what they said. I heard the warnings that they gave. I listened to, I found the right books. I read the right books. And their warnings are really, really scary. And so, God forbid, I fear God. And I'm looking at what happens. And unfortunately, I fear God. And I've seen the warnings in the books. And I am scared. World War III, Armageddon, disaster. And, you could hope, God forbid, people like, oh, I'm excited. Messiah might come and it's going to be good. No, I mean, we're just going to be punished for our sins. The light at the end of the tunnel is that maybe we will be forgiven for our sins because of, God forbid, the suffering that might be inflicted upon us. That Messiah coming, or we're going to win. That's not really what the books say. And the famous story in the Talmud with Rabbi Akiva and the fox on the Temple Mount, where after the destruction of the temple and the huge disaster, Rabbi Akiva and the sages are sitting in Jerusalem, and they see a fox running through the rubble of the destroyed temple. And one of the rabbis cries, and Rabbi Akiva laughs. And Rabbi Akiva said, "Why are you laughing?" And he says, "Well, if the prophecy about the destruction of the temple came true, so too will the prophecy about the rebuilding of the temple came true. So just as the prophecy that God said he would utterly destroy us and punish us for our sins beyond what could be imaginable, and that came true, so too will the eventual redemption and Messiah come true. But at this time, it seems much more likely that God is going to punish us with a hard hand and hit humanity with the type of suffering that we have never even possibly fathomed before. Then Messiah is going to come, something good's going to come out of this." So a true message of Judaism right now is fear of God. We should instantaneously change our evil ways, become better people, or we might be destroyed. We might see the type of suffering and destruction that is only imaginable. God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. So, just thinking following the war, this is an utter disaster. And I mentioned Shovavim. This is the 6 weeks, the darkest time of the year. 6 weeks. Can we make it through the 6 weeks of Shovavim, the darkest time of the year, without spiraling off into Armageddon? And I'm not sure. Okay, I'm just here in Metro Detroit, and you say, well, if things spiral out of control in Armageddon in Israel, yeah, things could spiral out of control in Armageddon everywhere. World War, there could be violence in the street and pogroms everywhere in the world. And not just talking Jews or anti-Semitism, World War III, Armageddon, Walking Dead style catastrophe. And you look I watched, some just following entertainment and movies, and all this zombie stuff and apocalypse and mad violence, and just yeah, because that's probably what people are thinking, and thinking it's just one small slip, a cognitive thing from how we're getting along to violence is contagious, just like laughter is contagious. Violence is contagious, and if violence is not contained, it spreads and it increases. And at this point, the world is in a seriously tragic situation where violence is likely to spread to the point where it could be a disaster, bloodletting like the world has never seen. God forbid. So with that, let me try to do a little research, read my papers. So, that's what's going on in my head, the scary Doooovid, and, the scary thoughts, the voices in my head. God forbid, they're not good. So, saying like character refinement, improvement, prayer, just quiet those negative voices in my head. And the voices in my head are, saying like, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. So try to do a little research and take life seriously. So I had this paper for a few years. I mean, yeah, actually, I even said a few years. Like I meant like I read this paper a few years ago, and part of the reason I pulled it out because it's Fernand Gobet, who I read many papers from, and is the father of chunking theory and chess studies. And so the title is really long, and it's on cognitive dissonance. And so this is one of the papers that Fernand Gobet co-authored in the last 2013 at the London School of Economics. Like, God forbid, like I did not remain friendly with History Speaks. I mean, we spoke a little bit, but like I wouldn't really count him among my friends or even like message him if you could get in contact or speak to Fernand Gobet. But like ironically, History Speaks is at London School of Economics now. I'm not sure if he knows Fernand Gobet, but Doooovid is a big fan. One of my favorite authors, living authors these days, Fernand Gobet from the Science of Expertise. And he wrote this essay on this study on the emotional attitudinal consequences of religious hypocrisy, experimental evidence using cognitive dissonance paradigm. So it was kind of a random article that was interesting, and I didn't know when to read it, but I didn't know I was going to go so long, or Leon would be so long, or my ramble or stuff on Israel would take so long. But at least let me read this article, and then I was going to read this article on Habermas and metaphysics that I've mentioned a few times in the last few weeks, but I think I'll put that off. And then another paper on the prospects for mathematical logic in the 21st century. It was a pretty interesting, also, like overview of some of the main topics in mathematics and logic. But both of those are long, and I thought to even do a shorter stream, but like at least try to read one paper this week. And so hopefully over the next few weeks, I'll come back to reading those, but just to get at least one paper in this week. The emotional attitudinal consequences of religious hypocrisy, experimental evidence using a cognitive dissonance paradigm. Abstract. We explore the emotional attitudinal consequences of personal attitude behavior discrepancies using a religious version of hypocrisy paradigm. We induced a cognitive dissonance in participants by making them feel hypocritical for advocating certain religious behaviors that they had not recently engaged in to their own satisfaction. Experiment 1, this resulted in higher levels of self-reported guilt and shame compared to the control condition. Experiment 2 further showed that a religious self-affirmation task eliminated the guilt and shame. Experiment 3, participants boosted their religious attitudes as a result of the dissonance, and both religious and non-religious self-affirmation tasks eliminated this effect. The findings provide evidence that dissonance induced through religious hypocrisy can result in guilt and shame, as well as an attitude bolstering effect, as opposed to the attitude reconciliation effect that is prevalent in previous dissonance research. Hey, Happy New Year's, Jim. God bless. Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, God forbid, just mention it. Like, yeah, the war in Israel, Gaza is an utter disaster. So let me do a little research. If you want to pop on and talk, Jim, you could pop on. Let me read for like 15 minutes. I'm not going to read through the actual experiment part of the study, but just the introduction and ending part. It'll probably take me about 15 minutes. If you want to hop on and talk, Jim, that's fine. But, God bless. Good to hear from you. Happy New Year's. Hope your health and everything's working out good in your family. Blessings and good things. In recent years, the amount of attention scrutiny directed at religious individuals and their beliefs, motivations, and behavior has increased dramatically. The tendency has accelerated research on the topic from a number of perspectives. These include, but are not limited to, cognitive science, social psychology, and sociology. While a few studies have been carried out in religious cognitive dissonance, no research to date has investigated religious hypocrisy experimentally. Examining this will not only inform our understanding of how personal inconsistencies affect religious individuals emotionally and attitudinally, but will also potentially identify key motivations in religious individuals. Cognitive dissonance theory, Festinger, 1957, proposes that when individuals realize a discrepancy between two of their cognitions, two attitudes they hold, or between these and their behaviors, they experience a sense of dissonance and emotional discomfort. Previous research has shown that this discomfort can be measured physiologically as arousal, and that individuals subsequently strive to eliminate the discrepancy in arousal through a reconciliatory attitudinal change. For example, when individuals are asked to voluntarily advocate a cause that clashes with their own attitudes, known as the induced compliance paradigm, they show a shift in their attitudes towards the advocated cause. One particular useful paradigm for investigating inconsistencies between individuals' attitudes and their behaviors, the hypocrisy paradigm. The paradigm is valuable to the study of cognitive dissonance because it studies naturally occurring personal discrepancies as opposed to artificially induced ones that are characteristic of much cognitive dissonance research, such as the induced compliance paradigm, where participants are asked to engage in a task that they are unlikely to do under normal circumstances, for example, by writing counter-attitudinal essays. The hypocrisy paradigm works by inducing cognitive dissonance in participants by asking first them to think of past failures to perform a given behavior, and then asking them to advocate why it is so important to perform that behavior. In the original study, Aronson, Fried, and Stone, 1991, showed that this resulted in higher intentions to perform that behavior in the future. Later studies which showed would change the order of the task so that participants were asked to advocate the behavior before thinking about past failures showed that inducing cognitive dissonance in this way can also increase actual performance of pro-social behaviors, such as volunteering one's time for a good cause. However, studies using the hypocrisy paradigm have not directly measured emotions, so the nature of the feelings that arise in individuals as a result of this kind of cognitive dissonance induction remains to be investigated. Moreover, despite its aptness to measure the consequences of religious hypocrisy, the paradigm has not been used in this context. Based on previous work that argues that religious people often battle with personal distress as a result of inconsistencies between their religious belief and their behavior, there is reason to experimentally investigate the nature and consequences of such inconsistencies. Religious individuals who realize personal inconsistencies with regard to the religion are more likely to feel stronger emotions such as guilt and shame than what general cognitive dissonance regarding general behavior elicits. Indeed, previous research has identified shame and guilt as the key emotions that religious individuals feel in a number of contexts, such as coming to terms with their homosexuality, mental health, and health-seeking behaviors. What all these contexts have in common is that they represent discrepancies between religious beliefs and other aspects of social life. Hence, we predict in the present investigation that religious dissonance, too, is of a more specific affective nature, namely guilt and shame, compared to the generalized discomfort found in cognitive dissonance research generally. If this is true, it will be a notable exception to cognitive dissonance research generally and research on hypocrisy specifically. Apart from examining the emotional consequences of religious dissonance, the hypocrisy paradigm also seems suitable to study attitudinal consequences of this kind of cognitive dissonance. Indeed, using this paradigm, McConnell and Brown, 2010, found that individuals changed their attitudes about study habits as a result of dissonance. However, the direction in which this change occurred was moderated by the personality trait of self-complexity, the extent to which one's self-concept is comprised of numerous separate roles, attributes. Individuals who had high self-complexity became more in favor of good study habits, whereas those who were low on self-complexity became less in favor of the same. One of the explanations given for this finding was that the later group felt more negativity as a result of the dissonance because of their relatively fewer self-facets compared to the other groups who had a larger buffer to protect the self-concept as a whole. One of the questions that arise from this finding is whether there are contexts in which dissonance generally leads to a boost rather than a reduction in attitude strength as a consequence of distance. In fact, before Festinger published a full account of his theory on supporting evidence, he had already written a book about a case in which cognitive dissonance led to bolstering attitudes. The case was of a UFO cult who had believed that the world would end on a given day. When this did not happen, the cult unexpectedly became even stronger in their belief that the predictions were correct. They came up with far-fetched ideas about why the end of the world did not happen on that particular day. Similarly, Batson in 1975 did a quasi-experiment in which he had presented anti-Christian material to Christians. The cognitive dissonance induction technique is called the belief disconfirmation paradigm. As a result, the participants became even stronger in their religious attitudes. A similar attitude bolstering effect was demonstrated by Sherman and Gorkin in 1980 in a non-religious context, where individuals, especially those who scored high on a scale of feminism, bolstered their attitudes towards feminism after failing to solve a sex role task. However, their study did not use the induced compliance or the hypocrisy paradigms, but instead relied on the assumption that an inability to solve the task caused dissonance. As the authors themselves noted in their paper, the attitude bolstering many simply have been the result of a remainder of the importance of subscribing to feminism rather than the result of dissonance. Nevertheless, Sherman and Gorkin's 1980 study does indicate that an attitude bolstering rather than a reconciliatory attitude change may be the consequence of dissonance regarding attitudes that are central to the self-concept. Hence, it appears that when it comes to strong beliefs or attitudes, cognitive dissonance does not result in reconciliation, but rather in bolstering of these. The present work attempts to examine whether dissonance leads to this same bolstering effect when induced regarding religious attitudes. If religious dissonance leads to attitude bolstering, it will be an interesting deviation from the attitude change effect found in induced compliance paradigm, where attitudes are reconciled with behavior, and it will call for a revision of our understanding of the consequences of cognitive dissonance in contexts where religious beliefs or attitudes are at play. Another aspect of cognitive dissonance that is worth investigating is the religious context and self-affirmation. In the original article of self-affirmation, Steele and Liu, 1983, developed that showed that dissonance and the associated attitude reconciliation could be eliminated by giving participants an opportunity to complete a questionnaire on a topic of personal relevance. The authors argued that through affirming an important aspect of the self-concept, participants could alleviate their cognitive dissonance, possibly as a result of the boost of their self-esteem. Interestingly, their findings showed that self-affirmation did not need to be relevant to the topic regarding which it was induced. This has been supported by previous work showing that a domain non-specific self-affirmation task is more effective in resolving dissonance because it affirms another aspect of the self-concept and thereby increases self-esteem. However, research on self-affirmation following religious cognitive dissonance has not been carried out, so it remains to be seen whether self-affirmation could reduce dissonance in this context. Okay, Jim, God bless. Happy New Year's. And, come by anytime. Always happy to talk. So I'm going to skip the actual experiment and just look at the conclusion. And people could read through this if they want. It's a little bit interesting, the actual experiment, but just read the conclusion part, and then we'll probably wrap up unless someone wants to pop on and talk. So the general discussion. Guilt and shame as a consequence of religious dissonance. The present work has shown that religious dissonance induced through hypocrisy is characterized by feelings of guilt and shame. This is in contrast to the feelings of general discomfort that have previously been found in previous experiments on cognitive dissonance. This suggests that religious cognitive dissonance induced through hypocrisy may be different in nature. Alternatively, the reason for this could be the hypocrisy paradigm forces participants to confront their inconsistencies in a way that is more direct than the widely used induced compliance paradigm of cognitive dissonance, where participants are asked to engage in a task that clashes with their attitudes. Because no other study has directly measured the effective consequence of hypocrisy using this paradigm, it is difficult to rule out the explanation that guilt and shame are emotions that always accompany hypocritical feelings, even when individuals are made to feel hypocritical about non-religious behavior. It may be the case that guilt and shame are feelings associated with religious hypocrisy, but not with other hypocrisies that ones relate to health behaviors as investigated by early studies. This present research is also contributed with new experimental support to self-discrepancy theory. The theory proposes that discrepancies between actual and ideal, what one strives towards as a person, selves cause dejection-related emotions like sadness, disappointment, and dissatisfaction, and that discrepancies between actual and what one feels obligated to be like, selves, cause agitation-related emotions like fear, threat, and restlessness. The hypocrisy paradigm, especially as employed in the present research, where a question on how often participants should have engaged in the given activities was included, offers a direct way of testing the predictions made by self-discrepancy theory. The fact that guilt and shame were found to result from hypocrisy in experiments 1 and 2 supports self-discrepancy theory because it highlights the emotional consequences of personal inconsistencies. Although guilt and shame are not mentioned specifically by self-discrepancy theory, however, some correlation studies have shown that shame is an emotion that accompanies most forms of self-discrepancy. Based on our findings and experiments, we argue that there can be an overlap between actual ideal and actual ought discrepancies, because when our participants failed to engage in the religious activities to the extent that they should have, they may have fallen short of both their ideal and ought selves. So while the hypocrisy paradigm with the instructions that we used is suitable for studying self-discrepancies, in its current form, it does not enable a distinction between actual ideal and actual ought discrepancies. Using different instructions to directly target both the actual ideal and actual ought discrepancies, one might be able to differentiate between these and thereby between any differences in the emotional consequences of both discrepancies. Augmentation of religious attitudes as a result of religious dissonance. The finding that religious attitudes were augmented as a result of religious hypocrisy seems counterintuitive in light of the tradition of cognitive dissonance, research that has used the induced compliance paradigm. Such previous research has consistently found that individuals reconcile their attitudes with their behavior rather than increasing the gap between attitudes and behavior furthered by bolstering their attitudes, which was overcome by experiment 3. However, this effect of attitude bolstering is compatible with the previous quasi-experimental study, which found that when Christians' religious beliefs were challenged by external material, their religious attitudes were strengthened. Batson's 1975 study, which used the belief confirmation paradigm, where cognitive dissonance is induced by presenting belief conflicting information to participants, also found this attitude effect as a result of cognitive dissonance. The reason for this effect in the present work might be that religious individuals felt that their religious attitudes were too important to be reduced in strength simply because of performance-related inadequacy. Alternatively, it may be the case that hypocrisy manipulation functions as a reminder to the need to improve one's behavior, a sign of which can be attitude strengthening effect. Hence, the fact that individuals strengthen their religious attitudes after feeling hypocritical could indicate their motivation to improve their behavior. In their article, McConnell and Brown, 2010, showed that the direction of the attitude change caused by hypocrisy was moderated by participants' self-complexity, which is a number of differentiated self-aspects that individuals have. Individuals who had high self-complexity bolstered their attitudes regarding the topic, good study habits that they were made to feel hypocritical about, whereas individuals low on self-complexity reduced the strength of their attitudes as an attempt to reconcile these with their behaviors. In contrast, experiment 3 of the present work showed that there was an overall effect of religious attitude bolstering. It may be the case that self-complexity moderates attitude change when a single behavior is targeted in the hypocrisy paradigm, whereas targeting multiple behaviors simply augments attitudes. A potential mechanism for this could be that inducing hypocrisy regarding several behaviors activates more aspects of the self-concept, which in turn creates a similar effect to that seen in the high self-complexity individuals in the other study. Alternatively, the bolstering of religious attitudes as a consequence of hypocrisy might be a phenomenon specific to religious attitudes. Examining religious hypocrisy using a single behavior and measuring religious individual self-complexity would progress our understanding of whether the current findings are unique to religious attitudes or whether they are a result of multiple behaviors used in these experiments. Effectiveness of both domain-specific and domain-non-specific self-affirmation. Our work has also indicated that when it comes to religious dissonance, the domain of the self-affirming may not make a difference to the resolution of the dissonance as shown in experiment 3. This is in contrast to previous work on dissonance induced through the induced compliance paradigm, where participants preferred self-affirmation in different domain to the one in which the dissonance was induced. They wrote an essay against funding increases for facilities and services for disabled people. The reason for this discrepancy between the previous study and ours may be related to the nature of the domains, religious versus non-religious, or to the nature of the dissonance paradigms, the induced compliance versus the hypocrisy. One way in which the religious domain differs from other domains is that religious individuals are able to rely on God for mercy and forgiveness, and thereby ridding themselves of their flaws. The religious self-affirmation that we used in Experiment 3 was related to God's attributes, some of which were related to God's love and power. So it may be in the case the remainder of these attributes reduces dissonance despite being in the religious domain. It may also be the case that the hypocrisy paradigm does not require a domain-neutral self-affirmation because the dissonance is induced blatantly, whereas it is relatively more indirect. In the induced compliance paradigm, participants are not confronted with their discrepancies. Hence, the hypocrisy-related dissonance may be reduced within the same domain because it directly resolves the obvious hypocrisy. However, in order to clarify whether the present findings of self-affirmation are the result of the domain or the paradigm, further research that isolates these two variables is required. Conclusions and limitations. Our work is further research on cognitive dissonance in 4 ways. First, we have shown that emotions of guilt and shame can result from hypocrisy-induced cognitive dissonance. Second, we have demonstrated that the hypocrisy paradigm can be used to test the self-discrepancy theory by inducing a question on the behavioral gap, which is the gap between one's actual and one's ideal behavior. Third, we have shown that attitude change in the opposite direction of an attitude behavior reconciliation can result from the religious cognitive dissonance. Fourth, we have provided evidence that at least in the religious domain, even a self-affirmation opportunity from the same domain as the dissonance induction can relieve dissonance and its emotional attitudinal consequences. One limitation of the present work is that it does not determine whether the findings of the 3 experiments are unique to religious cognitive dissonance or whether they are the consequences of the hypocrisy-induced dissonance. In further research, it would be particularly interesting to investigate whether guilt and shame result from hypocrisies other than the religious. Another limitation of the present investigation is that we're unable to differentiate between the 2 main types of self-discrepancy, actual ideal and actual ought, proposed by Higgins. Further research should use the hypocrisy paradigm to target those using more specific instructions during the dissonance induction in order to shed more light on both self-discrepancy theory and cognitive dissonance theory. Hey, Sandra, God bless. Happy New Year's. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate the positive feedback. Okay, so that's the only paper I'm going to read today, and I'm about to sign off. You know, it's interesting that cognitive dissonance, your research, especially in the current state of the war, and the people, even though have been exposed to their own hypocrisy, are actually more likely to double down. So if you're looking like, God forbid, what's happening in Israel, and you're saying, well, Jews seeing what's going on, like, well, this is just not working. Like, what the hell could you guys possibly be thinking? Like, look what's happening in Israel, and this is just going to be a disaster. But no, like Israelis, Orthodox Jews, even secular Jews, like, no, they're going to double down. They're going to say the opposite, that whatever, they're going to become more stuck in our ways. And, that's the nature of cognitive dissonance, the original Festinger study, that, the people with this crazy prophecy that didn't come true actually doubled down. And so, certainly what's happening with Israel right now, you could see that, like, Jews, Israelis, Americans have a lot of reasons to question their behavior. However, the opposite, that the people are more likely to double down in the behavior, even though the evidence goes against what we're doing. And you see that in Israel, you see that with American Jews, you see that Americans, and you see that on the other side too, Palestinians or whatever. And that's the nature of cognitive dissonance. And so, it was interesting to read that, and specifically related to religion. So I had that article for a while, and I'd forgotten about it, but I been saving it. So, finally read that through. There's a whole bunch of other stuff I'd like to read, but that's all I'm going to read for this week. So, just a note going forward before I wrap up. I guess the link's in the chat if anyone last minute wants to pop on and chat. But just concluding thoughts. You're not necessarily on Israel. Like, that's going to continue. As say, it's likely to be the war in Israel is likely to last all year, and God forbid, Pray that somehow this doesn't end in a complete disaster. And, violence has a way of escalating and being contagious. So you'll hope that somehow, miracle of miracles, that the violence turns around and decreases, not increases. But related to my research, week in review, I hope. Yeah, I've never had Pelu on week in review. I've spoke to him on other channels. I think he's been on Ralph and Claire, and maybe I bumped in a few other places. I think Pelu might even be in my Discord. I mean, he's more than welcome to come on week in review, but I don't think he ever has. Although we have spoken a few times. Actually, Pelu, I think he said his father was a Freemason. We spoke about Freemasonry and other things. Yeah, but yeah, so I mean, he's welcome to come on, but I don't think he's ever been on week in review. Yeah, so moving forward into 2024, I want to, I'm gonna be doing during the week. I'm gonna finish up the last 2 episodes of my Philosophy of Science series, and then I'm gonna move on to a new series on metaphysics and epistemology, and hopefully there'll be important stuff. And I want to start writing and making slides and advancing my multiple truth hypothesis. I want to arrange, hopefully I'll be on active inference and make a presentation, and hopefully put together the multiple truth hypothesis as a theory that I could start presenting, and be invited and work together with great minds out there to advance advancements in philosophy, metaphysics, philosophy of science. Oh, Horde Coach, yeah, Happy New Year. God bless. Good to see you. Congratulations on winning the Horde World Championship this year. So yeah, I haven't played Horde in like a year and a half, but I occasionally watch. So I did watch, I think some of your games, and I occasionally watch Horde on Lichess, but I haven't played myself in over a year and a half. But yeah, props. I think I had a positive record against you. So God forbid, even though you're better than me now, you'll have to suffer with Doooovid having a positive record against you, because you went up through the ranks and you were pretty strong. We were about even. Maybe I got lucky against you, but it could be that I have a positive record against you. But you're way better than me now. And props on winning the World Championship this year. God bless. Good luck in all your paths. But yeah, so I want to do the due diligence. I'm going to do some heavy work in the multiple truth hypothesis, and also like general research. I'm going to go through a few different subjects. So I'm going to return to the science of expertise and try to go in detail into many of these different models of expertise. I'm going to try to go through cognitive architectures. I'm going to go over many of the main theories of cognitive architectures. I'm going to try to also move to theories of mind. And I'm going to go over all the main models of theories of mind. And yes, Sandra, God willing, amen. Like I pray hopefully I'll meet the right woman and build up a family. Like this year, better this year than next year. But leave it in the hands of Providence. So we'll see what happens. I'm definitely hoping to meet the right woman. So, but we'll see what happens in that. But we'll see for week in review. Be focusing on my research, and so that'll be the science of expertise, cognitive architectures, science of philosophy of science, metaphysics, epistemology, theories of expertise. I'll also probably return like the history of science, and hopefully some chess also. So I'm gonna, although I don't think I'm gonna do competitive chess. Maybe at some point I'll come back and play like some competitive chess, and it'd probably be more like variants, like Crazy House and Horde. I mean, like Horde Coach, there's probably no way I'd ever beat that guy again. I might get a game or two off of him, but like I wouldn't come back serious enough where I'd be able to give him a challenge. But maybe a game or two. But I don't even know if I'd ever go back. But if I can, because time is limited. But I do have a whole bunch of studies on chess. So I'm going to return to do more theories. You're reading through chess studies, and I hope to write some papers. And I want to write a book on for chess coaches. So there's so many books on chess. I want to write a book for chess coaches, maybe parents of chess players, that talks more about cognitive psychology than the chess itself, because there's so many good books on chess. There's a decent amount of books on chess psychology. There's not too many good books on chess coaching, like how to be a chess coach. And chess is becoming more popular. So I want to keep on going with that. It'll be related to, some of the theories of expertise. And so, continue with that. I read my paper. Maybe I'll try to publish some more papers, like on different areas of research. Like I'm still doing research on monism and dualism, or spirituality, history of philosophy in that sense. So there's a lot of stuff that I want to do. So just keep Week in Review going. Keep on putting the research. Hopefully the community a little bit. People want to join my Discord or leave comments or be guests. But especially people like interested in the research, and people that read books and are knowledgeable, and all sorts of aspects, mathematics, logic, computer algorithms, artificial intelligence, a whole bunch of peripheral topics that are interesting to me, linguistics, even history, Judaism, interfaith. So the multiple truth hypothesis originated from interfaith. So you'll see any advancements in interfaith, eschatology, Abrahamism, even some blood sports, defend, JQ debates or something. We'll see if anybody reaches out or sets up. That's always possible to be on the horizon. But the near term Week in Review is basically exclusively focused on my research. And if Horde Coast is still there listening, I was talking about New Year's is a good excuse for self-improvement. And like as a chess coach, I want to improve my chess. I want to become a better chess player. I want to win at chess. And like Andres Ericsson and the theories of expertise, how do you move from novice to master, deliberate practice, and the various methods, but basically hard work, that you become better by working hard at it. And competitively, well, how do you become the best? There's nothing you could guarantee to become the best, because there's other people you're competing against that could do everything you're doing and more, or different techniques. But basically hard work, practice, regular routine, the various methods. So self-improvement in general. So chess is just a game. It could improve the mind in some ways. Like, are you a better person for studying really hard and getting good at chess, or some chess variant? It probably improve you in a certain way. Like I talked about knowledge transfer, expertise transfer. So unfortunately, there's very limited evidence about expertise transfer, that you could work really hard at like chess and then transfer that skill to anything else. But certain aspects of the hard work and discipline can be transferred to something else. So if you worked really hard, even just like a chess variant, even if you can't directly transfer that skill to be good at something else, you could transfer the discipline and hard work to discipline and hard work to become good at another field. So, New Year's is a time for self-improvement, for reflection. I want to be a better person. I want to improve my life in all aspects. I'd like to have better health, better physique, better grooming, better cleanliness, less laziness, better character, better relations with other people, find my wife, find the right person, build up a family. Every single person have better relations with all the people, my family, my friends, strangers, people I do business with, associates, so on and so on. Self-improvement. It's good to apply self-improvement strategies to every aspect of life. And, so for example, if you just apply self-improvement to become a better chess player, that the general strategies of self-improvement are applicable in all aspects. And, if you're a mystical, spiritual, religious person, the most important thing to apply self-improvement to is spiritual progress, is our relationship to God, to becoming a better person, becoming more compassionate, more merciful, more kind, more forgiving, more, so on and so on. So with that, God bless. Happy New Year. Thanks for tuning in. Feel free to leave comments, reach out on social media, share, join the research, give me feedback, even negative feedback. And, we'll see you next week. And, God bless everybody. Happy New Year's again.